about now. And so we're going to pick up where we left off. For those who missed where we ended yesterday on Satisfactory, we do have our steel production up and running. I was just getting ready to start doing our encased steel. Don't mind me, I'm just drinking my coffee forever. But, so we've got our steel production, we've got steel tubes going on, we've got steel bars going on. You probably don't care about that vehicle. We've got the vehicle over there, which I drive, and it consumes fuel like it's going out of style. We've got our tower built up, where we have completely finished with smart plates for the time being. We are now upgrading a bunch of our belts to tier 3, and our drills to tier 3, and all that. But the immediate priorities I have is, now that I've expanded my steel production, I need to get the encased steel up here, which is going to be moving the steel bars from down here up, and getting concrete up there as the other component for that. We have been going, we've made a lot of progress in a lot of things. It's been good times. Oh, I need rotors. Oh, we also have a parachute. But to say this thing uses up fuel, we only had it for maybe the last half hour or so of stream, maybe an hour. And in that time, I have burnt over 100 solid biofuel in it. Let's just park it down here. As much as it's fun to me going up and down the ramps in that thing, it's faster just for me to run upstairs. But, oh, it's here for rotors. I was, like, blanking on why I even was over here. But yeah, it's been a thing that we've been making progress. So as you can see, we've been expanding this more and more and more, which has been good. Our screw production has grown tremendously, as you can see from over here. We have expanded our reinforced plate production. We're now actually running into a problem that my bottleneck is the plates itself, which is really proving to become a pain. Oh, right, I need to empty inventory spot out. Which is proving to be a pain, and that's happening down here. That I need to get more of these up and running to produce plates. But it's just been trying to ramp up stuff more and more and more. Actually, it looks like it just literally add up stuff on here. The other problem I'm running into is we are starting to get pretty close to our power capacity. And we are still very heavily dependent on biofuel, which is bad. And the reason it's bad is no matter what I do with biofuel, it's a manual process. Like, some of it's better. You can now conveyor belt in biofuel directly into the buildings without having to go through the manually shoving it in each and every individual one, which is a massive improvement. But the collection is still a manual process. Alright. Okay, so I'll give us a little bit more plates going. Are you? Yeah, you're turned on. Okay, so we're up to 446.2 megawatts potential use out of the 690 I can handle. So that's getting not great. So that's going to be more and more of an issue for us. So I'm just taking a peek because I did notice that the... Oh, I love to see that. Our reinforced plates are getting backed up finally. Yeah, so I just wanted to increase the yield a little bit on our iron plates because that's going to be a problem. Okay. Now, anyways, the thing I was saying that I need to fix is my inventory is getting full of a lot of things. And I need it to not be full of a lot of things. One good news we got, chat, is supposedly the coal furnaces are fixed. Supposedly. I haven't had a chance to test it yet, but there was an update waiting for me that they were like, yep, coal furnaces, those should be working now. Because before what was happening is if I didn't have coal in my inventory, the coal furnaces would, or sorry, the coal power plants would all shut off because of a bug. So we were in this weird situation where I had to just carry coal with me everywhere I went. I just forgot my explorers down here. And that's just the way it is. But yeah, we also got our rebar gun, so we can shoot stuff. I got my zipline thing, which is pretty nice. Honestly, the zipline thing has become way less important, useful, whatever you want to say, since I got the parachute. But it's still good. Parachute doesn't go up, zipline does. Okay. So, now's the part where I gotta get this all set up and working. So we need to go ahead and get an assembler up here. There we go. And so I'll have to bring up to it, if we go to our encased industrial beams, I've got to bring concrete and steel beams up here. So the steel beams are easy. They're literally straight below us. And actually, why did I mash that so close? Let's move that. What are you made out of? Then I can worry about the big container right now. Let's put it like there and do that. And what I'm going to do here is, for the first time we've been doing in this run, I'm not going to have a buffer chest. I'm going to use the other strategy. Because I do still want steel to go in here, because I'm going to need it for a very long time for conveyors. So instead, I'm going to put a splitter here, in between. And then what we could do is I will need... I don't need, but it'll make it easier for me if I do it. Is I will put the stand right there. And think that through. 1 second, I can fix that. There. Because now I can take that, put a Mark III, and it can make it go up top. Because we are going to get the point that this steel production is going to start being so generous that it's going to start overcoming a lot of the other productions that we've got going on. So I don't need to babysit a lot of this. Okay, we can run this all the way over here. And past here. Okay. Why is the snap being so weird? Good enough. Okay, so that'll be the steel beams going into that. The next thing you need to do is bring the concrete up here, which is something we haven't had to worry about this whole time. I've had concrete production going on forever. And that's over here, which surprisingly isn't full now that I look at it, which is somewhat concerning now that I think about it. So I still need concrete to be set aside. So I do think I'm going to do the same thing with this one I did with the other one, where instead of putting it... If I could fit this in here, and that's a big if. No, I can't. And you're way too full to empty out. You know what? It's fine. Let's just not worry about anything that makes any meaningful sense or whatever to us for our own safety, and instead, I'm going to run this all the way over here to get the concrete to where I need it. I really do need to give the concrete its own space because I do need to expand that production at some phase. Not yet, but it will need to happen eventually. But now I can get the concrete over here. And that'll let us get our encased steel going. And once we have our encased steel going, that's the point I'm going to be able to That'll be the point I'm going to be able to get all of our Mark II drills built. So we'll start replacing all our Mark 1s with Mark 2s. Alright. So, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to run a vertical line the whole way down there. I'm going to try. If it ends up short, that's not that big a deal. It just means I have to do like a little thing where it goes vertical one way, then the other. But the plan is going to be to try and put it right here on the edge without throwing myself off the side if I can help it. Yeah, so you're one over from the side. Then get all that wired up real quick. So that way I'll have the steel going in one side and the concrete going in the other. I need to just plug you in, which is now done, and a storage crate so that when we're producing stuff, it spits it out the other side. Make sure I'm leaving enough myself. Yeah. I want to make sure I always have like 8 tiles worth of space to move around. Okay, so basically, this is going to be waiting on the concrete now, but I should be able to pop over here. Would you... There. Okay. That's probably close enough to the ground, it'll work. And just like that, we've got that all wired up. So that hopefully I should be getting encased steel. And honestly, with the encased steel going, the expanded power infrastructure should go easy peasy lemon squeezy. So yeah, so this one not being in line like the other one was, I am basically setting aside steel for me to use. So that does mean if this machine falls behind, the rest of production will shut down, but I'll still get some steel through to allow me to keep building conveyor belts. And they got our very first encased steel in there, so that's good news. But yeah, so it's going to take us a little while. It looks like the steel production here is not even remotely keeping up, which isn't an unexpected problem, but that's fine. So let's check our power grid now. Yeah, so we are within a biofuel generator of overpowering our entire power infrastructure, which is where I was figuring things are going to start becoming a problem. Let's see, your 10 stream streak, and it's stabbing your eyes out time. Look, man, don't knock yourself down that many pegs. I don't typically drink coffee, but surely if I was going to drink coffee, it's while parachuting one-handed. For the record, the coffee does literally nothing. You just hold it out as, like, a flex. So how's the desert start turned out so far? Pretty good. One thing that did help with me a lot is just the fact that I have chosen to, Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, we want that. That I have chosen to go out of my way with the start here to, Sorry, I'm getting distracted by things. I've decided to just build a platform off the ground basically as early as I could make it happen versus waiting on... Alright, so I am going to need some of the biomass stuff. At some point soon, I need to start making black powder because now I can start making explosives, and the black powder is sulfur. Okay, so once we fix our power like that, we upscale our power, sulfur is going to be our next go-to, because that'll let me start making the explosives, which will let me make an extra hand slot for equipment. We'll be able to start blowing up where we can't get to certain places, and those poison things that are super annoying. And we got lots of stuff here that we could be unlocking. I got a lot of things that are trying to give me an extra equipment slot. Do I have enough mycelium laying around that I can potentially get that going? Fabric. Actually, I probably can. Because you're probably still backed up. Oh, wait, I've got some of the boxes over here. Because I can get myself more equipment slots. That is lovely. So I needed how much of this to upgrade my equipment slots? I need 50. Not enough space in inventory. It checks out, that doesn't mean I like it. Oh, here's what we could do. Alright, so I can't use the computers right now, so I could drop those. I don't need these right... Do I need those right now? I don't need those right now. Can't use those right now. I'll keep the coal on standby in case I have any other problems or I let it get out of whack. I can't use the heavy frames right now. That should do it. Alright, because if I make 50 of these, I can get myself another equipment slot, and that's another thing unlocked I never need to worry about again. But yeah, so I am going to need to make sure I have enough rotors and enough steel belts and enough miners and all those kind of things that we can go over to the other area to upgrade our power. All right, so let's drop off the rest of the mycelium and that. And now I can unlock an equipment slot, because those are always amazing. Missing materials. Oh, I don't have enough rotors. It's 100 rotors. Have you found coal yet? Oh yeah, no, we're way past coal. Yeah, we've got coal sorted. Like, my steel production over there depends on coal to work. I'm exploiting, I think, 6 coal nodes? No, I'm exploiting 4 coal nodes, and I've got two set up with the intent of eventually exploiting them. Okay. Which is where I was left off at, as I was trying to get that all wired up. But I'm being currently distracted by the desire to get an equipment slot.
Tool belt expanded. The latest data indicates that the mycelia possess sentience. Don't worry, we have been given permission to harvest and repurpose their remains.
Okay. And I don't have enough mycelia to make the gas mask, but we could do the gas mask soon, and that'll let me go through the poison areas, which will be good. Granted, I can use explosives as another way to get around that. I can unlock the medical purposes. I'm going to go ahead and do that anyways, even though I probably won't be able to do anything with it yet. Because all these are like, you unlock it once it's unlocked. That's it. It's unlocked. And I also don't know what's underneath here.
Medical properties of local mycelia established. New research options available. Medical inhaler variants.
Okay. So yeah, so I need to start exploiting sulfur. We've already got that unlocked. I could technically get to the point where we get the scannable hard drive, but it's going to be a little bit laborious. Same with the radio tower. Like, I need to just work on expanding all of our production lines to do all that stuff. I'm not going to worry about the nutritional processor right now. That's fine. Okay, so. Do I have what I need? I've got plenty of rotors. I've got plenty of reinforced and steel plates. Or iron plates. I've got steel. I've got some copper wire and some of that. I've got cable. I've got tons of copper sheet. I think we are actually in good order now to run over and expand all that. What kind of equipment goes into the slots you unlock? So if we look at our things here, I'm unlocking these slots. So what I could do here is I could drop the chainsaw in here. So I've got like my rebar gun, my zip line, my coffee cup, and my chainsaw. Let's switch this order. And I just realized I needed, you know what? New plan. I was gonna say, I need to make my drills over here. I'm like, you know what? I honestly could just put down a long-term workbench at the oil location. Gotta have a chainsaw and coffee. Exactly. What's even the point if you don't? Yeah, so that's my steel line to our right. That's just bouncing across the entire terrain. And then over here to my left is our power line. Well, that's in our drill, but we have our power line. Actually, I take that back. I'm already this far. This is my coal line. This is the one I'm not done with yet. Okay. So what I want to do should be right over there. Okay. Is run this over here. Because I'm going to need this extra coal for my my coal power plants. I'm going to have to do a lot of adjustments to my coal power plants. I do see we have ore there. I might have to... Hey, excuse you. I just want to work here. That's fine. I need them for their DNA anyways. Alright. So this is where we're going right now, is just right on over here. And honestly, for the moment... the whole thing's gonna need to be cleaned up. But in the short term... that'll work. Okay, so I've now got more down here. This is probably the point I need to go and clean up that monstrosity I've got going on down there. Let's go back for our Explorer, make sure that's all working. And now we can start going through and seeing what we can do to fix stuff out. You see, embrace the spaghetti conveyors. So normally most of my stuff, like when we have just the conveyors going across the terrain, that's what it is. But usually at the endpoints, my conveyors are usually clean. The coal needs to be cleaned up. Like, I don't get very perfectionist or anything on it, but it is one of those things that, generally speaking, I try to make it not a super disaster. Okay. Alright. So we're gonna need to start tidying this disaster up. And that's gonna take some work. Because I both need to... I forget that it turns itself off to soup every time. Because they both need to continue to expand the coal here and make it so it's something I can scale up without it being a horrific, god-awful nightmare. Because right now, that's a horrific, god-awful nightmare. Okay, so power, coal power plant. Cool. 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 Yup. Uh-huh. You're not quite positioned right. There we go. Alright, so the big thing here is I want the water line to be along the ground here so that my water supply is ever so slightly above it so I don't have to worry about using pumps to get the water to and from things. So with that in mind, let's go to logistics. Let's go to the pipe. We can use the pipe stacker. I'm going to use this just as like a stencil more than anything else. Guess let's go to probably about there. Okay, so I've now got our water pipe there. We can get rid of the stacker. Alright, so I've got that set up, and so the next move is going to be to go along here, get that oriented correctly. Now, that water pump I have over there is not even remotely adequate to this, by the way. So, don't worry, I'm not just going to be ramming all of these in here, because they'll all be water-starved and won't run at all. What the intent here that I'm going to do is every so often we'll have another one of those bladders there that will top off our water supply, and then we'll have a pump running that, and you get the idea. So that way everywhere, like every so often, we'll have another input. That's the reason I have this big open spot on this side, is to make that available. Now the next thing I'm going to need to do is these are going to need conveyors. And same exact plan as we had with this. I'm going to go just over here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And we can go right over here to this one, and I'll probably need one about halfway through. And this way I can run all of this along. Oh, I'm out of steel beams. Okay. Oh, that's upsetting. Hold up, hold up. Not acceptable. Do not pass go. There we go. It was, if you didn't catch what the problem was, it was crooked. So it had a little wiggle halfway through. Oh no, it still does. Alright, let's try this again without the failure. Is all factory is not, but controlled chaos. It is, but there's a level of controlled chaos that's 2 chaos. But the reason I'm spending the time to do this is this makes it easier for me to expand later. Oh, I want one more right about here. Need to be like 1 tick farther. Yeah, so that'll be a perfectly fine angle. I just need more steel. And we can get rid of these. Now it shouldn't be shimmying back and forth. The conveyor poles look wonderful. Yup. I might actually leave some of those in here. Let's actually leave 2 of those in here. Just for aesthetic purposes. So it actually looks like it's being suspended. Okay. So the problem I have now is I just burned through a heck of a lot of steel bars. I need to go back and get more steel bars. Which is fine, because I'm also going to need more encased steel, and we only just started producing that. Because what's going to happen down there is everything's going to go from it all looks fine and barely running anything to suddenly the entire system is going to be absolutely overpowering the sheer amount of coal and water we're going to be pulling. So it is going to be a thing of like hooking up 2 or 3 generators, seeing how the coal kind of levels out, see how the water levels out. If I need another water thing, add another water thing. If I need more coal, then, you know, I've got to tweak the belts. But I kind of want to try and push it to whatever our limit ends up being with the coal's output. Or rather, what the Tier 3 belt can handle before I need another belt. Does the game have a nice blueprint system? It has a blueprint system. I haven't used it much myself. Not that it's good, bad, or otherwise. It's just, it came in way, way, way later, and I never did get into the habit of using it. So, is it good? I can't genuinely answer you. I do know it exists. Whatever that means for you. So that's an interesting thing. I can apparently do my next hub thing right now if I wanted. And actually, before we get the sulfur online, I need to get the stuff for the space elevator going. And then I can run around and chase the sulfur. Because the sulfur's going to be more about what I can expand to versus the elevator will be a hard limiter on my progression. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you can set up a blueprint where you can put like say I wanted to make a slice where I've got that coal power. I could grab like where the pipes line up, where the the conveyor lines up, and all that. And I could, like, take a slice there, build from that. I am getting myself turned around. I don't think that's my coal mines over there, is it? Did I already just blast right past? I did. I'm still not used to being able to travel the map this fast as I can with this, so I keep overshooting stuff thinking I'm not quite there yet, because I'm used to walking it. Okay. Then go right here. But yeah, so what I was saying with that is I'm willing to bet what I could do is for expanding this, if I wanted, I'm willing to bet I could get this whole thing set up, grab like this foundation, and then this whole like, from everything from like this edge all the way to this edge that way, so I get like, the coal generator, the pipe, the conveyors, all that. I'm willing to bet you could do that. And then it'd just work. Alright, so now I need to go here and do the splitters. So it's a little unhappy that I'm clipping with the pipe, but I genuinely don't care, so it's whatever. And because of that, it's being a little snobby about the snapping because it doesn't really know what I want to do. But that's alright. I need to scooch it back and forth until it lines up. I think the last time I set this up, I did the reverse where I put the water pipe on top and then had to drop into the thing. But in that case, I had to like pump it up to the higher level and all that. I'm trying to avoid that. Okay, so in theory, all of that should be hooked up there now. So this is where I need to start correcting my disaster. I already know I'm going to need a second water pump, so before I start breaking all of that, let's get another water extractor. Actually, that might be an interesting thought. We can put it right over here. We can then go to the organization, put in a fluid buffer. So that should all be hooked up now. And we can go to U. Okay, we can plunk power pole right down here. Upgrade to a tier 2. And power U on. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's producing 120 per minute. That is inadequate. So we're just going to grab that and we're just going to slam it all the way to the right. So now it's producing 300 cubic meters of water. So we'll see this start to build up. And from here, what I'm going to need to do is get this to not be any of what it is right now. We do have a lot of coal already in these. I'm going to try to... I'm trying to see how I want to...
Thank you, Grizzly Bear 6, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Grizzly Bear, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate it. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that support. And I do hope you are enjoying the stream. So what I'm going to potentially need to do is cannibalize my existing running power to get the new power running. And the issue is once I pull that, my power is going to break. And that is a concern. And I'm just trying to navigate how I want to do it to try and be fast so that hopefully I can minimize the outage. Because if the outage lasts too long, I get a whole mess of problems. So that'll line you up with this. So I can slap you there. Okay, so what I'm hoping I can do is let's break that connection, grab you, slap you in here. And that should take those a minute to run themselves out. And it'll get this online. Cool. We've got you starting to power up and run. 2, 3. So that should be able to run the 3 of those without any difficulty. Honestly, should be able to run more than that now that I think about it. If I don't use the slugs to juice them more, I can probably run a whole bunch on this. Okay, so that's going to take a little while. This is going to struggle to keep things going. But we'll let it settle in. Can you issue a challenge this game? No. Are you doing light? Not complaining, just taking off your norm? Yeah, no, it's I said I was probably gonna do a bonus stream because of the R streams. A no spaghetti run where everywhere needs to be carefully placed. Yeah, no, I don't care. No, that's just not something that interests me. So yeah, we're not gonna worry about it. Okay. Yeah, so that's got us up to 1,000, but that's with these still running until they run out of coal. In the meantime... Besides, I usually clean stuff up anyways. It just takes a little while. We were messy when we first set up the coal, and that's what I'm correcting now. Okay, so we got you. Alright. Where is the spot? It's not going to give me a spot because this pipe is in the way, isn't it? That one locked right in place. Okay. And now it's time to break all of this. Okay. So I can bring that over here real fast. And get you lined up here. Why are you being this way, game? And plug you back in. Oh, probably have to get rid of you and you. There's that spot. And that one. Okay. So all of that should all be hooked back up again. Alright. So, in theory, that should all be good to go now. In practice, we shall see. The good news is that buffer is full. And this buffer is full. The coal is building up on the belt slowly, so that means we are making enough coal to run the whole thing. Alright. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, so it looks like our power is online and rolling. And now we have 1,065 megawatts of power. So we got about 300 spare megawatts of power. And I could add some slugs into some of the rest of this coal stuff, because those all have one slug into them. And it should be able to accommodate that, so we can snap that up one peg. Snap that up one peg. Snap that up one peg. Snap you up one peg. Same to you. And that should significantly increase our power yield. It still says 1,065. What? Should be more than 1,065. Oh, there we go. 12,000 or 1,252. You had taken it. You taken a Well, I had taken a mental health day. Oh, you took a day off for mental health? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. If you're dealing with stuff like overwhelming you, that's not a bad plan at all. All right. So let's run over here and see how our coal line is going. So coal line is still pausing briefly, so we can technically go harder than that. Let's check on our bladders here. Make sure that they are not draining. As long as these are basically staying full, then we're good. If we start seeing either of these winding down, that's bad. We see them going down, that means I've overtaxed my system. Okay, you're up to 2, you're at 2. You're at 2. Let's put 2 of these to 2 and like give it a second to run and see where we're at. Okay, you're still holding perfectly steady. You're still holding steady. Still stopping a bit. Let's go ahead and add more slugs into the system. And just like last time, I'm going to add 2 more. I'm not going to go up to 3 slugs per each of these. Let's actually go ahead, and all of them are going to have 2 slugs in them. And let's see if that starts to break things. Because we should start being running up against the limit of our water production. I don't know how we're going to be doing compared to the coal. Alright, so you're still hovering at exactly 400, so you're still good. So water seems to be doing just fine and dandy. And the coal is still pausing once in a while. Yeah, so that jumped us up from where we were sitting at about 900 power we can produce to now we're producing 1400, almost 1500, like 1440. So that's got our power solid for a very long time. And we still have plenty of room to expand. I can make these Tech 2 drills if we want later. I might just have to run like a second conveyor. I could add a lot more by just adding another pump, adding our conveyor down there. So we're pretty good on our power front. I'm still going to leave the biofuel going because it's proven to be pretty easy to get a hold of biomass for the time being. Alright, so the next move is let's set up our versatile frames. I'm going to not cannibalize my existing smart plate area. I'll make a new area for the versatile frames. But the versatile frames are the next thing in the order of business I need to start producing. So let's go figure out what I need to produce those and go from there. I can actually figure that out right now, but just slap you down here real fast. Versatile frame is steel bars and our other one. That's kind of not great. Because one of those is way up near the top of this building, and the other one is on that floor. So let's make our versatile frames up there. And bring the modular frames over. Because we're going to get more and more of that. We're going to have to move stuff between the towers. Okay. That actually works out because they already started building this in this direction. Alright, so organization, storage, do this. This tower needs to be wider. Production assembler. Okay. Alright, so we need the steel beams and the modular frames as output. This is where things are going to start getting a little dicey. So what's going to change here is we're going to take this now and get rid of those two for just a second. We're going to pull that straight out. And we go here to logistics. We're going to slap a splitter in here. Get rid of this. Reconnect that. Get rid of you. And you. So we're going to be massively cutting into the amount of stuff going up here for the encased industrial steel. Well, crap. Walked right up the side of the building. Okay. And we can go here to the splitter there. Alright, so that's the stuff from here. That's the easy part. Now, down part is I get stuff all the way from up there over here. So for that, what I'm going to go ahead and do... I wish I'd done this before I put that down, but that's fine. We can figure it out now. So you're lined up there. Guess it's right one tile over from the vent edge. And we can grab you. Okay, so I've got the input down here. Let's get to the other side and drop it down. Walks on the side of building. OSHA officer has a conniption, but yeah. We definitely don't have an OSHA, not even compliant. It's like we actively have gone out of our way to say, what are OSHA's rules? If you give me the full list, I want to violate all of them. We're going for a completionist run for OSHA violations. No guardrails anywhere. I mean, I guess technically we are wearing gloves and stuff like that, so maybe not quite as bad. Alright. So how do I want to go about this? So that's where we've been dropping everything off. So, let's go here. Oh, I need to make sure there's not ones right below it, and there probably will be. Okay, so around here... Yeah, around here would be good. I got enough of a space. We can do this the same way we've been doing the other ones. Use these as my guides. Alright. So go straight out here for a moment. And then get rid of this. Okay, so that's the limit on how far down it can go in one go. And there's space down there. All right. So now I get to run the spaghetti back and forth. Honestly, what I might even do at some point is I might make proper subfloors. So instead of this, where you go like underneath the buildings and we've got these weird tethering things everywhere. Oh, I need slightly more conveyors. Instead of having those weird tethering things back and forth, I might make like a half-size floor where all it is just for, you know, tucking away all the conveyors that have to go between everything. And then like maybe make a ground floor for the towers to all be built under, you know, over top of. You know, if we hide the mess, it doesn't exist. That's just the rules. Okay. Slightly too long. Okay, so that should mean we're making our versatile frameworks. That's good news. Embrace the mess. Make it the focus and the attraction, yeah. Let's see, you love the mess rule in real life. It doesn't exist if it's in your closet. Exactly. Alright, honestly... I'll eventually connect these buildings. Right now, I need more concrete. You're sending me the OSHA handbook via Discord? That's okay, I won't read it. Alright. I'm making a walking path between the buildings where I don't have to, like, parachute down and run back and forth. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Oh, so you can see what rules you need to break? I mean, a lot of the rules won't be breakable, like, you know, you're supposed to wear certain protective wear and all that. We physically won't be able to break it because your character model is what it is. Alright, so this will be way longer than I need. Now we're going to go to this side and bring it over. What does the OSHA handbook say about parachuting off the 3rd floor of a building and drinking coffee? I am willing to bet, while that very specific scenario in itself won't be in the handbook or in the guides or whatever, I am willing to bet it would still violate things about, like, you know, operating like doing stuff in a situation where, you know, having loose fluids and all that ends up being a problem. I'm willing to bet there is definitely places that can be applied. All right. And with that, those two towers are now connected. What does it cost for me to make our new walls? Because didn't we unlock the conveyor walls? Yeah, because we unlocked the conveyor walls, which are really useful. So where I've been doing these conveyors on the wall over here, I could use these ones with ports, because the one with ports will let you line stuff up a lot better. Like, you can see nothing's lined up yet. That'll be a thing that I'll end up fixing over time as I have to adjust things for different ratios and yada yada. But it should be a thing that I start making a point is that we start building our actual stuff up. That'd also be a way to take this slowly sprawling disaster and tame it. Alright, so we are making the versatile frames. So that's one of our objectives. So the other one I need to check is that copper wire thing. Yeah, and that's going okay. That's not going to be the fastest. It is running at 60-something% capacity, and that's being held up by our steel beams. Our steel beams, I believe we could probably expand production. Oh yeah, we could expand production our steel beams. That's no problem. Alright, so let's go here and go production constructor. 1. Handle upgraded by 2. Because steel beams will end up being one of those things that no matter how many I make, I'm going to need more of them. And if I think I've made enough, then clearly I'm just confused. Okay, so steel beams, drop in the ingots, plug you together, plug you together. You got plenty of ports left, so we can just plug you in. And assuming we can handle the ingot flow, like assuming my rate of ingots going in there is sufficient to handle that many machines, then we should have just doubled our production of steel beams. I'm gonna give it a moment to play catch up, and then see if we notice the belt stopping from going. So you're just waiting for the end of the game to troll you into saying all of this was to make a space station Taco Bell. What do you mean troll me? That would be amazing. My character is eating random nuts and berries they're finding on the planet. I'm willing to bet. And for the record, I like Taco Bell, even though I do fully acknowledge it is like D-tier food when it comes to like the quality of it. Even then, I am willing to bet, after eating like just random nuts and berries you've been foraging and alien protein, you'd probably hit up the Taco Bell, and the most likely answer in real life is you'd try the seasoning and you'd be overwhelmed because you'd be used to unseasoned food. But outside of that, you'd be like, oh my god, it's something that actually tastes like food. Used to work at one, never gonna eat there. Oh no, that's honestly that's true of working in food services. I've worked in food services, and it is just one of those things. Like, you know, I have a soda here that I got from a local place. You don't want to look into those soda machines. You never want to see one of those things cleaned. You will never drink soda from you'll never desire to drink soda from a fountain if you think about it. Here's a hint. It's sugar water being put through tubes. Just, you can figure out what happens. But that's the reason why it's good to have very aggressive health inspectors to run through there and be like, hey man, clean your expletive soda machine. Alright, so are you actually filling up? Because that should be enough time. Yep, they're all running at 100% capacity, so it should be good. Cool, so we have just doubled our steel beam production, and our encased stuff is going real well. I think we're honestly in a good position now to advance our technology, so our expanded power infrastructure. Do I have enough stuff on me? Not yet. Let me approach this from this side and be lazy. Hey. You go ahead and just give me that whole stack real quick. For some reason, I now desire that every restaurant sold bottled soda. Low-key, there is a barbecue chain in the area where I'm at that one of their big things they do is they have the regular fountain machine, but they sell a lot of sugarcane soda as well. And oh my god, it's so much better. I really do enjoy sugarcane soda. The problem is the vast majority of the places you go, sugarcane soda is prohibitively expensive. I'm sure the factories are just as bad, if not worse. Oh, they probably are. It's it's one of those things that it's amazing we don't have more health problems when it comes to food when you think about it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, very, very genuinely, the fact that we don't have, like, this never-ending treadmill of awful food problems is a testament to just how good we actually do with a lot of that stuff. Because for every point along the process, there's, you know, possibilities for contamination and all that kind of stuff. And the fact that it only happens on occasion says so very much. Button!
Milestone reached. After several pioneers started exhibiting traumatic responses to power blackouts, Fixit developed mitigation tools recommended by your local therapist. Power storages can hold excess power to delay or prevent blackouts in the eventuality that your factory's power consumption exceeds production. To simplify, these are rechargeable batteries. Power towers carry power lines for significantly greater distances than poles, facilitating factory expansion and exploitation of this environment for the good of Fixit and humanity.
Okay, so the battery storage seems like it's not a particularly costly thing. And I've got a really nice spot back here that I don't need for anything. Okay. So it can store 100 megawatt hours. And whatnot. So that'll be good. Because it's also a thing, if I start winding down this, we could just have a giant battery reservoir here to help offset our power consumption. We also got the power towers, which are going to be nice. Just because those... I'm trying to see what the difference is. Oh, this one has a platform that you can stand on. But yeah, because the power towers, instead of where I have like all these tiny little daisy-chained poles, the power towers let you bring stuff a long way. I will need more wiring. And eventually I need to get the limestone production stuff up higher, get it its own tower, same with the copper. The copper ends up being a big one later, if I recall correctly. That eventually you just need lots of copper. But so far, we're nowhere near that phase. We did unlock other ways to make the reinforced plates, but now we're winding down our consumption of it. It's not as big. Oh, you know what I think? I believe the point that I needed to upscale my copper the last time was this computer thing I need to build right now. So let's just dump you there just to see what it is. Automated wiring. Okay, it's not that. So well, actually it is, because that's cable. So that's copper. So I'll need a stratter. So that's steel and copper. So we have steel and copper, and then more copper. Alright. So, let's go over to our steel production and start getting a copper location set up. Because originally that was going to be my copper place, but then I just hijacked it for steel. So I'm just going to go like this. And just like that, I've got the start of another platform for doing copper stuff on. You need more concrete. Alright. And little by little, the factory must grow. I wonder, I'm imagining, if they don't yet, they've got to have other floor plates. I could imagine having it where I have an interior and exterior there. That's fine, so we've got that. So hypertubes, honestly, all those materials I'm going to have no shortage of. We'll definitely want the hypertubes, and those are something I'm going to invest some time and effort into. I'm gonna make this 5 wide just to begin with. Okay. Cool, so I've got that set up. Alright, and I want to leave lots of space over there and over here so that I have lots of room to expand. So we are going to start with our production over here. So I need to move the steel over here for the steel tubes. Alright, let's get this figured out. So I needed the assembler. So I need the strators, and that's the steel tubes and copper wire. So the first thing to do is to get copper wire moved up here. And actually, the first thing to do there is to move copper production in its entirety up here. So right now, I have just one copper smelter operating down below. And what I'm going to do with that is we're just going to assume we're going to need a lot more. There's 4. Cool. And then these are going to need to be fed by a tier 3 belt. Yeah, so this will be the outside edge of this side. So now's where we start moving up in the world and actually using these things called walls. So you're now 7 and you are 8. Alright, so, with this, that's our input for you. Actually, let's start with the closest one. And get our splitters set up. Cool. And trying to see what else we want to go ahead. We'll need to get power in here, so let's go ahead and drop a power pole right here at the corner for right now. And then we can put another power pole right here. And all of you need to be set to copper. And from here, I need to do the mergers. And get all those set up. Cool. So that gives me 4 copper smelters, ready to rock and roll. And they just have an output here that doesn't go anywhere yet. We'll deal with that in a minute. I will need to run power. Okay. So that connects steel. I'm also going to make a redundant connection over this way. Since it's only a matter of time before all this stuff has to expand, and I'll want to get everything moved along even more. Cool. Alright, so all of that's hooked up. So the next order of business is going to be getting the copper up there and starting to get all that switched around. We are going to set up multiple floors in this place and yada yada yada. Is there anything I could throw in? I'm trying to think if there's any materials I want to throw in the awesome sink to unlock ladders or some other thing for... That's fine. We'll just use the hyper tubes when it comes down to it. Okay. Yeah, so that's where that's all gonna go. I actually gave myself way more space than I needed on this one. Which is not normally a problem, by the way. So let's go here to organize. We use the industrial size box here. And that way, as things go on, because it's got 2 ins and 2 outs, once they expand, I can put a second in up here and have that still work as a buffer chest and work. And then we need another box, and I need to get to our side. So we definitely made this area way bigger than it needs to be. So I might move around the way crossing here. So probably here would be the center point. Alright, so that's fine. So that's our actual center there. I'll leave the other one there because it doesn't hurt anything. Alright. So with this, I already know I'm going to need the copper plates on the other side. I'm actually going to take this out that area. Oh, and I'm going to want to go to the outside, aren't I? That's fine. So we'll go ahead and have you move out towards the edge here. We can put the stacker. Then take it to the other side here. So when running back and forth, I can go right underneath it. Do I just leave that whole area? I don't like it. Okay. So I've got the 2 tiles, the center, the 2 tiles, and then we would have the organization storage out here. And then that's 1 tile between it and the next thing, which would be constructors. Yeah, so I'm going to just work on recentering this real fast. So this will be constructors, because this will be where we're making our wire. And I don't know how many of these I'm going to need. For right now, I'm going to make 2. That's fine for now. This will have to be moved later, but that's later me problems. Then grab this. And use the splitters here. And we could set you to make the wire. Alright. And same as before, I'm going to run our pole right over here, kind of at the corner. got those two set up. And then you need a merger here. Alright. So with all that effort, I've now got this set up where I can just shove in some copper on this end, and I'll get wire and copper ingots through. Then we're going to have to split those off into different areas. That's totally fine. So the next big part of this equation goes into shoving said copper in. Because I'm pretty sure we had another copper node nearby somewhere. I'm just going to exploit... There we go. I say I'm just going to exploit a new node. And then we can worry about cannibalizing our old system as I get the new one up. Because as much as I've learned in these games to not take apart what you already have until you've got the replacement ready to rock and roll, unless you don't have a choice. Which does happen, but it's honestly not very often. Okay, so production... I need an extra drill, so give me one moment. We're just going to go special, equipment, bam. And then go here. Okay, there's a drop-down spot I'm trying to get to. Alright, now I just got to plug it in, and we will have our copper production. And it'll already be faster than what we've currently got for making wire and ingots both, so that's good news. We've got power running pretty close by, so I don't have to really go... I might even not even pull... Yeah. Oh, just slightly too long. There. And it should be live. That's good news. So then the next thing I need to do is get back up there, because I'm going to need to work on getting it where I can get the copper sheets being produced, as well as I'm going to need to get the, what is it, AI cores or whatever these things are that I need to make in the first place. And then with that, I can start cannibalizing all the copper stuff I've got on the ground and start moving it up here where I can scale it up, versus the early game just slap it on the ground so it works. Alright, it's going to take a hot minute for that to get over here, so let's go boom, foundations, ramps. 1, 2, 3. And then meanwhile, a bunch of this that doesn't need to exist. And I know I can mass delete. Unfortunately, I have discovered the mass delete does tend to pick up stuff behind the things I'm deleting. And I've got drills and all sorts of stuff behind what I'm deleting, so you get the idea of why that's a problem. And I just heard my wire machines turn on, so that's good news. Cool. Alright, so this side will be for the copper... like the sheet copper, whatever it was called, the copper foil. Alright, so I've got all that sorted there. That's one too many. And then this side will be... or whatever, like I said, I can't remember if it's called an AI core. I think the AI core is a different thing. But it'll be for the stuff for the space elevator that I should have already been producing. Alright, and we can drop a power pole here and down there. So we have power up here. Cool. Alright. So with that, we do have that bringing it up here. So I need to bring the copper ingots up here. So same like it did below, I'm going to go ahead and choose to go to walls. I'm going to slap that in there. And this time I'm going to have the belt in the second spot because the first spot's going to be occupied in the floor below by the input of the copper ore, so that we can have the output of the copper ingots take up this spot. Actually, that's fine. Let's go down here and see what's convenient for down here. We can fix it up from down there. Yeah, because we got our copper ingots here. So what I could do is put a spot right here. We can put a splitter here. Can't tell if that's actually on or not. Cool, it is. And then with that, I can go to the floor above. Put another one of those up top here. I don't remember exactly where it was. Okay, so now I can go down there to logistics, conveyor 3, that port. That should line up there. Alright. And that brings copper in, so now I can go to production, constructor, and this will be for our copper sheet. Honestly, for right now, we'll just build one on there. Because I'm probably not going to need much of it for a while. And we can go to logic, splitter. And set you up to copper sheet. There we go. Oh yeah, it's over there. Okay. So now I need to get more steel because I ran out of steel for my belts. We're getting all of our copper scaled up and moved up top here, and then once we get that, I'll get the next good being produced, which will be like those AI core things on the right. And I'll be able to keep scaling that up. Which should be way more than good for our power for a while. And as you can see, the steel is producing really well. Something's not right with our power. It's going up and down. I'm gonna need to go check in the coal. Most likely, my calculations were off. Well, not my calculations, my observations were off with the coal. And we might be on a slight deficit on the coal or the water. If it's the water, I just slap down another water plant, plug it in, and we're good to go. It just costs me a little bit of power. If we're off by our coal, that'll be a little bit more work, depending on exactly where the problem is. We can deal with that in just a moment. Let's get this fixed real quick, and then I'll go check on our coal, like on our power problems. Okay, so that's the copper sheet being produced. And then next up over here, we'll need to go to production, assembler. An organizer. Hey, Chiz, how's it going? And we can plunk you down there. Oh, that's not how I want to connect that. There we go. And you need to be set to the automated wiring. Oh, wait, we still need the straters. That's right. I need to make the stratter first. So we need to change it from the automated wiring to the straters. And that's where I needed the wire. And the wire's being produced down below here. What does this game do? So this is Satisfactory. It is a factory automation game. So the idea is pretty straightforward. You build and expand a factory to produce stuff to, you know, advance what you're working on. Okay, yeah, we can make this work. And so you up tech and all that. There is an ending to the game now. There didn't used to be. I don't really know much about the ending because I haven't gotten it yet because they just released the game 2 days ago. But we'll get there. We do destroy nature. This is something that is true. We most definitely, absolutely demolish nature at every opportunity. It is a pretty normal thing in this style of game, is that nature does not fare well. Alright, we can grab another conveyor wall. Oh, I'm out of rods. Alright, let's go get some rods. After all, the trees are evil. Trees betray you in almost every imaginable game. I didn't need that wall there yet. Okay, so it looks like all my biomass burners are functioning. Like I said, I'm willing to bet my power failure. Well, not even failure, my power inconsistency and all that. Why don't you use straight mode? So the straight mode is great for making straight lines. The thing I've found is if I'm trying to make a long thing. So what straight mode does, it makes it straight and then it turns right at the end to like wherever you're at. I've just found I prefer going the other way. Like, I'm glad it exists. It doesn't hurt anything. Part of it is just I have played this game for a while in the past that I'm used to the other, like I'm used to working around the shortcomings of the default mode and just not worrying about it. Okay, so we can go here to logistics here, splitter. All right. And put those like that. And how do I want to move the steel over here? Like, moving it over here is not a problem. Just deciding the way I want to move it over here. Okay. So that's fine. So we've got that brought over. Honestly, for right now, I'm going to do what I've been doing. Later on, I might rerun it in a different way. So we just have it drop down to ground level. Do you not actually let me go that low? We'll see if I can get one of these to go that high. I don't think we will. I think I'll have to do like another thing where it's just another extension down. But we'll see. So I've got my input for the steel tubes. So now I need to go up here, which is where I'm producing our steel tubes, and drop them down. Like I said, I can imagine eventually making another floor level that's just for running the stuff between the buildings. But the steel tube should be from this side. And so this is where inputs and outputs are on this. You wouldn't happen to line up with the wall, would you? I could just shove a wall in here, it won't look weird. You do line up. And actually, you line up perfectly for me to use this. So what we can do... put a stacking pole there. Slap you up here, and right on down. Okay. So my hope is, because it's in the air, it doesn't... Ah, okay, we were able to break it up there. Because it does need our support. Hey, Elizabeth, how's it going? Alright, so we've now got our steel pipes going over here. I'll probably have to increase the capacity of those steel pipes soon enough. But yeah, we're probably going to need to put, like, a false floor or subfloor underneath here. So where we have all these, like, weird daisy chains and all that going on. That what I can do is put, like, a 1-2 tile high area underneath. That is just spider web of, you know, that pipe drops down, runs along the subfloor over to that area, gets over here, then pops back up kind of thing. We can worry about that when we get there. But we are working on it. So with that, I am noticing the copper ingots are not going through as fast as I need. That's most likely because we're not getting enough in. Yeah, so we don't have enough copper ingots going in. That's understandable. So with that, that should give us the straters, which is what we're producing here. That's good news. And I'm suddenly realizing I haven't left myself enough space to make another staircase. I can make this work. I can make this work. That's not the way I want to go. Okay, so I need to now use those straters to make the next thing in the equation. Let's see, might want to add an independent power pole from the ground to the top level for a quick accent. Like, you mean the aesthetic? Oh, quick ascent. Yeah, no, it's not a bad idea to use the zip line. I probably should do that in that middle area. Okay. Because, yeah, so what I could do here to make my life a little bit easier, because that's not a bad plan. Instead of taking it all the way up there, but to make it universally good for all of those, take it from this one. Alright. I do need to do a lot of stuff with the awesome shop. I made a comment earlier that I should make the wall conveyors and all that, but I haven't gone by the awesome shop and got that sorted out yet. Yeah, this is where we're getting our stratters. So I need to go up another floor to production, assembly building. And so you need to be the automated wiring. Right, and that's going to also require cable. So I'm going to have to make cable over here. This is what I get for putting this off for so long. That is the way this game does tend to work with a lot of these things. If you put off something that you've needed to do for a while, when you do have to do it, it ends up being a whole project because it's not just fixing one problem. It's fixing the compounding things you've caused. Let's see. Hey, is the specs in your page still current, or would there be something you would change if you were to just in the market for a gaming computer? I haven't looked at the current hardware. I do know when it comes to CPUs, Intel, like a lot of their processors have had a rough go of it lately. So it might be one of those things to take a closer look on the processor. What I would buy right this second, I have no idea. Because like I said, I built my computer and I haven't really had a need to change anything. So in the interim, I haven't. It's just not something I'm keeping a close eye on. You're facing the wrong way. Technically I have changed hard drives since I wrote up that thing, but it's just the, was it Samsung? I can't remember if it was Samsung or Sony hard drive. I think it was a Samsung. Regardless, the hard drive, it's the latest version, because I did have a hard drive failure, because the hard drive had bad firmware that bricked it. But everything else is that. And the new versions of hard drive don't have the bad firmware. And you can, if you have that hard drive you have listed where I mentioned it got bricked, you just need to get a firmware update, and it'll fix it. The problem is if you put it off, and the hard drive does run into the frozen state I mentioned, that's it. Like, you're just done. That's it. There's no recovering it. It's just over. Because it can't write the firmware because of the way it fails. So the way you'd fix it is to write the firmware, like to replace the firmware, but then you can't replace the firmware, and so you get kind of in an unrecoverable state. Okay, so we've already got wire coming up here, and I need wire going up on the other side too. But the stratter's on this side, so either way, I'm having a resource crisscrossing across here. So I think what we do is we tear that up. And we move this over here. And then we go here to logistics, splitters. There we go. And I need to run all this. Let's see, Starforge pre-built gaming rigs are pretty good since the company is owned by gamers. There's a number of decent prefab companies out there for computers. There's also some pretty not great ones, so just make sure you do your homework. I'm not speaking good or bad about Starforge, I genuinely don't know. But the big thing is just, those are ones to make sure you do your research, because we have had a number of prefab companies over the years who have ultimately, they looked really good on paper, and then when people got into them, they ended up being pretty awful. For a whole range of different reasons, between, like, getting bad parts, stuff like that, giving incorrect specs. Alright. And then we can put in our splitter here. And I'll probably have to expand a lot of this. I just don't know what parts of this are going to start struggling. So until I do... Oh, actually, so we'll put power pole there for that. Power pole here for bringing power into the area. Okay, so we've got our power run up this, and we'll probably eventually move to, like, having the power poles of the outside wall of the place and yada yada yada. We got the space, so we can drop that in there. Okay, so with that, that should give me cable. And we are going to run this back the other way. You reach all the way over here? Let's have it shimmy over much earlier. Okay. We can add a splitter for the cable here. Alright, now I just need to get the straters up here, and then we'll finally be making our automated wire. I had not anticipated this many layers of things I was going to have to deal with. So yeah, that's our straters in here. So let's scooch this about... Okay, so I need more steel. That's coming along nicely. Because then I can take the straters, move them up a floor, drop them back in, move it across the way. It'll join with all the other stuff. And getting it all going. The whole thing I'm taking is taking a while to set up, and I realize that. But it is the advantage of once I get this configured and set up. Like, because you can look, I built all of that stuff for copper right now. As I need copper wire and cable and this and that for other things, I could just port it on over. And you are starting to see some of the walls going up in the building. We will have more of that. I will want to replace those. Is something special about that coffee cup? Yeah, it's got coffee in it. I mean... is there something else you wanted it to do? Nah, but the coffee cup doesn't functionally do anything other than be a thing that you hold. It doesn't like give you a speed buff. It doesn't give you some like innate, like you don't heal when you sip from it. It's a meme. Okay. And once we get this all set up, because we've already got the complete Phase 2 products being made, other than we're still working on the, getting the stratters where they need to be. I actually changed my mind on that positioning. That's fine. Okay. And logistics, splitter. Alright, and we can drop our spare oh, I thought I had spare stratters on me. Alright, so we are officially making the automated wires now. Okay, so we are currently making all of the products I need to complete Phase 2. And so that's just running. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to grab some of the steel tubes, some of the encased steel, and some copper sheeps to finish the hypertube research. I need to investigate what was going on with our, what's going on right now with the, I'm blanking on words. That's fine. We can drop those off, grab a stack of 100. What's going on with our power? Because we noticed it was fluctuating up and down, which means either I'm not getting enough coal or I'm not getting enough water into the system. All of this can get shut down because this is my existing copper production. So what I'm going to go ahead and do now is... Where's our copper inline? Yeah, so that's our copper inline. So what we're going to go ahead and do is cannibalize this. I can actually leave that just the way it is. Take you. And we can add a merger over here. It doesn't really matter where. Alright. And that's now rerouting the ore from that onto the rest of it. We're going to leave the rest of this entire assembly just doing what it's doing for the time being. And then when it runs out of resources, we'll just tear it down little by little. Because it's already got a bunch of stuff just sitting here for me. Alright, so let's go turn this stuff in for the hypertubes. And I think I only have one more thing in Phase 2 that I can research at the hub. And like I said, I'm already producing stuff for the other parts of Phase 2 to get the space elevator going. So boom, boom, boom.
Milestone reached. By adding hypertube entrances at both ends of hypertubes, pioneers can achieve two-way travel between locations. They are also error% safer than jump pads. You dreamed of moving across factories like valued resources, such as rocks and water, and Fix-It listened to your dreams. We watched them. We took extensive notes. Hypertubes, because Fix-It makes pioneers' closely monitored dreams come true.
I appreciate when my closely monitored dreams come true. Closely monitored dreams coming true are my favorite dreams coming true. Nothing says you care like deeply looking into my dreams in an invasive manner to make sure I'm getting what I want. Fix-It's truly a company who cares. Okay, so I'm just getting stuff right. Alright, so let's pop over here real fast and see what's going on with our coal. Because what we ran into with our coal is we are watching, if we look at our power real fast, it was at 1,440, but you can notice our generation up here is spiking up and down a lot, and that tells me either we don't have sufficient water production to keep everything up, or we don't have sufficient coal production. And honestly, it honestly could be both. How goes the spaghetti? Spaghetti goes fine. I can also see the alternative doing a subfloor where the subfloor is for running the conveyors there. I could instead see running a subfloor that the subfloor is where I drive my vehicles. So it's effectively my own personal highway. And then we just have like the occasional column with lights around it to warn me, hey, there's a big column here. That would deal with all that. Alright. So I can tell from here, well no, it's not coal. Not obviously coal. Because that's still a backed up belt. So that tells me the coal's fine. Which means if it's not the coal that's the problem, it's the water. So my guess is if we look at these bladders here, that's still at 400. Ah, okay. So, yeah, so we are getting not enough water. I forgot the pipes have a limited throughput, and that's what's actually holding us up. Is the throughput of the pipe is insufficient. But that's an easy problem to solve. Oh, you know what? If I don't have that, it's fine. I don't need that many of the bladders. I just... Now, what we should see happen here is over the next some odd number of seconds or whatever, we should start seeing that power picking up as that water pump starts fixing the water pressure problems. So it should slowly climb the capacity. Yep, and we're right back up to 1440. And problem solved. Cool. So that's at least easy to troubleshoot. Oh, I didn't see what my total power consumption was. I should pay attention to that. About 900. So I've got about 500 megawatts of power capacity that's not being utilized. Meanwhile, this is getting low on power itself, so let's quickly pop in here and drop that in there. And just topping off the engine. Okay. So with that, that brings up our next objective. So we need to start making the nice, subtle, casual, not particularly large thing that you gotta worry about. High-yield explosives. And that means I need to start mining sulfur. So let's go over here. I'm gonna make myself a couple of hand drills, and we're gonna figure out where the nearest sulfur node and start bringing that home. Now, well, actually, I take that back. We're not gonna be bringing home. What I'm going to be doing is taking the sulfur nodes and finding some coal nodes, and we'll make it into gunpowder, and we'll bring the gunpowder home. And how am I doing on my resources? I've got plenty of pipes, steel, copper sheets. I've honestly got a bunch of stuff I probably don't need to be carrying on me, but that's fine. Alright, so I need, let's say, 4 drills. And we can drop the bits of creature in there. Alright. So where is our nearest sulfur? Okay. None of that makes me happy. Well, that's already close enough to where we've got some stuff to exploit. So I think we're going to go for this one. So I'm going to add a new marker, and I'm just going to plunk it there. I've also realized, I'm pretty sure we exploited that already. It's fine. I'll look at it later. Okay. So with that, we'll need to move along. Pretty soon I'll be able to build radar. Actually. Oh no, I have to unlock radar first. Pretty soon I'll be able to build radar, and radar is when things get fascinating, because what radar does is it takes like a big circle on the map, and it shows you everything in that area so far as like what ore node, so I don't have to keep pinging and all that all the time. I can just pull up my map. I just had to get to the point where we could build the radar towers. But if we get the sulfur hooked up, that might be even the next thing I start working on, is getting what I need to go that route, because that's going to be expanding our Caterium production stuff. Hey, Purple Slug. How you doing? Are you a Purple Slug? No, you're one of the other things. I can get up there. You want to see how I'm going to get up? Would you... Alright, hang on. I didn't want to do this, but I'm going to. I was gonna let you all live, but you're being real jerks about this. We're just gonna go ahead and pop over here. Oh. Hi. I've also noticed my character's not sitting in their seat. There we go. They were like sitting on top of it. Alright, so let's try this again without being so rudely interrupted again and again by that thing.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
Don't worry, I'll compose the scripture into a blood song. It'd be irresponsible for me not to do what it said. I'm 99% sure we've been up here before, and we've already done this. But let's double check it, and then let me remove the marker off the map if it has. Because I know I marked it, I know I've been up here. It was a matter of, at the time, did I have what I needed to open it? Is a goop supposed to be shaped like an S? Yeah. Of a type. Yeah, so I've already done this one. So you can go here to that marker and say, hey, this marker, get rid of it. Okay, and the mark we're going for is over there. So it's west by northwest. So that's limestone. That's copper. Okay. So let's grab the yellow slug. All right, so it's across the river over there. So let's see. Yeah, so it's basically follow the river. Oh, it's gonna be up the waterfall, isn't it? No, it might not be. All right, so yeah, let's follow the river. It's on the right. Okay, so note to self, if this goes in the water too deep, we fall out. Let's hug the edge. So it should be right over here on the right. Question is it down? Yeah, okay, it is down here. Bonk. And there's our salt. Oh, that's cursed. And there is our sulfur. So we can go to a drill mark 2. I did not bring the frames I need, so I gotta go all the way back. Alright, well now I know where it is to just cut through here and do all this. Alright, so it's literally just on the other side of our coal line going to our coal generators. But yeah, no, it wasn't goop. They make like these purple S's that whisper to your brain. Don't worry about it. Among other things. Clearly there's going to be a lot more to it, but we're gonna have to figure that out. I'm loving how we're getting this gradually building haze around our factory. It really just makes it feel like home. Okay, so I needed the modular frames that are up here. And also, let's take a quick inventory. How is our supplies working here? We are still in amazing shape when it comes to our biomass burners. Like, I could scale up our biomass burners even more, but I don't really have a need to. Okay. And let's grab some extra modular frames, because they can go ahead and unlock the fix-it blueprints while we're running around. Okay, so drop you, drop you, drop you, drop you, push the button.
Milestone reached. Blueprints reduce repetitive building tasks, further optimizing your progression towards saving Earth, with its beautiful ecosystems, abundant natural resources, and sunsets over frolicking puppies and kittens. The blueprint designer allows you to build and combine structures once and then duplicate that configuration effortlessly. Any complaints about the spatial restrictions will only reveal your own inefficiencies.
And we're decommissioning what was our existing copper production. Yeah, so I got a bunch of copper wire here, a bunch of that there. So right now these containers can just sit here and I'll cannibalize from them until we don't need them anymore. But that was our copper production before we got our new area up there for the copper. Okay. So let's take a peek and see how we're doing on our stuff for the space elevator, which is the versatile frameworks and the automated wiring. That's not where that is. That's over here. Yep, so I've got 140 roughly. It's not terrible, but not great. But it's a bit over 10% of the way. That'll probably be fine, in all honesty, because by the time I manage to get our sulfur set up, make it into gunpowder, have our gunpowder start making explosives, unlock the explosive thing, and doing all that, most likely we will be pretty far along getting that all sorted out. And you're already a fourth of the way done. Cool. Because I can't unlock more tech until we get that done. So, boom and boom. How am I doing on my steel? I've got plenty of steel on my person. Yeah. I'm a little shy on rotors, but I think we can work around that. Alright. Because I also have more stuff I can be producing for other things, too. Okay, so let's get over here real quick and start getting that sulfur set up. And then we have to figure out where I can locate coal near the sulfur that I'm not already exploiting so that I can use it to make the gunpowder. I think I overshot yet again. Oh, no, I didn't. For the first time, I didn't overshoot it. Where I'm looking for is right over here. Because these poison things, their days are numbered. Hi, Golden Slug. I apparently missed the last time. Okay, so we've got our sulfur right here. We can go production, Mark II drill, drop that there. We can go just over here to organization, industrial storage. Pop that there. Just plug it in, don't care. Start getting a wire run over here to where the rest of the stuff is. Be running that right around these poison things. Cool. And so with that, we are now producing sulfur. So let's get back over to the sulfur and see if I ping coal where I can find coal. Because if I can manage to get the coal and the sulfur together, we can start having them make gunpowder. And that's going to start unlocking explosives for us. That's not encouraging. wonder why that's marked that way. So the problem here is I'm using all of the coal down there already. I could try driving east more, maybe? Or west, sorry. And then ping again when they're a little... well... yeah, so that's not going to be a place you can really take the buggy. Hey... spider thing? Yeah, so we got a lot of enemies around here. So I'm debating what we're doing, because my choices are, one, is I've got my coal down by my power, and I could definitely shoot a line off of one of those. I can try and find far more remote coal and bring the coal all the way over to the sulfur, because I do know there's another sulfur node down there. And that might be the play. Let's hop out. Yeah, so there's sulfur nodes over there. So let's try going around this way and see if I can't get to that sulfur node. Yeah, so don't go that waterway. Yeah, it honestly looks like there's a good chance to reach all that. I'm not going to be able to take the buggy. Biomass generator? My biomass generators are fine. The issue is I need to be able to get coal to the, Alright. The answer is I gotta put the buggy away. Alright, so we're gonna have to go on foot. So the issue has nothing to do with power or anything like that. What I need is I need to be able to get coal and sulfur to the same place to make gunpowder. And I've got sulfur, but the coal that was near it I'm using for power. And I could take that line away from my power, but then my main power infrastructure gets harmed. So I'd much rather take coal from much farther away and deal with that. So I'm going to go ahead and park up my Explorer over here somewhere and just let the factory churn away for a little bit. Squeeze. And just let the factory churn. Alright, because... that's one. The other sulfur I want to say is in this area. Oh, it's way down there. Alright, so the other sulfur is here. So you can go ping that there and ping that there for the sulfur. The coal, on the other hand, if we pull it up, I've also got sulfur way down here. And it might just be that we can find the coal there. Yeah, so I've got coal that's literally between them, and I got a bunch of coal over here by this one. But these two are pure. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to rip up that sulfur thing I put down. Where's my Explorer? We're going to rip up the sulfur I put down that drill, and we're just going to go to the other area. That sulfur is pure, which is going to have a higher yield. There we go. But I think in this particular case, the yield isn't going to be my immediate priority. It's just getting it all hooked up. So where I've got on the other side a sulfur node with 3 coal nearby, I'll start setting that up, and eventually I'll probably have to ship one to the other. It's also possible there'll be more sulfur nodes in that area once they get down there. Or worst case is I split off one coal node to handle the sulfur node, and then the other 2 will go into feeding either steel or coal power or whatever down the road. Alright, so let's go over this way. We can go quickly pick up the, You know what? That can just stay there. We'll just build another one. That can just fill up a crate and be a reservoir for now. It's not that costly in power, it's not that costly in anything else, and in the interim it is getting me a bunch of sulfur, so down the road if I need a pile of sulfur, it's fine. I'm just gonna go ahead and... How many drills do I have on my person? I can't check while I'm driving. I need probably 4 drills. Let's grab 2 more drills, and let's drive all the way over to where the other sulfur node is, and get that set up. I also want to take a quick peek while we're here getting those drills, since I'll be standing right next to it, to check on the MAM and see what it will take to get the radio tower up and running, because the radio tower will reveal large areas of the map for me, so I don't have to sit here and, you know, drive around and babysit it all. So I need a couple more drills. Do I have... So I've got the pipes, I've got plates. Yeah, so we should be good. Let's do a quick inventory of stuff. Drop off the animal bits. It's apparently full, which is not part of the plan. So grab me those, drop those off. I can pop over here and chuck these into this. Okay. Eventually I'm going to need to add lights here as well. I can drop you off. I can drop off the grass. We will turn the... So it's quartz. Okay, so the radio tower is 50 heavy frames and 50 of the oscillator, whatever the craps they are. I have the 50 heavy frames. The oscillator things I do not have. I thought I had... Yes. No, I've got 44. I can make 6 more. Is that what required? Oh, and computers. I can't do anything about the computers. Okay, so I can't do the radio tower at all right now. The scannable hard drive I'll be able to do soon. I really do need to get those later stuff being produced, but we'll deal with that in a minute. So we can get the power shards going, because that'll just free up some inventory. And we can get the drills going over here. Is there anything else you need to make? Not really. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and do our ping for the sulfur again. Because it was over here in this area somewhere. And this area is fairly mountainous, but I should be able to go over there, get the Explorer down in this area. And then once we're down here, do that. The downside is going to be bringing... I'm hearing the... There we go. Alright, so... we have the sulfur right there. Okay, so with that, I need to go this way. Alright. What is that conveyor belt? What are you that is an unfinished conveyor belt just here? It looks like it's iron? Where were you going? Yeah, it is iron. I mean, those are all backed up, so I'm not going to worry about it. But apparently I have a random unfinished iron conveyor belt here connected to nothing. I think that was right before we hit our Tech 3 belts. We had that. Alright, so where am I looking at? Alright, so a little to the left, actually. Hey, Status, how's it going? Alright, so we're going to get over here. Like I said, it's going to be up in this rocky area that we have that sulfur. My hope is I'm going to be able to drive fairly close to it before I have to hop out. That is not fairly close to it. But we'll see. Thanks, man. Good job protecting it. Real A+ work on that one. Okay, so that's too far that way. Do a little of trying to drive across all this garbage. So it's more west or east. We're close. There's a tunnel down below. Alright, I'm guessing it's up top here. There we go. And we're gonna have to make a better way up and down here in a minute. Yep, and it's right there. Okay. So, that's going to be fun trying to get this back home. But, I go ahead and plunk you over here. And actually, we don't need to get that back home. So, this is where that is. Where's the coal relative to this? So I've got 2 coal over there. These are probably the coal we're going to take advantage of, because those coal are near the water. They're going to be better for doing power. But I got the 3 coal up here. So we're looking at going by northeast, so round this way. Hey, you stay out of this. You? Don't make me make you regret this. So let's try and turn that to be facing relatively that way so it's easier for me to keep track. So yeah, about there. Let's come back for the Explorer. Yeah, so come back for that. Yeah, you're gonna have to die. Because I'm going to have to go that way, and you're just going to attack me sooner or later. Okay. That's going to take a little bit of work. Alright. We'll start by putting a pole here, connecting that. Oh, would you stop having friends? Alright, and... should have marked the coal. Okay, so the coal's over there. Oh, so it's north by northwest. Why am I having such a problem with north and east today? Or, sorry, east and west today. Okay. So over this way... And there's the coal. Not too bad to get to. Then meanwhile, there's... I can just glide over there. Okay. So I've got the coal and the sulfur. They're actually pretty close to each other. The terrain just really sucks. So what I can probably do is I might even be able to skip the, I might even be able to skip the conveyor belts across the top of those as well. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Let's go ahead and get you all the way over here. Yes, that's way too far. Well, I've got another option how to deal with this. Okay. Because I don't feel like fighting this the whole way over. So we can go here. Just run along this area. Okay, and it just needs to go down there, and I'm assuming, yeah, so you're not always ones that goes up this way. So I'm just going to shove this platform a little bit over the edge there. And then we'll just have a drop down. Alright. It is not good looking, but it'll do the job. And so from now, I can grab the Tier 3 belt and just drop on down here. And now I've got sulfur basically in the area of the coal. I'm not going to bother hooking that up yet, because what I'm going to need to do from here is get one of these coal nodes hooked up. And then I need to make a place to make gunpowder. So I'm going to turn you this way. Oh, that one's in a better position. Alright. And I guess from here, we can go foundations. Let's grab you, probably this height. Scooch across here.
Thank you Stasis098 for subscribing for 4 months. This pop-up won't go away, but woot 1 month.
Thanks, Stasis, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you've been enjoying your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. I'm not sure why the pop-up wouldn't go away, but thank you so much for the support. It means a lot. Okay. So I've now got myself a nice little platform here. It said 1 month, so you're confused. Well, yeah, sorry, you've been subscribed to the channel for a total of 4 months so far. You've just subscribed for 1 month, like, at a time. So you subscribed for 1 month to a total of 4 months. Alright, so I believe I need an assembler here. And then I'll be able to set you to gunpowder. And it's sulfur and coal. And we'll do like we've been doing with all these so that we can expand if we need to. Which is I will put the towers there. And you can go on the bottom. And you can go on the top. And we can grab some splitters. And we've got that all sorted out there. And we can add a storage container. And we'll be officially making gunpowder in just a minute. Step one towards making things go boom. Alright, so from there, let's grab that pole. And plunk it down right here. And now I need to get power back to base, which is this way. And I'll have to come back from my explorer. But for the time being... Wait, I've got better things for doing this now. Get rid of that pole. Get rid of this pole. I've got the big poles now. That go a ridiculously long range. That way I don't have to tether the little tiny poles. Okay. So, here's the big pole. So what's the difference between the ones with and without? I don't have enough steel on me. Okay, that's fine. What we can do is we can go grab our truck. Or not our truck, our car. We can go grab our car real fast. And then drive back to base. We can grab a bunch of steel stacks so I can get my, grab a bunch of steel stacks so I can go ahead and get out of here pretty quick. And with our steel, I can run the pole without having a billion mini poles to deal with. Because we'll want to start getting in the habit of doing that now they've got it available. Alright, so there's a wall there I don't want to fight. Alright. And there's our space elevator. Which you can see from pretty much anywhere on the map. Okay. And our steel is right here. Okay, so that Explorer's been very useful for us, even if it is an absolute fuel hog. Alright, so I will have the steel I need will be in here, and I've got plenty of it. I will need to also pop up here. We are good on... Actually, let's grab, so I have a full stack of casings. What am I thinking? Oh, is the frames. We can grab the stack of frames. Sadly, that's only another roughly 50. But that's still progress. That's 1/20th the way there. And I am still working on setting up our explosives production. I do have a feeling I'm going to have the automated wiring is going to be doing extremely well on this production. Yeah, we've already got about half of them made. But that's fine. Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and get ourselves, like, a main electrical trunk, whatever you want to call it, between the two. Alright, so the way we're heading is that way. Let's honestly deliberately make the intention of starting this at our main building. The main power line trunk, whatever you want to call it. Just because. I'm not noticing a price difference on either of these, so I don't know why I would make one without a platform. Okay, so with this... I'm trying to tell how far I can go with it. Oh, you know what I bet? Wait. You have literally the same cost, and this one's just objectively better. I don't get why I don't use that one. Because this one has a platform I can stand on, and it has 4 connection points instead of 3 connection points. Oh no, they both have 3. Okay, never mind, that's fine. Alright. So I have no idea the distance these things can go. That's my confusion right now, is how do I know... Wait, why don't you have your... Ah, I understand now. I understand. It's got 2 separate sets of connections. It's got the ones that are like the lower ones for that, and it's got our big ones. Okay. And so these ones have extremely far range. Cool. And that's what I'm going for, is trying to get these giant poles I can go halfway across the map with. And start getting in the habit of setting them up. And Alright, well I need to deal with that in a second. I don't think that's a... Yeah, so you can reach that far. Alright, well, let's take a peek down here real quick. Because it looks like it might literally just be a slug. I wasn't sure if I was going to be looking at like a whole cave network or that, because sometimes you poke into those and it'll be like this whole giant cave system they have to fight through, like all the little stingers and all that. And in other times it's just like you saw there, where you just pop down there and go, ah, it's a slug. Configure? Okay. Alright, so where... I need to go straight east. I've been going way too far to the north. That's fine. Or way too far south. Okay. All right. So this will be good. We'll have that the whole way over here. And I don't mind that it took a minor detour. Having it take that minor detour just means later when I go to expand stuff, it'll probably be decently positioned for that. So that's too long of a wire. We can plunk it on up here. And then we can drop you down over here. Okay, so in theory, I think that's all hooked up. Okay, it just wasn't rendering. All right. So my hope is... Yep, there goes the coal. And then the sulfur should be coming across this way up here. And I just want to see that this is working, and then we got to figure out what the next step is for our black powder. That I think I literally just need to get the black powder, take it back to the MAM before I could do anything else worthwhile with it. Alright, we can make the hyper tube now as well. It's worth doing, it's just expensive. We'll definitely want to do that as well. I'm just waiting to make sure this is all working. Because that's got to come from farther away, so it's going to take a minute. But if I don't see it, there it goes. Okay, cool. So that's being fed in here. And that should start giving us black powder. And then we'll try ziplining back our giant power towers. And see how that goes. But first I'm going to let this spit out a little bit of black powder so that I can go and do the research. Alright, and just checking. Okay, nothing I need to urgently deal with. Cool, cool. I do hope people have been enjoying this. I know I have. And I want to say, the last time we played this, it was, we had gotten in, like, a decent ways into Phase 3 is when things started dropping off. Because I remember we got our oil production started, and that was working, and I think I had just started getting nuclear online when, you know, you start having that drop off because the factory kept growing and getting more complicated, and people... You know, people who had missed stuff were falling behind and couldn't tell what was going on and all that. Oh. It'll be a pretty nice thing that pretty soon I should be able to start saving up for, Sorry, pretty soon I should be able to start saving up for getting the hard drive scanner as well. We're producing all the stuff. The next things I need to automate, so where we're at now, I've got this online, so it's going to be unlock more of the explosive tech, and then I need to be automating, we can make the motors now, and I think there's one other material that we were able to make, that I'm not producing yet. Okay, so we got 50, I think that's how much I want to worry about trying to get now. And those, it's not exactly what I had in mind. And with those, I should be able to start doing some fun stuff. Are these gonna automatically pop over? Automatically pop over. Yes! Unlike the little pulls, I can literally just let it right-click and just ride. That is really nice. So it does mean as long as it's a one-to-one, I should be able to just ride along. I don't know how to handle... Well, that's not what's supposed to happen in my mind. I think it's just too steep of an angle. So it's not without its shortcomings. Let's see, if you let go of shift, you can take those tight corners. I'm not, like, literally my hands are off the keyboard. Like, that's what I'm saying. Literally, my hands are off the keyboard. I wasn't holding shift or doing anything on that. You just have to right-click. I did observe that your zipline has two modes. So there's the left-click, which I have to click to hold it to make it work. And then there's right-click, where it just, again, hands are off, it stays active. So it'll re-grab the moment it gets in range. So that's pretty cool. Alright, so we've got that up and running. Let's go to the MAM and see what we can start doing now that we've got the sulfur production and the black powder being made. Because I should start being able to go up here and doing stuff with the sulfur. So with the black powder... Okay, so with black powder, I can get the detonators if I throw in 100 pipes and a bunch of cable. That I should be more than able to do. That needs oil, that needs more black powder. So that's not that big a deal to get sorted out. Get more of our power shards. Okay, so let's pop over here real fast. Because I need to... I'm not going to make that. Maybe I will. Okay. I'll need a stack of the pipes. Grab a stack of those while we're here. Grab some more versatile frames. The encased is fine. I don't need more of those right now. And I need to get more cable. And then with the more cable, we can do the research on the black powder to make our explosives. And once I have that, I believe I have to get, unfortunately, the black powder all the way over to my steel production to do that, or vice versa. Which you can probably see what the big problem is with that, considering on their literal opposite ends of everything. That's the copper sheet. Okay. So it looks like my actual issue I've got to deal with right now is I need to expand production here. So we've got the ingots coming in here, that's fine. So it looks like our copper wire is our holdup right now. And I believe we're producing that over here, so I need to expand that. We've got plenty of ingots, so literally I think all we got to do is just pop over here and shim out like maybe 2 more... Oh, I'm out of concrete. Maybe shim out 2 more constructors worth of copper wire and let that start fueling through. I'll definitely need to expand the copper a lot. I remember that being a very end-game thing, too. Like, the early to mid-game, you need just over a non-zero amount of copper, and then suddenly you get towards the end game, and you cannot find nearly enough copper to support what you want and need. Alright. I'm thinking more and more over time, making this height just the ground floor, and just having all these factories built on it, and just pretending there's no desert underneath us. Just completely hide the planet below us. It doesn't exist, it can't hurt us. I'm waiting a lot to, like, fill stuff in until we get the windowed walls. Oh, wait, that's right, I'm down here. I need to be over here. No, I don't. That's a lie. I need to be over here. Because nothing says, you know, you love nature, like making sure you bury it where no one can ever see. We're gonna Coruscant it. We're gonna Star Wars Coruscant it. We're gonna take the entire planet and we're just gonna bury it in city. Where do you get the coffee cup? You get it from what's known as the Awesome Shop. If you look, it's later tech, it's the Awesome Sink and the Awesome Shop. Basically, you put anything you don't need into the Awesome Sink, it gives you tickets, and then you use those tickets in the Awesome Shop to buy things, and it's in there. Alright, so let's go here to our logistics, splitter. No problem. There's a lot of really good stuff in the Awesome Shop, by the way. Like, some of the stuff I'll use later is you can get conveyor belts that you can mount onto the wall. as opposed to needing to put them on the floor, and that can help you clean up a lot of stuff, because then you can put like a little wall in the middle of a room and then just put like 2-3 layers of conveyor belts on that wall, and it can be really helpful to just cleaning up the floor, giving you more maneuverability. That's pretty awesome. I see what you did there. I'm gonna need to see you after class. I think we need to talk about it. Alright, so we've doubled our production of that. Let's see, is there a resource that gives you the best return at the Awesome Sink? Generally speaking, the more complicated the thing you are making, the more tickets it's worth. So what is the best is probably going to be what do you have the most surplus in your area. So if you're sitting in an area and you've got like 6 or 7 really good copper nodes nearby and not as much iron or whatever, you're probably going to make whatever the best thing you can make out of copper will be a good use. It won't give you as many tickets per unit, but you'll have a surplus of it so you can just burn it. Anything will give you tickets because it's a point system where like the cheapest junk is worth 1 point, and then like really valuable stuff might be worth, you know, several hundred to several thousand points. Generally the way I've used it in the past, and I haven't started doing it in this run at all, is as the run goes on and I find I've got something backing up that I just really don't need anymore, I'll just shove it into the awesome shop. Let's see, your doggo brought you like 30 turbo movers before you had automated. 80 tickets. Nice. Okay, so that should get our copper wire going at a much better pace. And so my hope is now that'll be exceeding my consumption, because I'm consuming some of it over here to make the stratters. Yep, so the stratters should be running at 100% now, so that's good news. And then this should be making cable. Ah, I understand. Right. We are using the cable. I was staring at the box going, I'm watching the cable go in. Why do I not have more cable? Right. The reason I don't have more cable is because I have the conveyor on the second height. Because I was staring here, and where the angle I had, it didn't look like there was a conveyor belt coming out of the box. And I was just losing my mind going, but there's no output, there is an input. If I'm putting in more than 0, I should have something there. I understand. Okay, are you running at capacity? No. Alright, so I need more wire. Oh, and also, I forgot as we're sitting here worrying about cable, I got 3 abandoned boxes down here, and one of them is cable. It'll be you. Okay. So I could run over here and deal with this. I don't know what I'm seeing through that wall there, but that's certainly a thing. Why can I see that one strand of... It's alright, sure. So sulfur. Boomy.
Detonator and Basic Nobelisk unlocked. Most obstacles can be cleared with the Basic Nobelisk. It is most effective against organic material and is able to destroy small boulders and porous rock. Deployed Nobelisks will stick to the first solid surface they touch and queue on the Universal Detonator. If you do not recall the order in which you deployed the Nobelisks, remember Fixit does not take responsibility for any harm caused due to human error, even if those errors are genetic.
Excellent. So we now got our explosives. Alright, so back over here. So I need to expand. Ooh, I'm noticing a problem here. You see that? Those are my copper lines. Those lines are not at saturation. Do I already have those upgraded? That means my copper ingots... Okay, so you're already sorted. You can do it this way. Show me what it is. Tell me it's a Mark II. It is a Mark I. Okay. Tell me it's a Mark II. It is a Mark II. Okay, so we still increased our output. But yeah, so our copper is getting to the point where pretty soon I'm going to need to get another copper line fed on here. Because as you can see, if the ore isn't backing up, that means every single bit of it going in there is being used. And if every single bit of it going in there is being used, it means I am at a deficit. And that's become a bottleneck. Which I should have tons of copper nearby. I just haven't been exploiting it because I haven't needed it. But that's about to change. Alright, so meanwhile, we are getting the ingots backed up on this side. We're not making enough wire. Making sure... Okay, so it does look like with the wire, we are getting that all sorted out. Remember your giant stockpile of copper? Yes. That's what we just stole from as I, yoinked a bunch of copper, or a bunch of the wire. I remember needing a completely unreasonable amount of, copper by the time this was over. It's one of the reasons with a lot of these things that no matter how much you build, it's never too much. Because as you go through the game, you'll just keep needing more, and you'll keep needing more, and you'll keep needing more. So, all building a whole bunch of excess is just basically giving you a bit more time till you have to worry about it. You already producing? Cool, cool, cool. So I can plug you in, and you in. You are probably... Yeah, so you're due for a new pole to be put here. Okay, so that should be hitting about the point of saturation of the belt. So if I need more from there, then we're probably talking a second whole belt. Oh no, maybe not quite saturation of the belt. Probably could handle 2 more on there and then we'll saturate the belt. After which there, we actually have a whole second port on these, and this is why these become so valuable later. That what I can do later is when I go and build the next row, I just bring the conveyor right over the top of all these into that port, and then that can go out wherever I need it. So my hope is now when we look at this, we'll start to see these machines backing up. Yeah, so this is about to fill up with copper wire. So the stratter should hit capacity, and then that should backfill that line. So we are making more than enough for that. And then this is the other one I'm concerned about, is the cable. Because it wasn't getting enough. So now it's running at 100% capacity. The downside is I'm willing to bet this is eating up that cable faster than it can get it. Yeah, so it's still running slow. So I need to expand my cable production. Go here, logistics, splitter. and a merger. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so there's a lot of this in these automation games, whether it's Factorio or Satisfactory. Like, it doesn't matter which one you're playing. All of them, you'll run into the same thing, where as you get to the mid-game, you'll find that the things you were producing before, you just need more and more and more and more of, and you'll just keep you'll keep going in here and just adding more and more to that pile. Alright, so we've got those stacked. Let's sort out our inventory to clean that up a little bit. Okay, so the hope is... Ah, I put the wrong thing down. Alright. Yeah, so I put down the wrong thing. I put down a splitter instead of a merger. And then because of that, the whole thing just jammed up. Okay, so with that, that's what I want to see. Alright, so the hope with that is that should be enough cable now that it will outpace this thing's production. And if we start outpacing this thing's production, then we should be fortunate enough that I will be able to, you know, get some spare cable to work with other things. That's the hope. That's what needs to happen. If that doesn't end up happening, then I need to run back and get that. Okay, yeah, we're good. Because we've almost got enough for 3 cycles in the time it took to run 1. Alright, so over time, the cable will start backing up into its storage, and that'll be good news there. In the meantime, I can steal from the box that you got down below. Do I have things in the ditch? Not really. Yeah, no, I got a couple things. Let's pop over here. Let's ditch the animal bits and go from there. Okay, was there anything else I need from this? That's going to require black powder. By the time we get over to the art place, we'll have it. This requires oil. That requires me to make a ridiculous amount of rotors. And that's for experimental power generation. I don't remember what that is. I probably have 100 rotors laying around. I might even have the sulfur laying around now I think about it. No, I don't. I mean, I can get the sulfuries. I can go over to the art building and just take a stack and I'll do it. Oh, we're actually using those, so they don't need to be in this box anymore. I can drop you off. And everything else could just sit in here for right now. Honestly, you know what, actually? These Straters, I'm just not going to worry about them. They're gone. Okay. So, the next thing on my list of things I would want to get going is we definitely want to automate making the Nobelisks. The problem is that requires black powder and the steel pipes. And the big issue I'm going to run with that is, if we look at the map, my steel pipes are about here, where the Explorer is, and my Nobelist, or my gunpowder production is down here. So, that is not the greatest. Select icon. And we'll say... oh, that's that. We have stamps as well? Yeah, no, we'll do this. We'll do the factory icon, select icon. And we will say... gun, powder, production. Okay, apply. And then I can go to the other one and say, get rid of that stamp. Get rid of that stamp. Is it time to make a train line? I don't have that tech. What are you talking about? I can remove that marker. And it's somewhere up here is my coal. Yeah, trains are later tech. I don't have that yet. I want train lines, but we don't have that available. The best I could do now is a truck that we fill up, and then it does a really bad job, and it gets stuck, and then I get angry at it and I delete it. That's the best I can offer for your trains at the moment. You never seen this game before 3 days ago? Yeah, no, they actually do have trains. And they're good from my understanding. I haven't done much with them myself. They're good. I understand it's kind of like using trains in Factorio, where the first time you go to set them up, be ready for a frustrating experience. And it's not that there's anything wrong with them, it's just train automation is complicated. There's only so much you can do to make it not complicated. So it's learning that automation, but then once you get the ropes of it, you'll be good. Again, I haven't done that yet. But the idea is I would have the train in one spot where it would get all loaded up and go to the next spot and drop off. Alright, let's see. So I need the versatile frames. There's more of those. We can grab the automated wiring. And I think I'm going to need the automated wiring and the versatile frames again in the next phase. I don't know about the smart plates. So I am going to let those continue to produce even after I've finished the goal. Just because I have a feeling they're coming back. Which is also, honestly, I'm right about to finish the automated wiring. Yeah, so I need 11 more automated wiring, and we're about a fourth of the way through the versatile frames. Let's see what it would take for us to expand the versatile frames. Because it does look like that's going to be our bottleneck for progression going on. That I won't be able to get any fancy new tech unless that's sorted. So I'd like to find where the pain point there is. Okay. So the versatile frames are over here. What is your bottleneck? You are only running at 30% capacity because of steel beams. So your limiter is steel beam production is inadequate. Okay. Do we have enough ingots coming in to keep steel beams going? No. Okay. So our limiter right now is our actual steel production. So let's go ahead and run down here, grab our truck, zip on over to the steel production, and get that going. Because it would appear, yeah, our steel belt is not at capacity, so we can increase the yield. Let's see if something like our iron or our coal is insufficient to keep it running. If so, we'll expand on that. If not, then we build more refineries. We just got to figure out what our bottleneck is and fix that. Because it looks like that's what's keeping our the frames from being built faster. Alright. Yes, this is where steel production is. And I've come to realize I don't really have a whole lot of space that I can expand this easily. That's not true. What I could always do is just literally put another row of refineries on top. Alright, so let's take a peek here at our belts. Both the coal and the... Yeah, so it looks like both our iron and coal are fine, so it looks like I just need more refineries. I might be able to squeeze in one more refinery on this floor before we have a problem. I am thinking, though, what I might do is we might go up a floor. I think I'm going to need to do that. So what I'm going to do here real fast, we're going to go foundations, grab you, scooch this way to give me a little bit more walking room, grab a ramp. And let's see if the refine... I remember there being some building that I had to go 4 floors up instead of 3. Alright. Hey, Rual, how's it going? Alright, so with that, I conveniently have these two popping out right here at the end of their line. Oh, you need to be one more. So I conveniently have these popping out right here. So you can go over here, say, walls. Can I get that to where I want it, though? I might be able to go one more foundation down to get that to do what I want it to do. So what I could do here now is go... walls, conveyor belts, do this. And so you are going to go here and just plug right in. You're going to shimmy down there and plug in. Hey, mind it. Over here judging my construction. I see you. Alright. And we can go to the walls. Conveyors up there. And then we can go to logistics, conveyor 3. Yeah, because then we can drop that down too. Cool. I wonder if I can, in place, upgrade that to larger container? No. I'll probably need to, but we'll worry about that in a minute. Because I'll need to increase its throughput into that container. Alright, so for this, we're going to do the same kind of thing we've been doing with all of these. We're going to put the stacking thing here. And it's going to run all the way over this edge. Same deal. I've got you there. And you here. And now I can go production, foundry. And let's start by adding one. I'm very tempted to just like slap down 4 or 5 of them, knowing it fully cannot handle it. And I already know I'm gonna be upset by that in a matter of minutes because it's not gonna work. And it'll throw off the balance of everything. Okay, so we will need to put a power pole in front of this. I'll put another one over here. I'll put another one right there. Connect you, and we can drop down here. Cool. Alright, so now the big question of how I get these where we need to go, and I think it'll be easy because with that right there, I might need to move this later as I expand, but for right now, I can just take this and run that up here. And go logistics, tier 3. And then we can have it go right on through this way, and I'll have room to plunk down like 3 or 4 more of those. I hate it. It's something I'll want to fix later, but I'm not dealing with right now. That's a good kind of stuff to fix when you're just like, I just have to wait. And if you're wondering why that's a problem, when I built this, we didn't have those conveyor walls, and so I just placed that that merger where the merger needed to be placed more in line with where the gap in the wall is. And so to fix it, what I've got to do is all these mergers the whole way down I need to shift over, and it's genuinely not worth me taking the time to fix all that. Okay, so we've officially hit the point where it's starting to have problems pushing all the stuff through. So I'm going to quickly remove this and that segment, which I'm going to kind of regret, but that's fine. Organization, industrial. We can plunk you down here. Plug that in here real fast. And I'm going to go over here and say walls. Okay, so now we've got all that going through here. Drop those in. Yeah, so now you can see that that belt is hitting saturation, which is a problem. We have a workaround for this. So I can kind of fix this. So let's get rid of that for a minute. Because what I'm going to do is to make myself not hate everything this is becoming, is I'm going to plunk a regular wall in here. And then up here, I'm going to put the conveyor wall. And then up there, I need a conveyor wall. And we can go to logistics, do this. God, I'll have to deal with that from the other side. Okay. So, you are going to go from there to here, which will give that a direction. And then we can take you from there to here. And that'll fix that. And I just got to connect the things up there. The build system... Oh, yeah. No, you can do so much of the build system in this game. And fixed. We can drop all of that into storage. Okay, so we can now see that we are putting way more ingots in that are coming in. Well, actually, no, we're about balanced. All right. They should use a map editor as Apex Legends. I don't know anything about Apex Legends map editor. All right. So it does appear that the belts are still just barely kind of staggering. So we're almost at the point that we are exceeding the production of those. Which means my definite answer here is to completely... Oh, I need to get more rotors. I'd say my answer here is to completely ignore that fact, add another refinery to overwhelm it, and then I'll have to go seek out more coal or iron, or whichever one's the one that gives up. And by doing that, we'll be able to get even more steel ingots going over this way. I mean, really, it'll just fill up that container faster, and I'll need to run a separate second conveyor between the two, dragging those. Which is starting to get to the point of going, okay, but for doing that, what's the way I want to approach it to make it not horrible? Okay, what was I out of? What was I out of? Got steel tube, steel girders, copper plates, wire, rotors. Thank you. All right. That happens a lot, that I'll go and I'll be thinking about something else. It's like, wait, I went to go get something. What was it? Does the game graphics style seem similar to Apex Legends? Load your base into their map, make it their game manager. Here's a fun fact: this game way predates Apex Legends. Like, this thing's been in early access for a very long time. I don't mean that as a bad thing. It's just, actually, I thought, wasn't there something I needed? Rotors? That's fine. Let's check the man for any other unlocks that we could be working on. Oh, I remember. So we've got that set up. Let's take a quick peek at our assembler. What would it take us to make some of the other things we're missing? So I've got a bunch of these. The AI limiter. So, oh, that is not convenient. That is real bad, actually. Because the copper sheets and that are on opposite sides. That's not that hard to work around, but it's just like, oh, that's not my favorite. We got the black bar. So motors, that's rotors and strators, which are also in separate locations. All right, so I think... So do I probably move the rotors over to the steel area for that one. Well, the strators are over here, aren't they? Because that's right, the strators are in that spot. Time to make a storage hub? Oh, you mean like one common place I move everything? I probably won't end up doing that. I've done that in other games, like Factorio. I probably won't worry about that. I mean, Factorio, you just use the robots to resupply you. Are you harvesting silicon from the sand? No, that's not a thing in this game. Almost all your resources, if you look how there's like a little chunk of rock underneath that, you use a drill to extract it. There are other resources that aren't mined, like you've got water and all that, but almost all of them boil down to you've got a building to pull stuff up. But no, so that's like a copper node. It's kind of got a green color because that's what happens to copper when it oxidizes. That's iron over there. Right, oh, and there's limestone down there, and I think those are the only three things I've got nearby. Way down that cable you see on the distance, that's where my coal comes from. Down where you see those poles way out there in the distance, that's where I've got gunpowder being made. I've got a coal power plant down where you see that glow in the distance. That's a conveyor belt feeding coal into the coal power plants. A lot of stuff running in a lot of places. Alright, so my choices are I can bring the strators here or the rotors there. I think since the strators are in the copper tower, I think I kind of want to bring them this way and make this taller. Which is going to be building a lot more on here, but that's fine. Because my brain was like, it's steel. It's not. Actually, let's see. So the rotors are where? Rotors are produced. Okay, so rotors are crossing through the middle to that side anyways. So it really doesn't matter which way I go with it. Okay. One block too far. Alright, I think this side. Let's see. Do you need to worry about structural integrity of buildings, load bearings? Nope. It's not that kind of a game. And I'm glad it isn't. I think it'd be a little obnoxious to have to worry about that versus like being able to build ridiculous nonsense. That's part of one of the things that people get really excited about this game is people have built some pretty absurd shenanigans in this game. There's some very famous there's some very famous content for this. I was going to say famous creators, but I think it's fair to, well, I mean, Let's Game It Out's pretty well known. Like, there's people like Let's Game It Out who built, like, a giant, like, ridiculous vortex of conveyor belts that moved radioactive materials around. Did it make sense to do it? No. Which is why it's so fun. Because it doesn't make literally any sense to do. The weave. Yep. And there's others. There's lots of people who have done some ridiculous stuff in this. What? Oh, what? Okay, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay. Assembler. Must have bumped the scroll wheel. Alright, so now is where I need to make the motors. This is going to suck, because realistically it means scaling up my rotor and my stratter production, both of which are not cheap to start with. And that's just what it's going to be. I'm not going to worry about wiring up the rest of that yet. What I need to do first of all, we can get the rotors... Where? Down a floor? I guess the rotors are down a full extra floor, aren't they? Yeah, so the rotors are here. And the good news is that's already backing up. I do have space to potentially run this up and down. This isn't going to line up with the wall, is it? Not even... Well, actually... Yeah, not even close. What I can do is I'm going to go ahead and put a regular wall here. And then a conveyor wall there. Yeah, now I see the shout for Let's Game It Out. I don't have a problem with that. It makes sense. We were talking about their content. They primarily make stuff on YouTube. They do stream on Twitch from time to time, but the vast majority of their stuff is made... I'm trying to think of how to make this work. The vast majority of their content is made for YouTube. I'll figure out how to do that in a second. Because what I probably just need to do is I need to get up here and get those ports put on this part. Get a conveyor run there from where those ports are. And then I'll be able to put the stuff to line up there. I don't know which of these tiles it was. Which is a problem. Because what I can do is have that go up, put a splitter there, feed it up that way, and that'll work. So in the interim, we could go ahead and grab you and you. And even though this won't match, I could use it to line it up. Alright. Okay. So it's the far right one on that set. So what I can do now is I can go here. Let's give it a little extra space in case I have to use that spot there to bring in the stratters. Okay, change of plan. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put this there. And another one, so you're about here. There. Because we have like a weird wiggle. If I do it this way... I can bring it through this spot and it won't clip. And that'll be fine. So in the meantime, I want another one here. And over there. And plug that across. Plug you across. We can add a splitter up here. And we can add a splitter down here. Okay. So that's all set up there. We don't know yet where I'm going to be bringing in the next thing from, but now I could go down here and we can start doing some stuff with this. So I can go down here, drop down 2 floors to where we're doing our rotors. Pop that in there. And my hope is I will be able to just put the splitter right... That's not exactly what I had in mind. I know what I can do to make this work. All right, we're gonna be using some tactics you use in a lot of other games to make things work, which is when you can't get stuff to behave the way you want it to. I can line that up like that, and now I take you and I put that across there, and I delete this because now I don't need it. We're using some City Skylines tech here, where if you can't get the roads to play nice, you just start combining stuff and making it work. Okay, so I put that there. Now I can delete that part. And now I'm going to get a bunch of rotors in my inventory. So you're going to shuffle. Why are you not connecting to this point? All right, let's try this again. Splitter. Why are you an in? You shouldn't be an in. Okay, I see what I did. I connected to the wall port, not the thing. So that should work. Now I can put the splitter on there. It'd be just enough that's not whining about the wall. Now I can grab it and shove that there. And I can grab this and shove it there. That's all reconnected. This can go away, and this can go away, and that can go away. Alright, so now I've got the rotor should be going up to our second floor. Goodness, that was a fight. They are not. Okay. Oh, that is cursed. I see what's happened. Are you still going the wrong... I see why it's doing what it's doing. I understand now. I understand. So the good news is I should be able to put the splitter on here now. Alright, where's your input? There's the input in the proper direction. There we go. Now it should be happy. Excellent. Alright, so with that, I have picked up a bunch of rotors. Let's drop those in there. Grab one stack out. Okay. So now that's where it needs to be, so our rotors are going through. So with that, the new problem I run into is I need to be able to get, our stratters all the way from over there, over here. And my plan, I don't know why I'm having that ghosting there. And my plan for that is to try and see where I've got a place where I could run one of these straight up the wall. Is that third line clear? Is this line actually clear? You're not actually clear, are you? That'd be too convenient. I'm not sure. I don't think it is. No. You've got those 3 there. So I've got places I could put it here. Alright, so put a wall here, do this. Alright, so this is going to get to be a weird little zigzaggy thing going on here. Because I can't go the whole way down. Alright, there's your limit. Alright. And that's my Stratter input line. Okay. Now to go to the Stratter side and get that down here. I do look forward to just putting a bunch of flooring up here and pretending none of this exists. Because I think that'll be wild. Because people be like, your base looks so clean and organized. And I'd be like, yeah, it is. Don't look in the closet. Don't ever look in the closet. We're doing like the wire management strategy where everything you see looks clean and then you like open the cabinet and it's just shuffled knots everywhere to accommodate it. Okay, so there's the Stratters coming out there. And the good news is I don't really need to use a splitter now. So do I have this lane free to go down? I do. So with that, what I think I'm going to do is just grab a connection from there and just smack it in right here. Nice and easy. And then grab you. And pop on down here. And run it on over. Started saying, why did the rooster go to KFC? He wanted to see a chicken strip. I don't think KFC does chicken strips. That sounds like they're a great big I hate it. I hate it. Don't look straight at chat. I know it doesn't matter that these clips, but you know, low-key, I do want it to not be that way. That's fine. You don't think KFC does chicken? You say that with both my wife and daughter working for KFC? I mean, they do chicken. It's not like the weirdness that you run into with, like, McDonald's chicken nuggets, where it's like, is it chicken? It's like, well, it's not really, it's an original configuration, but it is technically chicken. You know, we just blasted it all off the bones into a slurry, and then put it, you know, and then, you know, made it shaped like a glove. And the actual nightmare fuel that ends up being. You know what, I stopped caring. I'm just gonna let it happen. Like, it genuinely, when they're making it, looks like soft serve strawberry ice cream. But it's chicken slurry. Okay, so with all of that, I should be producing the motors, which is why I went through all of that pain. And get a organization, do this thing, lock that in. There. And plug you in. And you don't have power yet. We can fix that by just going like that. Alright. You've got in trouble for saying chicken nuggets are overrated? I mean, they are, though. Like, not memeing, they are, though. Very, very genuinely these days as an adult, like, going to McDonald's does not hit the same. That's not what I wanted to do. Does not hit the same at all. Like, I remember loving strawberry milkshakes when I was a kid, and I can't remember where we were, because, like, me and Toom don't do hardly any fast food, just in general. And I don't remember what happened, but we were in, like, the middle of nowhere, and our choices was basically McDonald's. And so I was like, you know what? I remember getting, like, chicken nuggets and getting, like, strawberry milkshake. I'll go get that. And I actually couldn't finish the strawberry milkshake. Because, oh my god, have they discovered some new concentration of sugar they can put in that thing? Because, dear lord, I couldn't finish. It was so sweet. It was like drinking pure syrup. And I was just like, how did I like this as a kid? Oh, there's been a Mercer sphere right there this whole time. Oh, I see you, friends. I don't need it that bad. It's not useful to me. Yeah, well, and also right now, like, it used to be kind of the thing that fast food was quick and cheap. And that's just not true anymore. Like, the price it takes to go to, like, Burger King or McDonald's to get a burger, I can go down to, like, not like a nice sit-down restaurant, but, like, a place where you could sit down and get a decent burger. So you're not gonna go and, like, sit down and go to, like, a properly nice place. But you can go to a decent, like, hey, like, what is it? Fast casual. You can go to those kind of places, pay the exact same price, only the burger is, like, 5-10 times better. Our taste buds change as we get older? This is true. This is true. It is one of those things that, like, there's a reason why, you know, people complain that kids are picky, because your kid, you know, they don't like anything that's well-seasoned, they don't like curry, they don't like a lot of Chinese food, they don't like all that. And it's like, well, yeah, for kids, those seasonings hit, like, 10 times harder. So just imagine, you know, you're getting your curry, and the person just inverted the entire curry seasoning directly onto it, and then said, eat that. You, too, are gonna be like, this isn't edible, I can't, no. Alright, so the automated wiring, I have all I need, to do this. Ooh, is it the automated wiring I'm using the Strators for? Let's double check that, because if it is, then I do actually want to pause that, because then I can divert the Strators to the motors. Because this is done now, and we are just waiting on the versatile framing, which is the thing I said we need to expand, and that's what we've been working on. As a kid, you like sweet things more. As an adult, you crave them less generally. Yeah, no, as an adult, you tend to be more into savory and spicy and all that, to a degree. Like, I find people going hardcore on the spices tends to be more of a teenager, young adult thing. But yeah. You pretty much only get Macca's when you're traveling now. For all the drive-through fast food, Macca's cheeseburger is easiest to hold while driving, in your experience. I miss Pita Pit being a thing that was around here more. Because to me, that was the beauty of Pita Pit. Is you could get your pita, it would be all wrapped up, and it was a really easy-to-eat thing while traveling, while actually getting something that, you know, didn't taste like someone fished it out of the bottom of the grease fryer. Because that's the way a lot of fast food burgers are to me. It's like, oh my god, did you put this in with your fries in the grease? Why is it dripping? You were really into super spicy team. No, not so much. Yeah, it's the same way. Like, I used to eat, like, brutally spicy things as a teenager. I still like spicy. I still go pretty hard in the spicy, but I would, like, young me would be eating like the Carolina Reaper and Ghost Pepper and all those kind of things that they were available at the time. Older me is like, nah, habanero's solid. I love me some habanero. I don't need to go harder. Okay, so unfortunately, it still looks like I need more steel ingots. But food just saves when you're stuffed up. You don't eat too often besides. Yeah, no, I definitely believe when it comes to my food preferences, I will trend towards spicy food over anything else. Otherwise, I'll do savory as my next. It's very rare I go for sweets. It's not that I don't like sweets or anything, but definitely when it comes to the sweet versus not sweet, it's pretty rare. I'm like, yo, let's go get some sugary goodness. And usually what I do, it's almost exclusively like a dessert once in a long while. Because I used to use spicy, now you like flavor, which is the right amount of spice that can sometimes enhance. Yeah, well that was, my comment later on was spice is the consequence of good flavor, but you can have spice without good flavor. Which is not entirely fair or accurate, but you know, I like spicy food. Hungry Jack's is probably the best Australia. That's Burger King for those. I was gonna say, it's like I have no idea who that is. Yeah, I couldn't compare like Burger King or Wendy's or those. I ate them when I was a teenager. Like back then, as you know, as a freaking broke teenager. If I could do something to save myself a couple of bucks, you better believe I did it. But now that they're not the cheap option, like I don't have a reason to get it. And for the record, I'm not bashing it and being like, haha, you like the fast food. No, nothing like that. It's just for me personally, it was a thing even as a teenager, I wasn't really into fast food burgers. I did like Taco Bell, probably to an unreasonable amount. But burgers was never really my thing. At fast food ones, I really like there was a, where I grew up, there was an Irish pub that had, like, the really thick burger that, you know, it wasn't super dense and all that. Oh, man. I could eat that till it caused problems. Oh, am I seeing that? Alright. You're running at 100% capacity. What about you? Are you getting enough ore to be sustained? You are. Okay. But it looks like we are pushing pretty close to our limits on that, because if we look at the coal popping in here, it is it gaining or losing? So let's watch. So that was 55 and 53. So we want to see if after a little while, if we start seeing it tick down just 1 or 2, or we see it ticking up just 1 or 2. For you, KFC has really good crispy chicken. It's just way too expensive now. Yeah, I enjoy KFC. I don't go there very often, or hardly at all, but it is one of the fast food places. I think we're almost exactly even. That if I add one more refinery, we're in the negatives. The catch is, this is probably... No, it's actually holding pace. I was expecting this to start backing up. But I do think we've hit the capacity of both the belt and... I mean, the belts for all of them. So if I want more steel, I need to run not 1, not 2, but 3 new lines. 1 line to go from my steel production to my base, 1 line to go from my coal to my steel production, and another to go from iron to steel production. Australia KFC is different from US KFC? Gotcha. Yeah, no, the KFCs here is fine. Like, I'm not someone who'd go out of my way for it, but if someone suggests it, I'm like, alright, that's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with it. It still won't be, like, I'll be more tending if I'm in the mood for chicken to go someplace else. We've got a chain that's been moving around down here called PDQ, People Dedicated to Quality. And it's chicken tenders, like, really, it's chicken tenders, so genuinely we're not talking healthier food, really. But they just have more interesting food that I found. Alright, now the thing I wanted to check is the automated wiring using our stratters? If it is, I'm going to turn it off for now. So that way our stratters are available to make more motors. You prefer chicken for Popeye than KFC? I would agree to that. The Popeye is right near our house is kind of gone downhill a bit, but it's not indicative of the chain. It's indicative of the individual location. I'm guessing they have like a really not good manager because there's just a lot of stuff that's been going wrong at that particular one. Like stuff like just not taking care of the store kind of thing. Alright. There's no Popeyes around here? Yeah, it's just, where KFC has, like, its seasoned chicken, Popeyes goes for more like a, not Creole. It's a different style. Oh yeah, no, there's when you get those hole in the wall kind of chicken places, those could be really good. I haven't seen many of them last well though around here, unfortunately. A lot of people try and find names that they know, and that can be very difficult for new independent places to get started. The ones that have been around forever seem to do well, but new places really start to really struggle to get themselves known. Actually, for this one, I should use the towers. Okay. So, I'm gonna need to do something so far as getting the gunpowder over here, or getting the steel over there, and I think the correct decision will be getting the gunpowder over here. Like, keeping the primary factory in this general area. Alright, well, I think I go to the next hop over. I'm going to quickly run and grab a drink while it's going, because it takes it a minute to get along here. So to make sure it actually does the connection. Cool, I'll be right back. Okay. At some point, I need to figure out what I'm going to be doing for, like, my own dinner. Because, like, I did have a lunch and everything, but with Tomb not around, normally, like, 11:30, I'd run down, I'd put food in the... It's not 11:30, that's a lie. Like, 9:15. I would put food into the oven, she would get home, and then she'd take it out of the oven kind of thing, and, you know, I'd eat on break. But none of that's that way. Like, I'm not hungry, I ate right before stream. Like, I actually started... Like, normally today's my day off, but I started stream about an hour late for I'm doing a bonus stream.
Thank you, Saresi _the_mage for gifting a sub to KOVEC FC.
And thanks, Cerise the Mage, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Kravik. Kravik, you have yourself some nice advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Alright, so this is going to be a materially expensive thing. Oh, and enjoy yourself some nice advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright. So I want to bring this gunpowder here all the way over there. Which is going to take a hot minute. Okay, the good news, it looks like it's a pretty straight shot. It's just a lot of materials.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you so much, Sentient Cookie, for the 300 biddies kicking off the hype train. I really do appreciate that. And it also looks like Twitch threw the extra 10% on top of that. Twitch does have a thing right now where if you give, I don't know what the amount of the biddies are for the minimum, but if you do throw some biddies at content creators, it does put a little bit extra on the top. I believe there is some RNG to it. I think it's the same promotion they did before where like it can like roll a dice between, you know, 10% or 30% or whatever. I don't know that for a fact. Double check what the details are, because it was something I was disappointed I was going to miss out before when I was going to be traveling out today, but then I got COVID and had to delay my departure. Which, for the record, I am feeling much better today. I'm still nowhere near 100%, but both today and yesterday I started feeling a little bit better, as opposed to until that point it was just 3 days of consistently feeling like someone just ripped the batteries out and said, enjoy. Alright. This is actually not as bad as I thought because I had a giant mound of those steel bars we've already got made. So that's good. This will be probably the last length I can go before I'm out of resources. Okay, so I just gotta grab some more, but that's not too bad. I'm like 2-3 sand dunes away.
Match this Twitch.
And thank you, Darstrider, for the 1,000 biddies. There's just so many different things I was trying to figure out the amount. The 1,000 biddies, that's incredibly generous. I really do appreciate that.
We added 100 bits and 50 bonus bits to his cheer.
Alright, yeah, so in that case, Twitch gave 15% extra bits. So Darkstrider gave 1,000 bits, which is incredibly generous, and I really do appreciate that. Triggering Twitch to give me an extra 150 biddies on top of that. So again, that's an extra 15%. So it's a cool promotion. I like when they do that. And when you consider what is the upcharge for bits, so like if you get $1 worth of bits, it costs you $1.30 or something. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into it, but it ends up being on, I think it was on average like 30% more. So Twitch gets a 30% cut. So if Twitch then adds 15%, that means ultimately it's like they only took a 15% cut to begin with, which still, but it's a cool thing. But again, I appreciate that. For that for those who don't know what that promotion is, that's running until the 17th, I believe. Yeah, no, they're not matching because Twitch would then be doing it at a loss, and Twitch likes its money.
Thank you, Cersei
Twitch likes its money.
For gifting a sub to E Achilles.
And thank you, Cerise the Mage, for giving a tier 1 sub to Il Achilles. Or 3 Achilles? I don't know. I really do appreciate that, and I hope you enjoy yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that support. Alright. So I need to go down here and grab some more plates. Alright, so we're grabbing lots of the steel bars.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Gwertheim.
What is happening right now? But thank you, Darth Strider, for gifting 5 subs to the channel. So Gwertheim, the legendary Art Attack, let's see, Rhizomatic.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to the _legendary _Art Attack.
Ikomak and Merrick Deffen, you now all have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much, Darth Strider, for that support. I really do appreciate it.
Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Rhizomatic.
It all really does help, and I really do appreciate the incredible generosity you're showing. You know, the old PB, the PBS thing. It's like,
thank you, Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Ikomak 1. I
was gonna say the whole. What is happening?
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Merrick Defend.
And thank you, Darth Strider, for gifting subs to... By more subs to Zaris the Nerd, Blue Birdie, Deep 020,
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Zaris _the_nerd.
Archeo Plays, and Mick Doom. You all have yourselves a nice advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. Thank you, Darth Strider. You're being incredibly generous. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Blue Birdie.
I also really need to get the thing fixed where when people give up a group of subs, I want it to be a thing where
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Deep 0x20.
Instead of it being a bunch of like individual subs like you've been noticing, I want to have like a special thing that happens when someone gifts subs based on like...
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Archeoplays.
You know, whether it's like, you know, someone gifts like 3 subs or 5 subs or 10 subs or more, like have different things we do for different ones. You know, make it something special.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Mick_Doom.
I just haven't figured out what that is yet. Yeah, no, and I know I have a wonderful community that's super supportive.
Thank you Ceresi _the_mage for gifting a sub to ASAPDOOBIE 619.
And thank you, Cerise the Mage, for gifting a tier 1 sub for ASAP Doobie. ASP Doobie, you have yourself some nice advertising previewing as well as access to emotes. And I said ASP Doobie because technology I've worked on previously is ASP. I mean ASAP. But thank you, Cerise the Mage, for that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. I need to come up with stuff to reward this in the future, like to do some interesting stuff. So I'm thinking we start making ourselves a bunch of high-yield explosives. I'm just trying to decide... I think realistically I'm making another platform up here. So you can make some high-yield explosives and all that. But thank you so much for all that support. Very, 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 very genuinely. Like, content creation could not happen without it. Like, it's just not a thing I could keep doing this if it wasn't for that kind of support that we've been having going on, all that. So I had the ramps going the same way on this one? No, this was going the, like, back and forth. With this, you pull a Randy. You're going to airdrop, like, tons and tons of milk onto my colony that's got entirely too much food. That's what Randy does to me. Randy goes, all your food's rotting because you've got too much. What if I drop, like, 800 units of milk? And you kind of just stare and go, Randy, like, you do you, man, but why? Like, I genuinely don't understand. Yeah, hitting a level 4 hype train. Haven't seen that in a while. But thank you so much for that. No, go to comatose for a season or two? Oh yeah, no, Randy definitely does that one as well. Oh, I'm out of concrete. That's fine. Yeah, so thank you again so much, like, you know, everyone chipping in, Strider, Cerise the Mage, everyone else who dropped subs in there and all that. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot. It was genuinely one of these things that taking, like, a week off stream, because I'm going to be doing that next week for TwitchCon, you know, it's been a stressful thing.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Louise BG.
Alright. And thank you so much, Darth Strider, for gifting 10 subs to the community. What are you doing?
Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Reva EX.
Keep some money for yourself too, man. Giving subs to Louise BG, Reaver EX, Unwieldy Rex,
Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Unwieldy Rex.
SF Hobbit, Paquina Rosa, Roman Officer, Ravi West, CK Hawk, Truffs0202, and Dang Newbie, which is an excellent screen name.
For gifting a sub to SF Hobbit.
So you all have yourself some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for gifting those 10 subs. That is incredibly generous. You're going way above and beyond.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Pequena_Rosa.
And Joking Jack dropping in 100 biddies saying this channel seems pretty cool. So thank you so much for that. It does mean a lot. Have we broken the streamer yet?
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Roman Officer.
And we got Cerise the Mage giving a tier 1 sub to Joking Jack. So I really do appreciate that as well. So Joking Jack, you got yourself some nice advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes.
1998 for gifting a sub to Ravi_West.
Yes, like genuinely, it means a whole heck of a lot. I've not been saying things about it because...
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to CK Hawk 00.
And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I haven't been saying anything like because you don't like it's a thing you get conscious about as a content creator about like how much you
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998
I need to adjust
for gifting a sub to Truffs0202.
Now that with that raid of the Fallen Empire troops, you'll go pull ready. All right, you have yourself a good sleep, Strider. Thank you again for all the support. But it is one of those.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Dang Newbie.
I think that's the last one. No, that's a lie. There's one more because Cerise's sub, but that's the last one I think from the 10.
Yay.
But
I got some extra bits. Found your channel. Seems pretty cool to me.
I will hydrate. Okay, so it should be the sub. One last sub. There you are.
Thank you, Ceresi_the_mage for gifting a sub to Joking Jack 1037.
But yeah, so it is one of those things that, like, as a content creator, you get very self-conscious about talking anything about, like, sub numbers and those kind of things because you don't want to come across as being like money begging kind of thing. They're like, no, subs are down. And you don't want people feeling bad for you and doing that kind of thing because it's very easy to get in that middle spot of like, all right, and thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. You know, it's you worry about people misperceiving it that like you're trying to guilt people and giving you a sub. So I tried not to talk about it, but it was one of those things that for like, the past couple of months as prices have gone up and all that, subs have been down.
Cookie for gifting a sub to AVD Prayer.
And now they're not. Because you're all being incredibly generous. So the amount down has been fully reversed for like the last month because everyone's being ridiculous.
Cookie for gifting a sub to Passion.
And how many gifted subs was that? So it's another 5 gifted subs from Sentient Cookie, gifting a sub to AVD Prayer. Chaparro Patchen. I probably mispronounced that, I'm sorry.
Gifting a sub to
Atlamillion. Oh, Kazan Lab, and Uncle Tony, 140. Excellent.
Thank you, Sentient_Cookie, for gifting a sub to Kaizen Lab.
A total of 237 gifted subs. It's crazy. Oh yeah, no, over the years, you got to keep in mind, so, I mean, first of all, thank you so much, because it is an absolutely ridiculous amount to be giving to the channel. Like, I don't want to downplay that either. But, most of these ones who have got those larger accounts, they have been around for 2-3 years. So fortunately, it's not, like, the only one that I've had is, like, an absolutely ridiculous amount all at once is I want to say it was shortly after I hit affiliate. I had a friend of the channel who we've since rated back and forth over the years and all that, who's a much, they're a larger creator than I am. But they had raided me for the first time and blew up my channel for the day. And one of their community members was like, "Boom, 100 subs," and I was just like, what? And it was just like one of those things like, what? Did you accidentally put a 0? What's going on right now? But yeah, Randy is really,
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Merlin Buff.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting 5 subs to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Giving them to Merlin Buff. Is that Elfie Bean? Nemo55.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Elfie Bean.
Wakatamus and Angry Sugars. You'll have yourself some nice advertisement previewing, as well as access to the emote as well. And thank you so much, Randall Thor. It's also good to see you tonight.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Nemo_55.
I am a wee bit, sort of, slightly, kind of having difficulty processing this all.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Warptimers.
You are all being incredibly generous, and it is ridiculous, and... Holy crap, that is a level 7 hype train.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812
that
for
is...
gifting a sub to
Angry_Sugars. We haven't seen a hype train that size. It has been a long time. I'm trying to remember what a record is. Like... I know it says somewhere in the mod view, I gotta look it up. I want to say it was like 10 or 11? I could be wrong. But man, no, it's, like, cause that was probably around the world record. Yeah, 11. 11.52%, yeah. That's what I was gonna say, is I want to say it was like 11, but it's only been like single-digit number of times that we've seen past like 5 or 6. Which isn't me complaining, to be clear. You're all being incredibly generous. I'm more stating that you are being very generous tonight to the likes that we don't really see very often. Because it's a lot of money people are throwing at. Like, when people are gifting these kinds of subs and all that, you know, that's not an insignificant amount of money that someone's saying, hey, I like your content. Let me just open my wallet and say thank you. Like, that is incredibly generous. Let's see, that must have been Wasted raiding. No, that wasn't Wasted. Wasted did raid a couple times in the past. No, the person in question I'm thinking is Ziggy Live. Ziggy Live is an absolutely amazing content creator. But like, way back, it was around when I hit affiliate, I had started getting established in Project Zomboid. Like, I had played, and I want to say it was around the time that, they announced Build 41 was coming. And so, like, it hadn't arrived yet. It was still, I will back up my save build. But they had announced it. Like, it had officially been announced. And Ziggy raided because Ziggy had been starting to play some Project Zomboid themselves. And that's just usually what happens. When you're in the same category and you know the other person, you raid into each other and that kind of stuff. But like I said, it was dropping, you know, a rate of like 400 or 500 people at a time that my channel was pulling in like 25, 30 people. And let's see, did Ziggy have any contact with Wasted? I mean, I'm sure they're aware of each other. But thank you so much for that. That is a level 7 hype train of 87% with 34 gifted subs and 1,580 biddies. Which is ridiculously generous. Like, very, very genuinely, like I said, I try not to talk about sub counts or anything like that, because you don't want to sound like you're begging or whatever. But to give you a context, this big, generous wave of your subs has, like, kind of undone, like, the dip that we saw, like, the last 2-3 months, which the dip is understandable. Twitch increased their prices, times are tough, yada yada. Because that's the other thing, you don't want to feel like you're beating up people while they're down, being like, hey man, I need $1. And I'm doing financially fine. But again, the whole thing. Because Wasted could have raided Ziggy and Ziggy raided you? Right. Oh, did I miss context with what you were saying around that, Darth? It must have been wasted rating that day, and the subs that were gifted were probably either... Oh, no, it definitely wasn't Fog Battleship Warspite. I don't recognize that name. No. I know the person who gifted the subs. I don't want to call out their name because, you know, you don't want people to start going after people. Can I get some subs? It was an individual that is regularly in Ziggy's community. Because, like, you know, before I started streaming, Ziggy D Live was one of the people I watched a whole lot. I've been fairly transparent that before I started streaming myself, I mostly watched Twitch for Path of Exile. I did watch a little bit of Space Engineers and a couple other different things here and there, but it was mostly Path of Exile because that was my interest at the time. So some of the big channels I used to watch back then. Oh, and not just that, it was the Elite Dangerous, another one I watched a lot of people on. So, like, the big people I watched back then was I watched Ziggy D Live, I watched a ton of Octavian Zero, I watched a bunch of... who was the name? I used to watch a lot of Malik VR, Bognagus is another person I watched a lot of. Some of them don't really stream anymore, and some of them do. Like, Ziggy D Live is still very active, definitely someone I recommend. I don't know what Malik VR is up to. Malik VR was an interesting one because he would stream always in VR to the point that he has a bunch of records on the most time spent in VR, the most time doing this with VR and that, to the point that he was actually having people doing medical research were asking him to, you know, come in and just do like basic like blood work, all that kind of stuff. You know, basically checking to see like, hey, is there this much VR? What is the impacts on the body? And that was kind of interesting. But like I said, I don't know if he's still doing it or not. Just my schedule's changed, and I haven't caught his streams in a long time. I know Bognaga still streams, good time. Plays like a lot of games like Star Citizen and all that over there. So if you're big into that kind of stuff, does a lot of community-oriented stuff over there. That's another one that's like sometimes when I wake up early, I can catch a stream or two of Bognagus, but right now Bog streams mostly while I'm asleep. So I don't get a chance to catch him very often anymore. That's honestly, since I've gone to content creation and how long of hours I put into it, there is a lot of channels I like to tune into that I just can't make it happen. I have completely forgot what I was working on. I see I have a platform. I was making explosives. That's what I was doing. I was like, I cannot remember what I was doing. All right, Darth, you sleep well. And again, thank you so much for being so incredibly generous. You always get super hot and dizzy when you try VR? Yeah, motion sick. Yep. It's a very common problem with VR. Another thing that's an added common problem with that is for quite a few people, like if you have a game, like good VR, like properly implemented, if you're not someone who normally gets motion sickness, you're probably okay. But bad VR, you can have like the most iron of iron stomachs that has ever ironed stomach, and it will have you green and under the table incredibly fast. And I can say this with personal experience because I actually was helping with a research project, and this is going back like the Oculus DX2 or the DevKit 2 was like the big thing at the time. I helped with a project that was doing research to test. They were working on treatment for motion sickness. So stuff to both prevent you from getting motion sick, as well as when you've gotten motion sick, you know, something you could take to hopefully get you feeling better faster. Now, there's a catch with that. Motion sickness isn't a chronic thing that you're dealing with all the time, so they can't just know you're going to come in and you're going to be ready to test the treatment. They need to be able to reliably have people motion sick to test to see if their treatments are working. So in came me making a VR application to deliberately get people under the table at a predictable pace, reliably. And VR was the way we did it. And I don't care, like, there was no one who could sit there and run that application for more than 10-15 minutes before they were ready to find a trash can. And all it was, All it was is we would have a thing that you would keep on, and you had the background, and it would play tones, and you're supposed to look at the tones. But, like, the whole time, things were, like, moving in and out of different positions and all that. You would go to turn your head to, like, look at the tone, like, where the tone came from. And the rate you actually moved your head versus the camera, I want to say was twice as much the camera would move. So you would turn to the right 45 degrees, and then you're looking to the side 90, and if you looked all the way to the side 90 degrees, you're looking behind you. And you could be done in like 2-3 minutes. It's all it would take. You just turned your head a couple of times, and your body was like, no, I hate it. I hate everything about this. For the record, everyone we did it to knew we were going to be making them motion sick. Like, we didn't hide it. We were like, hey, you're going in here. You want to help us research this stuff to treat motion sickness. We are going to be getting you really motion sick. So understand, going into this, this is what we are going to be doing. You are going to be very motion sick. But, you know, they wanted to help. You know, it was something that bothered them that they wanted to help. This is how they could help. And hold that. So you made a non-Elucidating hell. Yes. Next question. Is the barf problem something that could ever go away? Or is it just a feature that VR that'll always be there? I think the reality is, for people who deal with motion sickness from VR, I don't see that going away. There are things that VR can do to be worse and better, but if it is something that triggers your motion sickness, there is only so much they can do. Because for those who don't understand the primary cause for motion sickness, is it's usually a disconnect between your eyes and your inner ear on what's happening. So your eyes are saying, hey, you have moved this far, I am moving this fast, that kind of thing. And your inner ear has the little hairs that move around to point down and all that, that give you your equilibrium and all that. And if they're like, I'm not moving, and your eyes say, I am moving, and your brain goes, clearly we've ingested something that is poisonous to us, begin to vomit. Because evolutionarily, before we had cars and all that, that was likely actually what was happening. Likely what was actually happening is that you had eaten something you shouldn't have eaten, and it was messing with your system. Unfortunately, we have developed technology and boats and all that that go faster and do things that we couldn't do before, and so what was once an evolutionary advantage is now not. Now it is a bad time. And so there are things you can do. There are medications you can take to mitigate motion sickness, but you usually use that for stuff like travel. You wouldn't want to go and take your hit a Dramamine so you can go and break out your VR helmet for, you know, gaming tonight, because you're going to fall asleep halfway through, because the side effects of Dramamine is it makes you super sleepy. It wipes you out. So I need the assembler, I believe. But that's what they're trying to do, is they're trying to come up with, like, medications that don't make you drowsy. You know, things that when you've got... Because you have to take Dramamine before you get motion sick. If you try and take it after you get motion sick, sorry. It's too little too late. You've already jumped on this roller coaster. Have a good time, I guess. So you have to, if you're going to take Dramamine to prevent motion sickness, it has to be, oh, I'm about to go for a long car ride on some really, really rough terrain. Let me go ahead and pop a Dramamine. But you have to do it before, because it's a preventative. It's not a cure. Alright, so I wanted to wire this afterwards, but I'm not going to because I am feeling a bit on the lazy side. So we are going to try to put a stilt around here, lined up with that. Bring you up and over, and then tuck you back down. And then remove the stilt. But yeah, so it is, I do think, like, you know, there's certain things you hear of again and again over the years where people, it's like, oh, it's the year of Linux, oh, it's the year of VR, oh, it's the year of AI, oh, it's the year of this. And all these technologies are going to exist in some capacity and do things. Like, it's not to say these technologies are in bad and will never be relevant or yada yada yada. That's hardly the case. Every one of those technologies does have relevancy. The reality is, like, these things becoming mainstream that everyone uses it, there are inherent barriers that are very difficult to overcome, and that there's a reason a lot of those haven't been able to become, like, the thing. And with the VR experience, the motion sickness isn't... I don't believe it's a solvable problem, is the way I will phrase it. It's just inherently, it's going to always be a thing that there's going to be a fair number of people who just can't enjoy the experience because of what it does to them. Okay, so we've got that set up. So what makes you motion sick is traveling backwards, like on a train and all that. I can see that. Because that'd be another situation where your inner ear and your eyes would be likely to be in disagreement for what happens. Plus, in day-to-day life outside of vehicles, how often does the human body travel backwards and it not be a bad thing? Not counting, again, vehicles and modern tech. We're talking, you're running around, you got your spear, and you're living that life. How often are you going backwards, and it's not a bad thing? And the answer is a whole lot of almost never. Oh, you're pacing the wrong way. Okay, so we've got the pipes set up over here. And so now... Oh, actually I have nothing run on this side? Really? Literally all of my resources on that wall. That works out really well for me, because I was sitting here going, I probably don't have a space available here. But I do. And now I can go here to the tier 3. Okay, and there's the black powder literally right there. And we're good. Let's see, you never had to travel sickness until your first day of my younger brother did. After that, you'd get it, exception being seasickness. You've always had that. It can be inside the local harbor in gentle water and still be horribly ill. Yeah, it also can be one of those things that you run into that, like, you'll have something that actually does make you sick. So you're having the bobbing and the waving in the ocean and it makes you sick. And that maybe before that everything else was fine. But then because you have that experience, you mentally associate the other one with it, and now that other one that was fine now isn't. It's kind of like people who, you know, you drink too much of something and you get really, really sick of it, or you get like really sick on it, and then from then on when you go to drink it, it makes you nauseous. It's the same kind of phenomenon you deal with that, where it's like a phantom symptom that your brain has trained itself to not like something. Your brain will do that with food a lot. Because again, evolutionarily, it was a good thing. If you ate something and you got sick from it, it would be good for your body to be like, hey, you know what I'm gonna do from now on when you go to eat that? I'm gonna tell you no immediately, because it was poison. It was bad for us. Even if it's wrong, you know, your body, for all the stuff it's amazing at, is not that smart on a lot of other things. All right, and we officially have booms. And unfortunately, I'm running into a situation where I'm running out of inventory space. Yeah. 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 Things are gonna go pop. All right. So, what is the next thing you need to work on? We've got our explosives wired up. They're not efficient, but they are wired up. We are currently making our versatile frames, which is our bottleneck right now. And they are coming along at a decent rate. Not a great rate, but a decent rate. Is there any resources I'm not exploiting? I've got quartz, I've got sulfur, I've got coal. I don't have SAM. So we can potentially work on that. And I believe... Is that... I don't think that's the... So the worst thing is, one of these... So this SAM node down here, I actually have not a Tech 2 drill, just a regular old drill on, like the little portable one. So I've got that on that one down there. And I forgot I had done that until just now. So for the moment, I'm going to put a new map marker right there. I say Sam. And change you to the icon that looks like ore to me. Because I could see getting Sam at least into a storage container. But we should be pretty close to halfway. So the things I can... Well, actually, let's check our power. I haven't checked that in a while. Power... Ooh, power is not good is what power is. So we are having fluctuating power again. So, okay. First priority, power. Because while we are only consuming about half of our power, we have the potential to hit about 80% of our power. The next thing to be checking is how we're doing here. This is... Our biofuel is doing amazingly well. Alright, so... Power is one concern. Expanding our steel production is a second concern. And... setting up the SAM would be the third concern. So let's check on our power. The last time we checked on our power, the issue we were running into was our water production was kind of really pushing its limit. And I should grab my car for this. Actually, I'm gonna go get some tickets. Get some tickets, I'm gonna unlock some things. Let's go get some toys. You know what I remember? I remember getting the little golf, like the little smart car out of the Awesome Shop when it first came out. And how impossible it was to use, because it was top heavy. And it was this. This cart is terrible. In the best kind of way. You turn and it just falls over. And like, it'll tip back up once it settles. But it was a whole thing. So let's see. So we can get parts. We can just buy those upright. I'm not going to worry about doing that. We already have our coffee cup. I'm not going to buy those. We can make catwalks, which is kind of interesting. We can make ladders, which will be a good thing that I should consider. We can do construction fences and metal barriers. We can do foundations, which is just different styles. The cart is only for on flat ground. Yeah, flat ground, don't drive too fast, and don't turn too sharp. So I kind of want to get the glass walls. I want to get the doors. The foundations I don't really care about. You could do all sorts of fun exotic things with those, but I don't really care about. I mean, the stairs are nice. I'll add the stairs. Oh. It'll also... Okay. And it'll get the ladder. I don't care about the paint. So we have the organization stuff. That's storage and all that. We have a light control panel. We have indoor lighting that we can do. But I think the wall-mounted conveyor belt is a big one. The ceiling conveyor belt is a big one. The wall-mounted power connection I want. The conveyor belt lift through the floor. Let's get that. I haven't been paying attention. How many tickets do I have? I don't have tickets. I didn't go to the box yet. Well, it's not nearly as many as I thought I had. Okay, I've got 19. So you know how I've been shopping for all those items? Oh, is it literally 19? Did I? There's no way. Okay, we'll buy all that, because that's all the money. Cool. That was surely an accident. I realized I hadn't grabbed the tickets, because, like, how many? That was the luckiest math ever. I know, right? Genuinely not planned at all. I was sitting there just going, okay, I'm buying all these things. How many tickets did I get? And then realized I hadn't even grabbed them. It's good to see you, Totally. How's it going? You're absolutely welcome to, like, introduce yourself. What do you do on your channel and all that good stuff. And I was going to check on our coal power. That's right. I think we're probably hitting our limit on, I'm gonna guess, the coal over there, which may just be me splitting off the coal from being all rammed into one tier 3 belt, and just splitting it off into 2. It could be the water. I can see from here that that coal is not filling up the belt. All right. Also, don't feel pressured to say that if you don't want to. Not trying to put you on the spot. You know, just trying to support fellow creators and all that. Yeah, so that belt there, that belt right there is not delivering enough coal. The fact that it is going absolutely full speed and never once stopping and has gaps on it, that tells me that's not getting enough coal. Do I have what I need to, why, brain, please. Mark II. And that might be literally all I need. Ninja Cookie's like, I'm putting you on the spot. Yep. Okay, so I'll take a moment to wind up, and I'm hoping that'll be enough coal now that becomes a solid conveyor belt. I'm seeing a rare gap in there. I think that'll be alright. So let's run down here, because it'll be the very last, Oh, yeah. No, I was asking, like, you know, what do you stream and all that stuff. Basically giving you the, hey, feel free to self-promo kind of thing. Just kind of giving you that as, like, the thumbs up. Because it's always nice to, like, welcome new people, make new friends, all that good stuff. Alright, so, as you can see, I think we're hitting our capacity limit on this. We'll see here in a minute. So you're probably full. You are. Are you filling up? No, you're staying even. Well, honestly, both of these are staying even. Okay, so we're literally at, like, the very, very absolute last edge of what this can happen. But do you always feel awful doing that? You just play a lot of cozy games, Palia, Stardew, Dabby into Minecraft, create mods, very chill. That is perfect. We do a lot of slice of life sim as well. If you've not seen Coral Island, let me tell you, my friend, there's this game called Coral Island, and if you like Palia and Stardew, there's this game called Coral Island. You can fill in the gap. But yeah, no, we did that just recently as I went hard on that. But yeah, so absolutely, and don't feel bad about it at all. Like, obviously, if it's one of those things that you just popped in here and said, "Hey, I also have a channel," that'd be a negative or whatever. But like, you know, when someone says like, "Hey, what do you do?" That's the invitation. It's like, "Oh, you just got Coral Island 2 days ago. Haven't had a chance to play it yet, but super excited to try it now." Oh yeah, no, it's excellent. The way, like, to give you an idea of how high a regard I hold Coral Island. If on this hand I have Coral Island, on this hand I have Stardew Valley, both games which I've got like 1,000-something hours into, and you ask me which one's better, I'm gonna have to ask you to be more specific. Like, we're real close. Now the one thing I will say is when you first start Coral Island, it doesn't do itself any favors in making itself appear to be very similar, but luckily once you get past that very beginning, you start to see what makes Coral Island its own special thing. Are you still getting gaps on that line? Yeah, can I upgrade another one of you? What are you? You a 1 or 2? You're a 1? Yep. And we're good. That's a high rating. Yes. That said, they may have fixed it now. There's a couple of bugs in the game that can be a bit of a pain, but they're all late game bugs. And none of them are like really awful stuff like lose your save or whatever. There's automation in the game, and some of the automation can get a little squirrely sometimes. But it's one of those things that when it does, all you do is just, the next day, you just exit your save, reload your save, and you're good to go. You play Palia, so you're not afraid of bugs? Yeah, now if you play Palia, it'll be fine. Like, all the bugs are workaroundable. And there's really not many. Yeah, it's always good to meet someone new. I'm gonna go ahead and do a thing here, which I'm gonna go like this. Like that. And go like this. And no one knows what happened, chat. Don't worry about it. Alright, so that should fix our power. That does bring up the next thing to work on, which would be to either expand on our steel production, or, if not expanding on our steel production, to go and get some very, very basic, SAM stuff going. Like, literally when I say get some SAM stuff going, I mean just getting the SAM ore out. I came here for some... Why am I here? What am I here for? I've got plates, I've got rods, I've got wire. I don't have much quick wire. That's not why I came here, but it is also a statement that is accurate that I don't have quick wire. Let's see, sorry, remember back in the early days when you could dupe crab pots on partial water tiles? Oh man, in the early days of Stardew, there were all sorts of wild things. Like, I remember getting animals, and you could change the animal's name to an item ID and destroy the animal to make an item. There's other things you could do that too, but there's something about taking a cow and being like, alright, well, now you're, what was it, like the star drop or whatever, the fruit? There's something very messed up, but also fascinating about that. Oh, we can get our equipment slot, like, right now? Let's do that. Okay, I've been putting off processing all of these into things for a while, so it's time. Having your name be an item ID? Yup. There were so many things you could abuse in Stardew back in the day. Stardew and Terraria are games that will always hold a special place in my heart for a number of reasons. One, they're amazing indie games that if you've not played them, and they're not necessarily everyone's cup of tea or whatever, but they're really good games. But they were both originally made in a platform called XNA, and at the time that XNA was around, it was just this thing that was like in the game dev spheres about how you couldn't seriously make any type of game using C# as a programming language. It just couldn't be done. The performance wasn't there or whatever. And it was people who didn't understand what they're talking about for the most part. It was people being elitist and all that. It's nothing new. It's a very common thing in software dev you run into. But XNA is C#. And then Terraria and Stardew Valley came out around that time frame using XNA, using the programming language that people were like, you cannot make a good game using this. And I literally cackled at times. Because you know 90% of those devs would never have a project that was even remotely near successful to that scale, and just having to completely eat crow over it. And absolutely done that. Don't forget Starbound is also C#. I didn't realize Starbound is C#. What is Starbound made in? Like, so far as the
Toolbelt
underlying...
expanded. No alien organisms were harmed during the creation of this tool belt.
The funny thing is, one of the devs at Terraria worked on a Mario clone until Nintendo does what Nintendo does. That wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, nuts, and it's... Yeah, JSON also uses a lot, or Starbound uses a lot of JSON and Lua. Now JSON and Lua, that's not unusual for a lot of games to use. That's pretty normal these days. I can make a bunch of that stuff. Power priority switch. I don't know what you do. Power priority switches can be ranked by priority. When the power production is too low, switches will start turning off automatically until power stabilizes. Starting with priority group 8. Oh, that's neat. So I assume I would put it on a power pole or something, and it would say everything on this side of the pole, you know, if the power dips and it's a priority 8, kill it. Or priority 1, whatever the lowest one. I'm assuming priority 1 is the lowest. So you could have it strategically say, whatever you do, keep the coal running. Like, it's priority 8. Keep it running at all times. You know, this copper area, shut it down when things start breaking. That's kind of a cool thing. I need the parent node, though, but that's neat. I'd love to get this, but I don't have what I need for it yet. I don't have enough mycelium about that. Gas? Okay. That requires oil. I'm gonna need more mushy mush to make that. That I don't care about right now. That I don't have the things I need for now. Pulse. I don't know what that's for. Ooh. Oh, I'm not making the oscillators yet. That's another thing I should set up production for, is the oscillators. Okay. So we unlocked the equipment slot. That way we can put the all-important coffee. Actually, I'm going to put that on there. Let's be real. Okay. So I've got my equipment all equipped. Was there anything else I needed the DNA for before I start changing that? I think it's here. I don't really care about either of those. I mean... Fine. I'll get it unlocked so I don't have to ever look at it again.
Research completed. The protein inhaler can restore health in the eventuality that you have been carelessly damaging Fix-It property.
Okay, so I have actual healing devices. Alright, good enough. So I guess at this point, let's drop you in there, and we can drop the protein in there. We'll sort this out. Okay. So... That's the thing. The other thing that makes me cackle about that is, like, once people started getting over themselves with C#, nowadays you look at it, and you can use C# with, like, Godot, you can use C# with Unity, you can use C# with Mono Game, which is what ultimately replaced XNA when it got shut down, because XNA was Microsoft tech and Microsoft shut it down, and people loved it so much that they kept moving it forward, which is what Mono Game is. Oh yeah, I thought I had 100 of those just laying around. Auto referring to the player's property? Well, yeah, we're Fix-It property. She does that all the time. But yeah, no, it's like... And so it's just kind of funny that when it comes to commonality of languages nowadays, C# is one of the languages you find in the most different types of game dev tech. Okay, can get another equipment slot using gunpowder, which I have plenty of. That's going to wait till I grab more sulfur. Right, so it's the oscillator crystals. Let's see what it takes for me to get those built. Let's just plop this here for 2 seconds just to see what the recipe is. Oh. I don't make it in that. Is it a constructor? Hey, Salford Sal, thank you so much for the raid. Might need a higher tier to unlock it? Maybe. I thought I could make those. I'm pretty sure I can make them. Oh, you know what I bet you it is? It's probably 3 materials. Okay, right. So I can handcraft those right now, but I can't automate them. So yeah, you're not wrong. I can technically make them, I can't automate them. That's why. Alright, so I'm just not going to worry about that. But thanks so much for the raid, Salford Sal. For those who don't know Salford Sal, absolutely a fantastic content creator. I can highly, highly, highly recommend. Plays a whole lot of excellent games, you know, Oxygen Not Included, Timberborn, Going Medieval, a very wide range of games over there that you can check out, all of those being a good time. Has, like, and is one of the channels you can go to where a lot of these games you tend to only see the early part of the game, and then they get to, like, mid-game, and by then they've turned on to the next game. Where Salford Sal really does make these grand-scale builds and sees them through and makes these, like, ridiculous projects where they're going to put like this entire series of water locks and all that in Timberborn or what have you. And really fun to kind of see just how large those builds can get. Sometimes watching the game engine discover the limits of what the game engine can do. But that's the fun. It's a sign of victory in a game when you brought the engine itself to its knees and the game says, enough, I can't take it anymore. You've pushed too far. That is a badge of honor. But yeah, so definitely go check out Salford Sal. Definitely somebody I recommend. Absolutely a whole bunch. For everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge, play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life in harder than apocalypse settings, with no mods to change timization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. I am a variety stream there. I am not a variety stream. I am someone who streams variety content. And, you know, that's included stuff like RimWorld, Project Zomboid. We're doing some Satisfactory. We've also done Oxygen Not Included. You like it when Sal set fire on fire? Huh. You're reminding me when Sal built a spaceship too big to move. What game was that? I've done similar in Space Engineers, where it would technically move as a relative statement. It did technically move, but it was definitely one of those things of starting the engine being like, alright, I'm gonna go ahead and do something else for a little while this very, very slowly starts picking up speed, because the engines are inadequate. Stardius, gotcha! I haven't played enough Stardius. I played it a while back and I had a really good time, and I have not been back to it. Let's see. That is always the ending of every game. Even if they have a design ending, you consider when the reality is broken, the ending? Absolutely. Setting fire on fire was Noble Fates, pre-early access, with the dev watching to see what you'd break. That is always a good time. Trying to think of the last time we've had a truly, like, cursed bug. Where you kind of scratch your head and go, what? Because I know we've done it. Ah, there we go. I've got explosives now. Like, I definitely know I've had a couple of games where we made physics very unhappy to the point things exploded. I know we very much broke Hydroneer a number of times, but that's just Hydroneer running normally. Needing coal in your inventory to run coal power plant? Well, I mean, that was a game bug. I wouldn't say that's a game bug I caused, though. Like, that was just a bug that was going there. Making physics unhappy is your jam. Yeah, no, that's, Hydroneer, that's just the game operating per normal. You can't play Hydroneer for any length of time without suddenly your frame rate dropping to like 1 frame a second and going, oh no, what's happened? And then finding something truly cursed. Alright, so we can drop those off. We're about halfway through there. Okay, so, to catch people up on what's happening in Satisfactory, for those unfamiliar with the game, it is a factory automation game where basically you start and you run down to a piece of rock and you go chip, 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 and you get like 1 or 2 units and go, my, that is ungodly slow. I don't want to do that anymore. And so you build a mining drill, and then from the mining drill you build a constructor or a refinery, and from the refinery you put a constructor. From the constructor you make plates so you can build a refinery faster. And you just keep scaling and scaling and scaling. Now, where we're at right now is I'm trying to complete phase 2 of my space elevator so I can get more fancy technology. We have been building up a pretty ridiculous factory. It's going to look really nice in the long run. Just don't look below the factory level. This flat area here is the factory height. All of this is like a subfloor that we just don't look at it, and it doesn't exist and it can't hurt us. But this is our tower that does all of our iron products. That tower over there does all of our steel products. This tower over here is going to do all of our copper products. You can't quite see it as I fall into the space elevator and hurt my shins. We've got our Caterium goes there, and I think Quartz is there. But, wait, what? What's going on there? Needing coal in your inventory to run the coal power plant. Yeah, that was a bug. They just fixed it today. There was a bug with the 1.0 release of this game where your coal power plants would stop working if you didn't have coal in your inventory. For some reason. It is fixed now, but it took, you know, chat, you know, testing some things, figuring stuff out, while I was also testing things and figuring stuff out, and then someone figured out that you have to have coal in your inventory. Oh, right! I have this random iron line that I'm just not using that I was moving over here back when I had the Tech 2 belts, and then I got the Tech 3 and I didn't need that. Is there a patch or something you need to install? If you're still having that problem and you're on Steam, literally the patch is just there. You just gotta like close the game, let it update. It was available for me before stream 5 hours ago. But yeah, no, that was the whole thing. All right, let's check our steel line. Oh, right. What did I need 100 of you for? Right, because I wanted 100 black powder for some unlock at the MAM. Here, look, thanks. You've been having issues with coal and you couldn't figure out. I mean, coal also, there's a lot of balancing you have to do between water, because one of the things a lot of people miss with water that isn't really explained particularly well is when it comes to water, you do have to worry about water flow in the pipes. The pipes themselves have a limit of how much throughput they can have on them, and it's really easy to exceed that throughput and not realize what's going wrong. But ultimately, you do just need to check on each one of your coal power plants. Go, do you have enough coal? Do you have enough water? And then figure out which one's not right, and then, you know, start looking around. Okay, so I grabbed the black powder that I don't even remember why I need it. And are doing all that. How am I doing on ammunition for my rebar gun? 128, that's probably fine. Okay. So it'll probably be under sulfur. There we go. It was for an extra equipment slot. Which is perfect, because I really want that.
Tool belt expanded. I compounded sulfur's tristatic atom matrix into a quadrimensional gate vortex. You can now carry more stuff.
You know about the water 400 hours into update? Which is why that bug was really confusing you. Oh yeah, gotcha. Yeah, just making sure, because a lot of people, the factory setup as you're going along don't tend to have much problems so far as like just figuring it out as they go along. You know, they might have like, oh, that's not in there right, how do I figure out the path? But like they can usually figure it out pretty quick. But it's about the time that you get water involved that starts to become a difficulty for some people. Alright, so as much as I don't want to, so my two things I can work on is I can work on getting the SAM automated. Yeah, I've got enough to do that. Let's get the SAM automated. So I don't have a great way of getting over there normally. Okay, you've got plenty of fuel. Alright, so the SAM is ore. And I've got that down here. So that is not quite straight south. So I can go over here and get that. I'm not ready to do much with the SAM, but I'm going to need it eventually. I already know where there's a node. I just chucked like a little junk portable miner on it forever ago. But now it's time for me to actually go over there and chuck an actual miner on it. Okay, this is gonna be a little tricky because the last time I come here I didn't have a buggy and I didn't have to take the route a buggy could navigate. But it is in a really big cave that I got to drive down into. That's not the cave. And I believe the cave was in this gray rock to the left. I think that's a cave right there. Does this look about right? Yeah, because that's a big mountain area. Because it's a big cave. Oh. So this game has an arachnophobia mode that works with in-game context. If you've never seen it, it is amazing and cursed in every imaginable way. And I love and I hate it. So you saw the spider things down there. So what the in-game lore is those are still spider things. But your visor on your helmet is putting a hologram of a cat over top of it. And it is the worst and the best and the worst. Considering you can still see, like, where they were and all that. So it is amazing and absolutely cursed. And the joke is, for most people, they're like, the holographic cats are so much more terrifying than the spiders. It also actually makes it a little bit harder for you, because you can't see which way the spiders are facing and moving half the time. Which makes it even harder to try and predict when they're going to jump at you and do all sorts of other things. Oh, a little low on that one. I appreciate that you can't figure out how to just walk up that path to me. It makes my life easier. Because those things actually hurt. Yeah, so this is the SAM. Don't mind me, it's just the ore talking to me. And we're gonna go to organize. I'm gonna put a big storage bin here. There's not much I need to do with SAM yet, but I wanted to get that hooked up because eventually I'm going to need it. If I hook it up now, I don't got to worry about it. But do you hate how fast they move? Honestly, you put animals on passive, and you have enjoyed the game a lot more. Yeah, so the game does give you 3 different settings you can give the animals. There's the normal way I have it, as I about jump off a cliff. where the animals will leave you alone until you get too close, and then they'll aggro you, and like those ones down there, they start attacking me. Then you have the second one, which is that they're reactionary. And reactionary animals, what they will do is they will leave you alone entirely until you attack them. And then once you attack them, then they'll defend themselves. And then there's passive, which means they literally will do nothing to protect themselves or anything like that. They will just let you do whatever you're gonna do, and they're just there to be farmed. Oh man, I'm out of... It's fine. I didn't mean to do that, but that's okay too. So I didn't have enough steel on me. I should have some power lines not far from here. So I'm just gonna daisy chain these over there. I've got the really big power lines I can take way farther that are better for this kind of thing. But honestly, I'm not that bothered by it. Okay. Look, I know I hit you with my car the last time I was in the area, but if you could just chill, that would be lovely. Okay, so the power is going up top over there. Thanks for the boost, man. Okay. Reactionary animal just asking questions about fixes hiring. Yeah. Oh, that's not the way I need to go. Alright, so let's go back, grab our car. So with that, we are now at least collecting sand. Oh, and it's time to explode our first things. I knew they were gonna do that. Hey, you wanna see a cool trick? Come here, come here, come here. I'm wasting entirely too much effort on this. I'm also about to die now I look at it. So let's stop goofing off. Okay. Just not taking any of it seriously, and they looked down, I was like, oh, I'm almost dead. But you can stick the explosives onto them, and it works really well at making them leave you alone when they explode. Alright, so let's get back to our Explorer, so I don't lose my... Excuse me? It says my car's there, but then I don't see it. That's concerning. So, it's saying that my car is right here where I parked it in the cave. Sunk to the floor? Maybe. Because it should be like right here. I'm physically standing on the spot. So it's either below me or above me. And the thing is, there isn't a below me to go to. We saw it on your way out? What's the dismantle crate? Oh, dimensional crate. If you're talking about the dimensional one, that lets you construct stuff from literally anywhere on the map. The dismantle crate is where I picked up an item and I didn't have inventory for it, so it dropped it on the ground. Like, usually it's when you're disassembling thing. Yeah, it's usually when you're disassembling something and you lack the inventory space. What I'm going to try doing is see if the game tried to course correct that it thought it had something under the ground and shoved it up. Okay, so C cancels the parachute. Good to know. That said, you could use the parachute to abuse so many things. You saw, like, right back there. Where it's clearly not meant to be able to climb that in that way. Nope, up, stay out of the poison. Okay, this is an easy problem to get around. Boom, and boom. Okay. Don't be... Well, actually, I could solve the poison now. Not far enough. Okay. I can't tell if I'm seeing, like... I think... Yeah, so... I think that's my car over there in the poison. And I believe that poison dissipates once you destroy those. Did you know you can throw one more explosive and set them all off at once? Yes. You can sit there and just go up to some and just bury it in explosives. So, it did teleport my stuff into the poison. But the problem is that poison's not dissipating. And I haven't made my gas mask yet because I need more mycelium. So, while we're waiting for that to do something one way or the other... Let's grab the mycelium. Like, get my gas mask, so in the future, if I need to go in there, I can just put it on. Since we're in a biome where it's readily available. Mycelium or our celium? No, it's mycelium. You can't have any. Sorry, chat. It's just the way it is. It's a glitch. Try walking into it. I probably will. Because, like, if I walk into it a little ways and I'm taking any damage, I know to back out. Don't try and run through the poison. It does have a stacking effect in the sense that the farther you push into stuff like radiation and that, it will build up and get worse. So if you start taking damage, that's your sign to back off. I'll leave you two alone. Do you hurt? Okay. Alright, meanwhile, you go right over here. Yeah, what? Let's see, does the gas mask work while it's driving now? I have no idea. I know if I get enough speed, I can knock him over. And then he's easy to kill with the rebar gun there without taking any damage. Oh, you're dead. My bad. Okay. Because the big ones, they do take damage when you hit them, and it doesn't damage your vehicle, because your vehicle doesn't have health as far as I'm aware. Okay. Alright, so we've got the SAM at least connected. So the next order of business is going to be going over and expanding our steel. But first, I want to see if we can't use the SAM I grabbed in the MAM. I don't think I can. But regardless, if I'm not going to use it, I want to throw it in the personal storage. I'm not lugging around 2 full inventory spots of something that I have no use for. Oh. That's fine. Most of these conveyor belts I could just slip right under. But not all of them. Okay, so let's see here. For alien technology. Gotcha. Oh, we can start making these now. The SAM fluctuators. Alright. And that lets me make what's called Dimensional Depot, which is amazing, because the Dimensional Depot, if we put our mouse over it, it's Dimensional Depot Uploader is used to upload resources into Dimensional Storage Deposit. From here, resources can be used by the build gun and crafting stations as if they were in the Pioneer's inventory. In other words, I have a box I could chuck stuff in and use anywhere on the map. And we can't make computers yet, so that doesn't matter. I would be able to do that. Production amplifier. I don't have the materials to do that anyways. But yeah, so this looks all like fun late game tech that we're going to get to play around with. So with all that said, though, I'm not going to be dealing with that quite yet, so let's drop all the SAM in there. We could drop all of these in here as well. We could drop you and you and you in there. We do have some mycelium. That's probably not enough for what I would want to use it for. We have a slug we can go ahead and turn into a power shard. Need an express elevator you can add in the middle of your base that rises quickly. Ultimately what I should do, and I haven't done it yet for no real discernible reason, is I should make myself a set of the hyper tubes. Because usually what I'll do in that case is I'll make like a hyper tube depot that'll have a place that has like 8 or 9 tubes or whatever. And you just hop in one tube, it shoots you off to where your coal is. You hop in the next tube, it shoots you off to where the next thing is. You get the idea. So I don't have to go running around looking for stuff. Alright, so we've got about half of what we need there. And just double checking on our situation here. So that's basically full. That's basically full. You've got a lot there. The ingots are being gobbled up as fast as they're going in. Yeah, and that's why we're running at 75%. Okay, so we need more steel ingots. That's what's holding up all that stuff, is we need steel ingots. Let's get those steel ingots happening. Now, my problem with the steel ingots is I think realistically I'm going to put one more refinery on this, and I'm going to realize my iron and or coal is not quite up, like I'm not getting enough of it, and I'm going to have to wire in a new area. On the other plus side is over where I've got my coal, there was a cave system earlier that I saw that I was curious about, but I couldn't go in because I needed explosives to break open the door. We have explosives now. I suspect when we get down in there, though, I will most likely find uranium, which is good, but not yet. Because right now, if I walk up to uranium, I just start dying of radiation. There's no second part. So that'll be phase 3 that we get what I need to be able to handle that. Alright, so let's see here. Yeah, so you can see here that I don't even need to get the next wing going. The iron ore is not keeping up. Meanwhile, the coal does appear to be keeping up. So, we need to go deal with our iron. Now, I don't remember our situation with the iron yet. That belt should be fully upgraded to tier 3, and it looks like it is. Yeah, you know, if it wasn't, we'd have gaps whenever it switched. Alright, so let's get over here and check on our iron mines. Are you Tech 3 or Tech 2? Okay, so they're both upgraded, and their belts are also upgraded. So that means I can chuck a snail in probably one, if not both of these, to help that out. Because that's limestone over there. I can't tell what that is over there. Let's have a look-see. Because if that's iron over there as well, I'll just tap it. And if it's not iron, then I won't. It's copper. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to probably... I'm going to see if I put... I think I'm going to have to put a slug in each of these is my guess. So I've increased its yield by about 50%. And let's see if we can't get a quick look and see if that is enough to saturate that line. That's looking saturated to me, so that might be all I need, is just that one slug in there to boost the output by 50%, which should speed up our production. Yeah, so now when I look at that, it's backing up a little. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, I actually don't math out most of the stuff in this. Like, I'll do it a little bit with the water just because. But most of the stuff, my strategy on these is, do I not have enough of this? Okay, well, I'm just going to go ahead and add more. So I don't ratio it out. I'll just kind of feel out where the limitation is and go from there. Alright, so now we start seeing the higher concentrations getting here. Without those gaps are going to start arriving soon. And with that, I should start seeing... All of these look like they're full. So that's good news. Yeah, all these ones down here are full. Let's look at the ones on the top floor. Just good at remembering numbers, I guess. Yeah, no, it's, when I used to play Factorio, early on, I used to play where I would min-max it, where it's like, okay, I can, you know... I can do 2 of these to 3 of these, use a splitter to separate that out, that brings it out to 50%, use those to, like, feed this machine and that machine, and then I'll be perfectly balanced, and yada yada. If one backs up, no big deal. But then after, like, starting to do, like, the mega factory kind of thing in Factorio, I quickly learned that I don't care about any of that. When something runs low, I just shove another whole input of whatever that material is, and the problem goes away. And then it also gives me buffer space for when stuff starts to exhaust. And it just became more and more of a thing. So this seems to be keeping almost exact pace. Because it's hitting just about 3 each time. So it was at about 60% before we did our upgrade. I think it's like every minute or so it'll update. But you see how it's slowly climbing 1% at a time. And it should also be about the same. And it's got enough there. So I do feel like we've got just enough iron. It'll eventually fill up, but I can't afford to add another refinery on there. One more refinery and that's done. Yeah, overproducing each stage is your go-to for factory games. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that I used to take the time to like math it out and balance it. And then it was just very quickly, it's like, oh yeah, if I just ram more in here, if my need changes later, it's fine. I've already rammed in more. And so I usually just have where I can try and plug in more stuff easily. So for like this design here, if I have to expand farther, all I do is I get rid of this belt here, and I bring like 2 more inputs, and where I would have my next splitter, instead of the splitter facing that way, it would face that way, and I would just have a new entire instance of ore coming in. And then I'd be able to, you know, in theory, like, however many I could get away with, I could shove that many more in here. Yeah, so you're at 8. Yeah, so it does look like these are gonna get to 100% just barely. But, that is a fully saturated conveyor belt there. So it doesn't realistically look like I could get away with adding any more refineries. Like, there's this conveyor belt, barring being able to upgrade far, which I think, I want to say there's a higher tier. Like, I think you get, like, lubricant or something to get a higher tier. I could be mixing up my games. But barring a higher conveyor belt, the only thing I can do to improve this is to run a completely separate conveyor belt. If I were to do that, where's my nearest iron that isn't already in use? I got 1 at 400. I got 2 at 500. Honestly, both of those would be pretty usable. They're the same distance, or just separate. Yeah, so I could definitely add more steel production, and I definitely will need it. But I'm going to have to import it. So with that, I know this is never going to get used. So we can get rid of that. And I'll go ahead and put you here for whenever I go to expand that. Alright. Now, with that said, if we were to need more coal, I don't think there's any more coal nearby. I've got the 2 tapped here, and I might be able to squeeze a little bit more out of the coal. But those are... Oh, I've got a lot of coal over there. Like, there's a lot of coal over there. Okay. Oh, that's a purity of temporary. That's interesting. Yeah, so we've got a lot of coal over there. That said, this... Oh, wait, no, that's a really high cliff, isn't it? Okay, so that might actually not be good for the water. But that's just on the other side. So, like, I'm bringing my iron from here and here. And then there's coal over there. So that honestly wouldn't be a bad thing to bring the coal around here and maybe bring that other iron in. One thing I meant to do before is we are at our steel production. So I want to set an icon here. So boom, select icon. Because I haven't been marking stuff and I really should. So steel, apply. Alright, meanwhile, let's check on this. Yeah, so we are almost at a point where this belt is getting fully saturated by steel. So if I do add any more refineries to what I already have, what that ultimately is going to do is I am going to have to run a full separate conveyor belt all the way to the main factory to be able to utilize that, which I'm going to probably need to do eventually. Get rid of that. I don't need it on my person. Which is the decision paralysis I've dealt with. Is to upgrade any of that, I have to upgrade all of it. Like, literally, I'm going to have to duplicate all of the pieces of that. And I've been holding off on that because it is a lot of work. And I'm hoping once I finish these frames that I won't need to be burning that much material. Let's also check on our modular frames. I haven't checked those in forever, and we've been using them, and there's a good chance I could actually be running low on those too. Okay. So let's pop... I'm going to check both these locations. So let's check the modular frames over there. See how those are going. And then after I've checked the modular frames, let's go and check on the versatile frames. And see how many we've got. As well as see if we notice any improvement on the steel now that I've taken the one iron mine and kicked it up 50%. The good news is all these other things that we're backing up, as in not having enough, are all improving as we've been moving on to higher tech. Okay, I mean, that's still doing fine. We still got a bunch stashed. I'll go ahead and drop that stack off, grab one full stack. But that's doing good. Oh, I'm not going to be able to get quite that far from this site. I'm going to have to go one more floor higher, and... that's the explosives up there. Yeah, and you're making explosives, which I will be using for a lot of things. Alright, and so this will be my versatile frames. Oh, wait, let's check what the bottleneck is on it before we go. I imagine it's still steel, right? It's still steel. Yeah, it's only running at almost half capacity. Alright. So literally, I'm going to have to just suck it up and expand the steel. Okay. So let's drop off the versatile frames. I need to stop not working on the steel and get the steel expanded. So what we're going to do is, we did see that there's a bunch of coal off on the other side of that big pit I'm getting the iron from. I'm going to go over there. And I'm going to start putting up drills on all of that. And then we have the 2 iron mines that are farther away to the west and the south. And I'm going to go grab those and set that another line. And I should, between all of that, be able to get myself probably 6 more refineries going and double our steel production. That's what I'm guessing. I will need to have 8 of these. Let's see, isn't there an unused line? Yeah, there's an unused line. It's in the wrong place. The unused iron line is right here by my main base. So if we look at our unused line, it's probably around this area. And the problem is I need iron up here. So I've got an iron node down there somewhere and over here somewhere, and I've got coal over there. So it's still a trek, but I'm going to need more iron here anyways. I'd rather save that line for here. Man, I didn't realize how much of the map we were actually using. That said, it's still a big map. Oh, what did I need for the radar? It was stuff I didn't have, right? Right, I can't make the computers and all that yet. Okay. Because the radar, once we get the radar, the rules of the game change. Before we go, how am I doing in those? Okay, so I also need encased industrial iron. So let's not forget that. I'll probably need to just grab a full stack of that. Alright, let's inventory. I've got plenty of cable, plenty of wire, plenty of iron plates, decent number of rods, decent number of reinforced plates. The motors I don't really need, but I have. I've got plenty of concrete. Screws that I'm not using a whole lot. Okay, so I need steel bars. So we're going to need the steel bars, which we've been using for everything. I'm going to need a stack of you. And now we should be good to go. Like, I'll probably end up needing more steel for more conveyors and all that. Ow. I forgot to do the parachute. But that's fine. Alright. Okay, so somewhere around here is that iron node. Where the were you before? That's 3 iron nodes. Alright, well I guess I don't have to go very far. Okay. All right, well, let's just go get ourselves. Well, okay, let's go back up here before I exploit those ones, because those are directly between our steel and our base. If I can find a different place near here that's got them, that'd be better. If not, I can exploit those. Let's just try. You know what? Let's actually go over this way. We already know we're going to be hitting these coal nodes over here on the other side. Let's go to the coal nodes, see if there is iron over there. And then I'm going to have to snake conveyors across the entire map. Hey, how you doing, big guys? Having a good one? So there's the coal nodes. Alright. Okay, so that is the edge of the map on this side. Yeah, so we've got our 3 coal nodes. And what makes me curious is 2 of these are marked as temp. That's impure, impure. I like that part I don't care about. Temp might be it's just like one of the big spikes out of there. Okay. So I've got tons of coal over here. What do I have for iron on this end of the map? So I've got the 2 I'm exploiting over there. Okay, and then there's nothing for miles. All right, so it does look like we're going to use that one over there. So we can start. Let's start with the iron. That's what we're out of. Okay, so it is going to be those 3 that we were dealing with over there. And then meanwhile, that right there is the cave I was talking about. We'll be back to check that out once I get this started. Because I can now explode a way in. And I know there's uranium under there. Because when I'm along the side of that hole, I start taking radiation damage because I'm too close to it. Yet I can't see it because it's underground. Alright, so it should be right down here. Where there's 3 spots there. Okay, where are you at? You also have that one over there, too. Alright, so let's start with this one. The irony in how much fuel those things give me, and the fact that it's like literally using them as a means of giving myself fuel, so I am refueling my vehicle by driving over them. Okay, so where? There you are. So you just got to run this all the way back over there. And then we can hook that up where we need it and get that going. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's run this all the way over here. I'm going to run it around this right side, though. Because with that hill there, it's going to be really hard for me to build anything meaningful without going way up on the right side. Versus if I leave the left side open, then I have a lot more opportunity to expand there without difficulty. Plus, I do have a spot on the right side I could potentially just plug this joker right in. Okay. I think we'd actually make this work. So logistics, conveyor 3, do this, and instead turn this one this way. Oh, you're facing the wrong way. Is there a way you can reverse that? Let's see. Rotate hologram, build, snap and hold, lock hologram, toggle mode. So we've reversed it. Excellent. Cool, so that should be over here now. Let's see, don't you need to run a steel line anyways? I will. So what I want to do is getting it producing the extra first, because I got this giant storage box, and then we have to run a steel line all the way back to base. That was the reason I kept putting it off and putting it off, is I'm like, I have to do all the things. And it's like, okay, well, if I have to do all the things, you know, I'm in no rush to do any of the things. But now what I could do is right here, put the stilts here. We're doing all the things. Yep, I kept putting it off because I didn't want to. You're not lined up, are you? You're not. But it's just kind of one of those things that's like, sooner or later you have to be like, all right, look, man, I keep putting this off, and the situation is not going to change until I fix it. Hey, Random and Lost, thank you for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and what were we streaming today? But welcome in, Raiders. There we go. And that is all good here. But how was your stream and all that good stuff? And I do hope you had a good one. But welcome in, Raiders. I already said all that stuff, but, you know, brains are what they are, and look, thinking is hard. Okay, so let's see here. So we can go ahead here and plop down one foundry. Alright. Let the spaghetti flow. Hey, could you not be in my base, buddy? Look, I will shoot you. Get out of here. All right. So with that, I need to go... Good, finish the campaign of Frostpunk? Nice. I'm curious what I'm gonna have the time to do Frostpunk 2 with like TwitchCon and everything. I definitely want to. It's gonna be tricky to make that happen. Okay, so you've got those, but the catch is here is, can I get it into that port, or is that gonna be too snug? I have a bad feeling it's gonna be too snug to make that happen. I'm gonna try. If we can get into this port, let's double check. If we can get into that port there, we can probably bring it. No, oh, you're already on a separate belt going in. Okay, I can just tack onto that belt. Never mind. I was thinking that belt was gonna be full and I wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. But no, I can literally merge it onto this belt and we'll be okay. Nope, 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 you're in the wrong place. So you need iron ore, and you need the R1. Cool. And that's because they haven't run power yet. But it should all be connected. Let's see. It'll be worth it, even if you get in late. Oh, Oh yeah, no, I don't doubt it'll be worth playing. It's just the question is, with like a lot of those games, unfortunately, reality is, when it comes to the content creation side of it, some of those games have a lifespan of about 30 seconds on Twitch. I'm really hoping Frostpunk 2 won't be that way, because Frostpunk 1 wasn't that way. But there's been a lot of games that have come out lately that just, for whatever reason, they just didn't have the staying power of their predecessors. There's also been a really bad track record lately for sequels. Kerbal Space Program 2 was not great. City Skylines 2 is getting there now. Like, it's actually not in too shabby shape now, but when it first dropped, it was pretty rough. It had a lot of issues. But nowadays it's pretty good. It took up a number of patches, but they got there. Kerbal's KSP2 hurts. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Because the worst part is, in a lot of ways, KSP2 being such a bomb really hurt KSP1 on the platform as a whole. I knew a couple people who that was kind of like their main thing they did was Kerbal Space Program, and one of them stopped streaming because they just weren't interested in trying to pivot, and the other one had to just basically call it a day for Kerbal Space Program. Just, it completely killed the interest in the category. All right. That sucks that has such impact. Yeah, but that's not unusual. If you have a game that's like beloved and then the sequel absolutely bombs, it's very, very common for that to take out, like, so far as creation platforms, it has a tendency to take out the first one's interest and support as collateral damage. Because now you know there's not going to be a lot of changing and adding on to your original game because the new one's out and the new one isn't good. And then on top of that, it's very common that when you do have a game that tanks like that, you're not going to see another update for that game in a long time either. Alright, so where is the next iron node? Let's go for the one over here, even though it's slightly farther. And the reason I'm doing that is that one is slightly closer to our base. So if this ends up being all the iron I can really justify exploiting here, then it ends up being one of those things that I can more easily put that one to the main base than this one. Not really, both of them will go fairly easily, but that's fine. So production, smelter 2, do this. Yeah, that's a thing that happens a lot. Like when City Skylines 2 came out, City Skylines 1, all the interest is gone. Now, granted, City Skylines 2, like I said, it had a bit of a rough release. A lot of bug problems, a lot of balance problems. But they've done a lot to bring it back. Versus KSP2 doesn't really have anyone working on it anymore on a real level. So I don't expect we'll see, unfortunately, that KSP2 has like a story about how, you know, it came back from the brink and all that. A bit of a rough release? Oh yeah. Yup. Yeah, no, I don't disagree the fact that Kerbal Space Program 2 has basically been abandoned is overstating it a little bit, but it's definitely been put on life support mode. And just it'll probably never be brought up to speed to even equal KSP1. That, to me, it's like, okay. That said, when people pop into, I don't know what the review rating is on KSP2 now. It was overwhelmingly negative at one point. And so it's very genuinely, one would hope people would see that and be like, why is this so bad? And then read the reviews. And that would, you know, protect people. Some people don't. But one of the good news is they aren't really marketing it anymore either. Okay, so we now have the ore popping in here. So the big question from here... let's see. Oh no, we were just talking about sequels knocking out interest in the initial game. There's been no new news to KSP2 that I've heard. It's mostly negative now. Well, that's technically slightly better than it was. But yeah. But this is pretty standard dodgy practice of Take-Two to kill off a game, never mind the official statement that it's never going to be completed or leave it available to purchase. Yeah, no, I have no idea what that one, but yeah. And the fact that KSP1 is no longer updating means that it's most likely a permanent modding platform point. Yeah, no, that's the thing. As long as they're still managed to maintain some interest in Kerbal Space Program 1, then there could be that. It's unfortunately one of those things that right now with like the with content creation, it's not totally dead, but it's mostly dead. There's just not enough interest to build an audience on. And that's not an unusual thing. Okay. So we've got the new line of ore coming in. It's not quite up to what we need. I want to saturate that line. And the last time, all I had to do to accomplish that was we just tossed one power slug in there. And it was enough to build it up. This is looking a bit more than that, though. This looks like it actually might be 2 power slugs, one for each of them. Or, honestly, I probably do just need to exploit... There's the other iron right there, I think. I'll probably just need to hook that one in. I think it's just these are lower... Ooh. I can't tell which one's the iron and which one's not. They both are. Fair enough. Guess B1 is gain traction. That'd be nice, because I have a very fond place in my heart for the original Kerbal Space Program. Like, I definitely put in a lot of hours on the original KSP. So it hurt a lot to see it get taken out as well. I'm gonna run out of steel bars here soon. Will I have enough to make it? I might have just enough to make it here. So we go logistics, merger. I did have just enough. Okay, and we can grab you. And run a tower over this way. Ah, I can't actually do that. Honestly, that's close enough. Good enough. Okay, I do suspect I will need to put a snail in one of those, but that's fine. Eventually, some of those things will be stuff we'll end up using our snails on, because the miners will be one of our bottlenecks on resources that they can only go so fast, and you can expand the rest of your factory, but once you've got your miners maxed out, other than finding additional miners to max out. Alright. And then meanwhile, the next thing I need to do is that crate is now building up positively in supplies for steel ingots. That's going to be a thing. And we are not getting enough coal in here, but that belt is going full speed. You are a tier 3 belt, right? You don't have a tier 2 spot I'm overlooking? No, it looks like a tier 3 the whole way through. Okay. So now's where coal comes in, because coal is now the new place to run into a problem. For the coal, I don't think we just shove in another track on this side, though. I think what's ultimately going to happen with the coal is I'm probably going to bring it in on this side somewhere and have it pop up there, maybe here or here, and then we'll merge it in and pass it that way. But before I can do that, I need a lot more steel. And also before I do that, I need to just go ahead and run a full separate steel line the entire length back home. Which is a bummer. Because that is a really long line home. And then once we do that, I can try and separate stuff out. Because the steel goes into the building here. So if we go and we put more steel in here, what can we do to make it work out better? So yeah, so steel right now, it goes in here and it gets split. And like 75% of it goes that way for the bars, and the tiniest bit goes over for the steel pipes. And so far that's worked out. But if I'm going to increase our steel bar production any, what I'm going to need to do is put another plate over here, get another steel line just going on through, and keep that going. Because right now, you can see it's not enough. What I probably need to do is cut off this last belt, have the new one go over top here, drop in. You know, then I can put 3 more here, and we'll probably be good. But that's fine. But I need a lot of these. Like, I'm gonna over grab these by a large margin. I'll drop the 10. Because I've got a lot of that to run. And how are we doing on our vertical? Another 60, so that puts us up to 60% done with this set. Alright. So, let's get this ridiculous line going. And unfortunately, there's not a good way to, like, snap one conveyor belt to the top of the yard and just say, hey, follow this, and just keep building each section as we move. What I am going to have to do is just, again, try and keep them relatively in the same path. It'll look bad. The way you would fix that is either put down foundations to run along it, or build, like, the really tall structures, or run the structures along the ground and then use them to, like, go over top of each other. I'm not going to do that because it's a lot of work, and I'm very lazy. But that would be how we'd fix it. And we can go here to walls, grab you. Okay. Do you love the early game 2-kilometer max height belts and resources? Yeah. Later on we get stuff we can work around some of this with. Yeah, so trying to run them pretty close together without overlapping. The way I'm doing that is I'm looking to her about next to the support. But is she about to have another 2 for quartz and caterium to run top your coal mines? Yeah. That's too close. It makes me want the equivalent from City Skylines 2 of where you can do like the pair roads where they run right alongside each other smoothly. I want that, but to like snap conveyor belts together. But like I said, the solution to that would be to just put down to like an entire floor of foundations the entire way, run the belts on top of it, and then delete the foundations. Okay. So there's the mini foundations, or only the massive blocks. They're mostly massive blocks. There's stuff around it. But like I said, what you do is once you run it, then you can just delete it. There's also the idea that I could instead, you know, kind of use the foundations to balance everything out. Then lay out columns underneath it, and run the conveyors along the columns. Okay, that'll actually be fine. Alright, so now I could go up there. And I need to reverse it. And that gives us another steel line the whole way up there. Alright, so the hope would be here is right now I've got this splitter. It's gone. It's out. And instead, we're going to pull up this line, and you're going to have to do a little bit of work is what we're going to have to do. I'm going to grab you. Stop trying to connect. What are you doing? So those are no longer being split, so that should increase the throughput a lot. And on top of this, let's upgrade your belts. Okay. Now when we look at this right now, it is solid the whole way. Now that does mean I've got excess that's not getting onto that belt. So I've only increased the throughput on this maybe 20%. I am hopeful that'll improve this a little bit more. We can go ahead and drop you in there, which should cause that to spill over to this box. And the hope is we'll see that this will jump from 82% to a little bit higher. That's the dream there. Yeah, so it looks like it might actually get both of these up to 100%. That is kind of what I was hoping. So we have increased our throughput maybe 20%. Alright. So let's see. That's keeping the steel going. How much steel do I still have on us? I still have a lot. So I want to clear out some inventory. We're not going to carry the iron on top of us. Okay. Alright, now I'm starting to see gaps on that line. That's probably because it's backfilling. But let's go ahead and our vehicle's over there. And see what we can go ahead and make happen way over here. Now what I can do is I can potentially take the line for the pipes. I can potentially split that line. And if I split that line and then send it to help out with the bars so I can add like maybe 2 more on there, that'd improve our throughput even more. But while that other conveyor is not full, there's no point. It means I could still support more on there. And it looks like that's still filling up. So it looks like because this is effectively a buffer of like 100, probably like 300-400 steel ingots on the belt itself, because of how much is being contained sitting on that belt, that I need production to catch up. So let's see what I need to do to improve our steel production. Yet again. I should be able to potentially add a little bit more on this. Let's see. So I'm seeing that the coal does not look like it is remotely adequate now. So I'm probably at the point I need to get the coal. Yeah, so that's only running at a quarter capacity. And those at half. Alright, so basically our coal production is inadequate. And if you look at that, that's running at capacity. There's not much I could do. This one is slightly... Oh, are you both? Huh. So I wonder if instead of doing this the way it is now, if I made that a tier 2 and had one of these feed in right the way it is now and had the other one feed in maybe around here-ish, if that would be enough to support them both. Because that would increase... What is the yield difference between these? So you can get 240 per minute. You can get 120. So yeah. So yeah, that should be enough to fill it up. What I would need to do, though, is right now where it's filling up down here, have the one feed into these first few machines and when it starts to taper off, then hook up this on the other side, which it might even be. Instead, like doing exactly what we've got with the ore here. Turn this around and leave that for the bottom 4 and leave that for the top 4, which would split the difference. Let's do it. I think that'll be enough to handle that. I don't have enough frames. Okay, well, let's go get ourselves a new modular frames. And then, like I said, I can split that off and have one handle a floor. And I think that'll be enough to handle both floors entirely. If not, the last one will be at like 80-something%. I can slap a snail in there and call it a day. Okay. And we're getting over here. How am I doing on time? I'm doing alright. Because we're just trying to up our steel production as much as possible, because that's what's keeping our versatile frames under control. And this is the kind of thing, if you don't like doing these expansions, you're just like, ah, man, that's not really my jam. The alternative you could do here is you can literally just go, alright, you know what I'm going to go ahead and do? Let me run the game and walk downstairs and grab myself some dinner. And over that hour, you're producing those versatile frames, and then you're done. And you move on to the next level, and you get your next thing. That literally, once your factory is stable, you can kind of just take a break if you need to. The only danger there is if you have something like biomass that's non-renewable, and then your factory shuts down because you run out of fuel to run your power. Where the smart plates are not making right now. Endure these. We'll grab 2 stacks. Here are engines. I'm trying to remember what we have where. Okay, so you're all done producing stuff because I don't shoot nearly enough stuff to use that up. All right, that's fine. We can pop over here and check out our versatile frames real fast, which I believe is down there. Okay, that's another almost 100. So that's going to put us around 70% of the way through. And every little bit I'm making this more efficient, the more it's going to keep that thing running. And the more I can get that thing running to produce more and more, the faster we will get the remainder. Which is why I'm focusing on this, is because we're locked out of better tech and all that. Okay, it's actually 63%. Until we get that sorted out. Alright. It'll be good later to take this chaos here that I've got, the belts running along the ground, and eventually clean that up as well. That's not a priority right now. Not until it starts becoming an actual thing where it's hard for me to get around and see what I'm doing. Then we'll start doing the thing where the ore immediately comes out of the drill, it goes up on a conveyor straight up, and then we just shoot it straight across. That'll like, if we get to that point, I'll probably have foundation to it, or we'll get trains or whatever. I just can't get those yet. All right. Yeah, so let's go over here, upgrade that drill, and then we can split off the drills from merging to be on their own lines. They won't fill up each line automatically on their own, but we won't be consuming enough to really offset it. And if we are, I could just throw a slug in and call it a day. Okay, so what I need to do is you are now Mark II, and I'm going to get rid of you, and get rid of you, and grab you, and plug you in right there. And get rid of you, and you, and you, and you. And that, and that. Honestly, I shouldn't do it this way, but I don't want to bother with rerouting stuff. I think I can just plunk that there, grab you, and I'm hoping I can just shove it in here and have it go around the corner and back outside the building. Excellent. Exactly as intended. Cool, and it's all hooked up. I pop up here, because I'm going to have a bunch of coal in my inventory, and drop it right in. Alright, so that should get these last two to go from producing at their, like, 23% up to 100%. And we can watch this, where if we see that getting above 3 before, or sorry, above 6 before it cycles, then yeah, so it should stack all the way up. So we should be good there. And so we didn't even add an extra drill. We just separated those out to feed those different systems. So each one of those is operating 4 of them like by themselves. We can actually check the numbers if we want to do the math. So it's 240 coal on you. And then if we check this machine, it's consuming 45 per minute. So 45 times 5, that's 225? 225 out of 240? I could technically go to this machine and ever so slightly underclock it to about there. and it would still keep up. The thing is, it's still using 13.8 megawatts. I'm not going to bother because I'm only saving about 1.2 megawatts, and I genuinely don't care. Like, that level of adjustment, you'll have stuff that gets stuck in all that it's just not worth doing. Alright. So with that, we should be all good with all this. Where we haven't quite doubled our output, but let's look here at our big container and see how the conveyors coming out of it are looking. Yeah, so we've got one belt is backed up because it's not being used fast enough on the other side, and the other belt is absolutely solid. And then if we were to pop in here, we do see we've got a reservoir here of extras. They're basically very, very slowly getting ahead here. So I'm not super worried about it, because realistically what'll end up happening is the moment I put something that's going to consume ever so slightly more steel pipes, then suddenly I'm going to be at a deficit. So having it a little overwhelmed, that's fine. But that should account for another little bump in our production of steel bars, which means another little bump in our production of our versatile frames. Let's check. I'm hoping it'll be running at 70 or 80% production rate. I don't think I'm going to be able to get the versatile frames up to 100% production rate without even more infrastructure. Or as the alternative, I would separate... Well, I take that back. You know it's going to hit 100% production? When this box is full. When this box is full, it'll hit 100% production. Because then there will be enough of this no longer going in there that it will all go that way. But also checking. So you're running at 70% capacity. You're actually going to be closer to 75 when this is all done, but we haven't got our new increases in ore over here yet. So let's go pop up here and check on those versatile frames. And you are running at 42% capacity right now because the steel is just not getting here fast enough. What I can do is, once I get an idea of how close we're getting, I could just slap a stack of, like a full stack of steel beams in here. So I could run at 100% for a little while till things have a chance. Yeah, so it's... Yeah, so we can go ahead there. It'll probably be closer to 60-70% once it's done. And I can drop the other half here. Okay, so that's still working. Yeah, so it would have been a good idea if I would have gotten that set up way earlier. Oh, that'll be another thing that helps. When this finishes, this is consuming steel beams. So when that gets to the point where this box is full, those steel beams will start going more and more to the versatile. That's actually one of the things that's eating a lot of it. Right, so the issue is you're only getting 25% of my steel beams. That's our problem. So when we look at what we're producing down here, I've got my first split here. So that's 50% of my steel beams going up this way, and 50% of my steel beams going that way. So half of my steel beams are going into this box. And then from there, we split again. Right here. And so since only 50% of my steel beams is going in here in the first place, 25% is going out that way, and 25% is going out that way. And you're running not far from capacity. You're running at about 75%, so by the time we get the new stuff there, it'll probably be 85, maybe push 100. If it does manage to reach 100, that'll help this one out as well. I'm trying to think if there's stuff I could do to help this, because I can't put a slug in those. If I put a slug in those, it's just going to get jammed. Let's see what we've got for alternate recipes. See if there's somewhere else I can get some more material happening. So we have our steel beams and our steel pipes. We don't have alternates there, so that doesn't matter. Yeah, so there's nothing I can do with the constructor to improve our situation. There's just no recipes. And then when it comes to our... this thing, we can't do anything with the versatile. That's a one-type recipe. And honestly, nothing else here. So basically, there's no recipes we can use to help out our situation there. Let's also check our smelter. Yep, nothing there. And then the foundry. There's nothing here. That's fine. I didn't think there was, but it's worth checking. So the next thing we could potentially do is, while we're waiting on that, because I don't think there's a whole lot I can do to upgrade that. I think it is a wait situation. Is we can go ahead. I haven't gone, like, the map is huge. The map is absolutely enormous. We should go and take our vehicle over down here somewhere and see if we can't find any of the ship parts and all that. Well, actually, scratch that. Slight change of plans. Let's go to the main tower and see what I need for a radar tower. Even if I have to handcraft the crap because of the oscillators, if I can handcraft the radar tower, we can reveal stuff nearby. Or if I can handcraft what I need to detect hard drives. So, quartz. Okay. So we need 100 of those. Okay, so I can't make that, but the radio signal scanning I can potentially do. I will have to handcraft those. What do you need to make those? So it's cable reinforced plates and lots of crushed quartz. And I need how much to make that work? Was it 100? It's 100. So I've got enough for 10 on me. So let's go ahead and run over here. I've got crushed quartz just sitting in a box. Let's grab like 3 stacks. And let's start tip-a-tapping. Because unfortunately it requires 3 ingredients, so I can't automate it yet. But let's get that going, because then I can start seeking out hard drives for alternate recipes, and we can seek out power slugs and all that. So basically we can switch to doing some exploration and see where we can go with that. You are down here. Yeah, so it's gonna take a hot minute. Oh wait, I have a bunch in the box here, don't I? Yes. So it's not that bad. I don't need quite as much as I thought I did. Because I need a cumulative total of 100. That also gets some of those reinforced plates that we've been building up in our inventory over all this time. And on top of that, I'm going to need a bunch of other stuff. And I hate having to depend on handcrafting, because the later you get in the game, the slower, like, the less efficient handcrafting goes. Oh, I see, my camera's sinking. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to do that. It didn't go straight up. There we go. I need to tighten that. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so I need more cable. That's fine. I got a box of cable down here. It's doing nothing. Because the whole time I'm doing that, we are making more of the versatile frames. Those are being produced. Where are my... There's my containers. Yeah, so that'll be cable there, that'll be wire, and that'll be the copper sheets. Because I was producing those there until I moved them into their own location. Alright. And the good news is, once I get to Phase 3, there's a lot of stuff I can work on in the meantime. And I'll try and be better about it this time around, where I actually take the time to focus and be like, all right, we're gonna go ahead and knock a bunch of these out early. So the moment, like if it says smart plates, from the very beginning we're making smart plates. If it says versatile frames, from the very beginning we're making versatile frames. There'll probably be 1 or 2 things that I won't be able to make until we get past oil. Like it'll probably be like the computers, these oscillating, the crystal oscillators. A lot of those, there's a good chance will be locked behind, you know, some type of tech with some type of investment. But that's the thing, is we'll try and make it a point to get at least 1 machine making them right from the beginning. Because you get that trickle feed at least from the start, you don't end up where we're at now, where we're just kind of, you know, I wanna get to the next phase, but we're stuck waiting for the moment. That's fine. Alright. And this can be a strategy for when you do have bottlenecks you want to get around. Alright, so I need more of the crushed crystals. And eventually, as you've noticed, we are going to need to do those crystal oscillators and everything. Eventually, we will hit the point with like the crystal oscillators and all that, where I will just be automating all that, and then we'll end up needing more quartz, and then I'll have to, you know, expand our quartz production. That's just every phase of the game. There's always going to be something that you have to increase capacity, increase capacity, increase capacity. The only time that ends is when you finish the game and, like, you're making everything. At which point, usually then, you're just shoving literally everything you can in the awesome machine. Or the awesome sink or whatever. And then that effectively becomes a high score that you don't have to think about. I needed slightly more crystal. I'm too shy of being able to get it, and then we'll be able to track the wrecked ships, and then I'm going to start running around and finding hard drives. Because those hard drives can be really valuable for finding all the alternate recipes, and eventually we will want to go through with some of those alternate recipes and do stuff like make iron plates using copper because I don't need as much copper and things like that. Alright, meanwhile, while I'm here, turn the things we've killed into protein, so they stack nicer. So we can put that in there. And then with that, we can go to quartz. And I need to make myself another object scanner. Cool.
Object scanner magnetic sensitivity increased. It can now detect the signal of any hard drives at crash sites in your region.
Alright, we don't have the computer listed here at all. I believe we need plastic for that, which is no, actually, I think we need the high-speed connectors, which I found those, but I can't build those yet. What do I need to unlock that, by the way? Because those are things we're going to need. And those will probably be under Caterium. Yeah, so that's going to need oil, because I need the plastic. And that means this is going to need oil to do, because that requires that. I can build the power switches right now, and I can build the smart splitters. And the programmable splitters I'll be able to do soon. So I could unlock those two. They're not important for me right now. I could honestly get the SAM fluctuator going. We wouldn't be able to get any of the tech down here, but I don't know what's locked under that. So that could be the next thing we work on after some hard drive hunting. I think we're all good over here. I've got plenty of inventory space. I do actually want a lot of the various things in my inventory, because those things out and about will ask me for various goods. Oh, I don't need Caterium ore in my inventory. I'll grab the computers in case they ask for that. Is there any materials I could use that I don't have that are normal materials? It doesn't look like it. Okay, if we find one, we find one. Alright, so. Why do I not see hard drive? Did I not just unlock it? Is it something else I need? Scannable object hard drive. Oh, that's not the scanner. The scanner is this thing. You'll have to bring enough raw resource to make everything you need for unlocking hard drives. Yeah, that's another strategy as well. I do have a bunch of those on me as well. Alright. So the pro and the con is if I drive the truck, then I can't hold that while driving. So what we are going to do is I'm going to move to the north, and I'm going to go east, and I'm going to start working my way through. And what we're waiting for is on that scanner, it'll eventually go where it'll start like pinging. And then you just, you know, orient it and all that. The other thing I want to check is it shouldn't detect ones I have already emptied. So I've got one I've already emptied right over here. Let's go and check that first. Because if it detects that, that ends up being a pain. But I'm going to go and try and grab a hard drive or two, bring them back, scan them, do all that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I should be... If it's going to detect that one up there, I'd probably be in range by now. The range on this thing isn't that amazing, but compared to trying to eyeball stuff, it's definitely an improvement. Now, with that said, we are about to get hit with an ad break, so I do apologize about that. It is just kind of the way the platform is these days. But it does help support the channel, just like with everything else. And to be clear, when I say it supports the channel, it's not as little. I run as few ads as I need to disable pre-rolls. And even with that, normally in a month, it ends up being somewhere in the ballpark of a third of my revenue. So where you hear people like, oh, the ads don't pay anyone anything, it's like, that's not true. That's disingenuous. But they are still annoying. I would rather not have them, but pre-rolls hurt too much, and this is the alternative. So what's going to end up happening is while that's going on, I'm going to put this scanner away so you're not listening to it the whole time. And I'm going to go quickly use the restroom, grab myself a drink, and do all that. I'm going to leave the game running. I should be safe here. I'm going to just tuck in on this rock. I should be safe here, so I'm going to leave the game running so that way it's still building stuff so we don't get waiting on that. And I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and so thank you again for tuning in. I only lost one time the entire time I played the last time. Come on. I know I'm at 0%, but I'm right here. Aw, come on. I got over the hill, too. I was right there. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. There. There is our winner. Hey, buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. Alright. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry, 135, 121. So we have beaten our record. So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. All right. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour, and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're going to try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that, that does conclude our tour. I forgot that tour. The tour, for those who don't know, was a dare drop. And so they had released a new map, and they were like, yo, we would like you to give a tour of the new map. Huh. And we got a four-wheeler, and we did, like, we didn't do a tour of just, like, showing around. We ran it like you had paid for some, like, crappy little tour. Did I already get this one? See, I think for bigger streamers, they would get more from subs and donations and sponsors, especially, while smaller ones would get ones for ads. It's actually the reverse. Because when you think about it, so when you're a big streamer, you are going to have a decent number of people who don't want to pay for it. You'll have a lot more people who are coming and going kind of thing. But as a small streamer, you might only get, you know, you might only have like 5 average viewers, and your ad revenue is based entirely on how many people are watching the ads. So if you have very few viewers, you get very few... Would you stop hucking stuff at me? That dude hurts. He sucked. But yeah, it can, and to be fair, it varies wildly. Like, very, very wildly. You have some channels, it's like, that's some of the things that you'll have people go, oh, well, how many viewers on average do I need to be able to make a living on streaming? And you kind of say there's like, you just asked one of the most complicated questions you can ask. Because it depends on your own personal costs. It depends on the generosity of... I should have checked to make sure it's targeting. It depends on like the generosity of your viewership. You're going to have some times where you'll get like a viewer or two who is just particularly generous that, you know, you might be able to live off of 20 viewers. Probably not. But technically, if you had someone who was generous enough, it could happen. It won't, but it is technically in the realm of possibilities. But you could be sitting at 1,000 viewers, but also living in an expensive situation and not be nearly enough to sustain yourself. You could also be at just 100 and so viewers and also be fine. We definitely don't jump down there, because that's certainly a way we die. Because this is the edge of the map. So it is a complicated thing. But yeah, no, generally it varies wildly. But there are channels that the ad revenue is like the biggest thing for them. But even large streamers, it get very wild. Like there's some streamers who are multi-platform and all that, where their merchandise and their sponsorships become their primary money. And I mean sponsors as in like game companies, hardware companies, energy drinks, whatever. And that even subs and bits and ads and all that, none of those are primary revenues for them. And so those are some of the ones who have experimented with like literally giving up partner and affiliate and everything on Twitch so they can run no ads and all of that, because literally they want to do anything possible to maximize their viewership, because their money is coming from third parties that really care only exclusively about viewership. Hey, okay. Yeah, it said you always got the impression that you just need to figure out a place and don't worry about gaming the stream system. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You'll have people who will argue to the ends of the earth about the correct and incorrect way to you know, stream to succeed, make money, whatever their goals are, grow, yada yada. And the reality is, anyone who says this is how you do it, it's more complicated than that. And that answer lacks nuance. So, at best, they're being disingenuous or naive. At worst, they're being deliberately misleading. So I already know I've not gone over there at all. And that isn't... So the edge of the map is up here. I can go into this and it should be fine. If not, we'll have a very bad time. Because I wanna say the last time we streamed it, it was somewhere along one of these coasts here that it wasn't where my main factory was, but I did have my main power there, where it's just rows and rows and rows of coal, and I was importing coal from like everywhere on the map because I could easily just build as many water pumps and all that as I needed. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, that is the edge of the map. Never mind. Okay, so that whole area over there is the edge of the map. So basically, there's no reason for me to be out in this water other than checking out like a little island here and that. That's all just background scenery, that mountain and all that. So it's probably when we look over there to wherever the trees stop is probably as far as it goes. But that's okay. And not worried about trying to collect all the Mercer spheres or anything like that right now. I'm mostly concerned about hard drives. What are you? Oh, you're Caterium. I'm still fine with exploding that. Yeah, some people are trying to figure it out themselves and just have a horrible time. Yeah, well, no, that's the real, like, that's the reality is... It's not, like, there are people who will try and give you deliberately misleading information. They're pretty rare, though. Most people are all trying to help each other out. And it's just kind of the reality. It's the same thing that happens when you talk to people who have been successful in anything, like, you know, a celebrity, and they're just like, follow your dreams and that kind of stuff. It's like, right, but you're dealing with a survivor bias there. That was the person that made it. Even if the advice wasn't necessarily good advice, they did beat the odds. And you're going to have people who, like, make all what would be normally the objectively wrong decisions, but got lucky. You also have people who did everything right and didn't get lucky. So it's really hard because there is no, you know, this is the solved problem. Because it's also those things that if someone does something and is successful and now they've kind of established that niche, there may not be room for someone else to do the same thing they've done. So where they succeeded, that's just not even an option anymore because they've kind of taken that market. All right. You know, what should happen is if I get close to... I saw the enemy on top. I gotta try and grab it and go. But yeah. I mean, people try to help each other out. It's just one of those things that, like, everyone has to make their own way. Just, there isn't any hard, fast rules of this is how you make it or whatever. That said, there's certainly stuff that's just universal good advice, like be consistent, you know, don't break copyright law where you're gonna get your channel suspended. That kind of thing. Oh, hey, I don't want that. Ah. What are you? Like, it's a goopy version of those things. Would you stop chasing me for all eternity? And we're gonna need to move that into the bar real fast so I can go. Yeah, like that one's like all covered in some like brine or something. That's the reason I was all confused by it. Alright. So what I could do for this to just not deal with this problem... Solved. All right. And I did see it looked like there was more stuff. Yep, I see the poison. I'll deal with you in a moment. Oh, this is literally where my sulfur is. Okay, so what are you protecting? You got all these awful things up here. What are you protecting here that you're trying to keep me away from? Looks like nothing. Oh well, they're destroyed now. Yeah, because we ran around before. Oh, yeah, and I've already grabbed that one. I think I grabbed that one. I know we went up to it. Oh, was that... There was one of these that was way out here that was, like, needed something like 90 megawatts of power. And at the time, I'm like, I have got power nowhere near this place. Like, I'm definitely not getting up there. Yeah, because you can see I was there before because I still got the power line I used to climb up more efficiently. I feel like this hard drive scanner isn't even working. Or the range really sucks. Well, that's not how that's supposed to go. I don't remember what I need for it. I think it was 90 watts of power. And it might be something I can make happen through some messing around. Yeah, because supposedly this is detecting hard drives right now. Okay, so I've already looted that one. That's why it's not scanning. That's fine. Okay. So I've got a good vantage point up here. There's that spot over there. I could see them putting stuff... Actually, you know what? I think that may have been where we got one earlier. We got the Mercer Sphere that was up there. And I see a snail or a slug down there. Trying to get a look around the backside of that just to see if there's anything over there on the shore. There's a Mercer Sphere over there in that little island. Be chill for a second. I know you want to hurt me. That's fine. Okay, we got another wreck over here. I think we already grabbed this one as well. I just want to see this thing work. Yeah, we already grabbed that one. Oh, and the other reason I'm taking the time to blow these up is once you destroy them, they're gone forever. And a lot of times they will be either protecting paths to good things, protecting good things in themselves. Oh, come on. Okay, so we've got another slug. All right. Yeah, just trying to make my way around the map, do a little exploring. Because the map is absolutely huge. Hey, how you doing, buddy? Doing good? Having a good time? Making friends? Good to hear. So we've got one hard drive so far. Oh, we got a hit. So it's this way. There you are. Ah, this is the one we found earlier. That it needs 85. I could probably make this work. If we go power. Because each one of these is 30. And I should have solid biomass in here. Yes, I do. So if I separate that into 3 stacks, and I go 1, 2, 3, pull the lever. And we've got our hard drive. All right. This place looks terrible. That's definitely looking like hard drive there. That's weirdly not scanning. Okay, so we've got radiation there, so I can't hang out there. But we snagged the hard drive and moved on. Weirdly, that hard drive didn't detect like the other ones. That's what's making me curious. Because we got pretty close to that one and it wasn't picking up at all, but the second one did. Okay, we got more poison things over here. Weirdly, I'm not seeing any of the poison around them, though. A lot of big, dangerous enemies in this area. Up, 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 up. Yeah, so I don't see the poison cloud, but they still hurt. Without having the poison clouds around them, it's kind of hard to make out. It's just protecting a Mercer sphere from the looks of it, though, so I'm going to ignore them for right now. Oh, that looks like another hard drive way over there. I don't think I've ever seen this part of the map, either. Like, the map's so huge, there's so much to explore, it's so easy to miss stuff. Be cool, be cool, be cool. Oh, that is not good. Give me my inhaler. I would like it. But that's the big bee nest. Okay. Oh. That's considered mycelia. Alright. Can I just sit back here and snipe it? I can. That's fine, I don't care. Alright. And then we have more oscillators. What other goodies we got laying around here? Cooling systems, we don't have those yet. I'm just gonna get rid of the mycelia, we can get those in a lot of places. So we're probably looking at time to start heading back here in a moment. Yeah, but where are we relative to the rest of the map? Alright, so we've been running down this. Oh, this looks like that's the south end of the map, too. Well, in that case, I'm just going to finish going down just the south edge, and then we're going to turn back. Because I figure if I've checked the entire edge the whole way north-south, and we've gotten all the hard drives we see there, and, you know, a lot of the slugs and everything else, that means at least that's another area I don't have to really put time into looking to in the future. Limestone, that's another one of the really big rammy guys. Got a Mercer sphere over here. Oh, I have no inventory space for it. Can you get over here? Yes, you can. Good job, buddy. Okay, something else to get rid of. We got those crystals in lock. Hey, be cool. Never mind. You can have it. It's yours. Now I'll fight this fight. So we'll check a little farther south because we should be reaching the edge of the map. Yes, this is another one that's not being detected. That is a lot of enemies. I'm just trying to find a quick spot I can get away from the enemies for just a moment so I can mark that on my map. But everywhere I turn, I'm hearing the more dangerous enemies. And I don't have any easy to grab heals right now. Come on, they're still chasing. Because the big ram guys, they actually kick up rocks at you. That's fine. We know way down towards that edge. I can just drop a marker somewhere and be like, yo, there's a hard drive generally over here. Meanwhile, let's start just heading back home. We've pushed our luck. We've overstayed our welcome. It's fine. I don't need that Mercer Sphere. The bees can keep it. Do I aim to clear? Okay. So, right down here, in this area somewhere, is a box. And then meanwhile, I see we've got a whole bunch of these things. And the poison clouds aren't showing, so I'm really worried about just walking in on their poison clouds. That's short. Case in point. What hurt me? Oh, no, not with the big ones. Yeah, so it seems like the swamp is a dangerous place just because it's got a bunch of the tougher version of enemies checking out. So let's drop you in here so I can go and shovel a bunch of these in my mouth. Okay. Assuming it was from that one? This whole place is awful. I think the reason I've never been here before is I think I had a playthrough where I skirted around this, and I saw there was the poison there along the very edge, and then I just... Oh, I am not going that way farther. There is like 4 of the big spiders. So we're gonna go over this way instead. Okay. I'm taking my time a little bit going through this poison area so I don't kill myself by just running up on one of the poison things real fast. I'm not seeing more. There's more over there. Let's just try and go real wide around it. More enemies over there to cause me grief. Yeah, no, it's kind of a cool area. I haven't seen this whole swamp area and all that. Because I've seen, like, there's a deep forest area with plenty of dangerous enemies in it. There's, like, the desert we're in. There's, like, the somewhat arid, but has a little bit more plant life area. There's, like, a grasslands kind of area. Okay, there's a bunch of poison to the left. Let's avoid that. There's poison that way. I think that was the area rebuilt not too many patches ago. It could be, because like I said, I went by there, I was like, I don't recognize this at all. It's not like I've explored the entire map extremely carefully or anything. But even then, I'm a little shocked to find a place I'm like, yes, I just don't know this. Alright. I can't tell if you're one or not, but I could blow you up anyways. So there's a lot of uranium along the edges there. I don't think I want to take my chance with that. It looks like there's 2 or 3 uranium, not like the full-on veins you mine, but the other ones. And then there's poison after it, so I can't run past it to get past the radiation before it gets too dangerous, because I'll just run right up into the poison before I've had a chance to blow things up. So I gotta go around. That's it. I am curious about if I can get... Ow. So where... What direction are you in? There we go. We got our heading. No, wait, we're getting farther. That way. There it is, up on the hill. Oh, go away. Hey, Harry, how's it going? For the tea? Absolutely. You think he said hello earlier? That's all good. Alright, so we've got tons of these all over the place. I think this is literally the other side where it's like, oh, there's all that uranium. But there's another hard drive up here. And I'm going to clear that out because, like I said, there's uranium over there. Yeah, right there. Yeah, so I think all those green crystals over there, there's like tons of them everywhere. I think that's because it's hiding probably a purple power slug. And the idea is you need to deal with the poison and the uranium and all that. The problem is I can't deal with the uranium yet. That's kind of what we're working towards right now. I'm running out of bombs. That's not what I wanted. That definitely helps when you're running out of bombs to just drop one at your feet. And do it a second time. Okay, so I didn't fully clear the area, but I cleared enough that I can get to it and get the hard drive. Ow, I'm sorry. Ow, I'm sorry. I'll take those screws and I'll leave. Okay, so that's been a good trip. We've got, what, 4 or 5 hard drives we've managed to snag? And then this whole time we're making the versatile frames back home, so that'll be all good. We'll probably want to make a quick check of the biomass. I don't expect it to be a problem. Since we got our coal up, the biomass has been barely seeing any consumption at all. Like, it's not nothing. But I've been able to, like, pretty heavily just ignore it. Yeah, so that worked out well. We did have some weirdness that some of the hard drive wrecks were not picking up on the hard drive scanner. Most of them seemed to be, but some certainly weren't. Alright, so we can turn that off. It's not going to do us any good anymore. We're too close to home. I've already got the hard drives near here. Yeah, so I'm sitting on a turbo motor. Like, we have a bunch of random parts that I haven't been able to use. I almost have enough computers to have been able to build stuff. So I got 5 hard drives, a bunch of computers, like a whole lot of goodies. So let's check the MAM, see if any of these materials are what I need to unlock something new. If not, that's fine. If so, great. And then we're gonna shove in a hard drive, start working on like whatever, like check our versatile stuff or whatever. Okay. So let's check what we got in here. So I know these I don't need. And let's hit sort. Okay. And honestly, with what I'm doing, the coffee cup can start staying, which I know some people get very upset about that. I would say sorry, but I wouldn't mean it. So let's see. Alien stuff. If I get the 10 DNA, I could make enemies scannable and finish that tree. I don't care about that right now. So Caterium. I would need plastic. So I could technically unlock the priority switch. I'm not going to. Oh, we have the mycelium. So the toxic cellular modification, I assume, is for using explosives as a weapon. We can certainly unlock that as well. Quartz, I mean, that'd be an easy one to do. I just don't know if I care about it. Yeah, so I'm two CPUs short of doing that. I can't make those yet. Yeah, so honestly, I can't unlock anything I care about here. So we're gonna go here, scan hard drive. And now I can go over here and say, alright, computers out of the inventory. What else are we going to drop in? We can pop over here and do the power slugs real fast. That's not what I mean, the power slugs real fast. Because we grabbed a bunch of those along the way. And we can go take a quick peek at this and see if you're all still good. I mean, if I didn't know any better, I would swear this is turned off. So that's good news. So the biomass is perfectly fine. We have some more advanced components I can't do anything with, so let's drop the turbo engine in there. The cooling system I can't do anything with. My inventory is getting full here, so the turbo engine I can't do anything with. The fused modular frame, those are things I've never seen before that I recall. So, lovely. It means there's entire tiers of things I've never seen, which honestly isn't surprising. Why am I running over here? Oh, right. I was going to go to, I believe you're the wood box? No, you're the grass box. So you're the grass box. So go in here. That means you're the wood box. So go in there. We can let those continue to process another materials. Because that frees up some inventory space here. Because this box is getting out of hand. Sort. I didn't grab any of the mushrooms. I don't think any of the other materials I have are stuff I can't use. Okay. So with that said, let's run over here and see how we're doing on the versatile frames. Because those have been churning this whole time. I've been running around that whole area. But it's good. We got 5 hard drives to scan. And that'll unlock a whole lot for us. We can hopefully get the last of these versatile frames plugged in. And get to the next tier of tech. And not be making versatile frames anymore. Oh, that's not nearly enough. But it is some pretty good progress. So we got 100... Alright. We got 190 of them on. So that is 200 just shy of. So it is going to jump us down to like the last 20%. Let me see if I can't grab more steel bars from somewhere and just shove them in that to try and speed it up a little. And the reason it's taking so long, just to catch you up, chat, is just the fact I didn't jump on it early when we first got it. I kind of dilly-dallied a little bit, then I got it set up, and it was, like, literally running at its minimum. And so where it could have been running for 3-4 hours while I was working on everything else, it's been sitting there not doing it. So where you were supposed to be having that running while you're unlocking everything else, it just hasn't. So that's generally one of those things, is when you get those complete phase, as soon as you are able to make one of those materials, set up the production to make that material. Like, just do it. Otherwise, you're going to be in the situation I'm in, where I'm kind of just like going, come on, man. Get it made. So the good news is our production actually could speed it up now. I think. There we go. It's being weird about letting me pick it up. Alright, so this box is officially full. So now, instead of splitting 50-50 there, all of the steel is going to go up there. So let's try to avoid taking out any more steel, because this thing is probably still running at, it's like 40% or so. Oh no, it's been running at 83%. Okay. So that's almost been running at full capacity. Not quite. With that said, now that that box below is filled, we can see that this ultimately is now producing at the point where it should be running at 100%. Let's check on you, because that's actually what I meant. So you've only been running at 50%, but if we're now watching the steel beams here, it's getting really close. So let's see. It's now running, it's eating up 12. So we want to see how close we get to 24. If it gets all the way to 24, it will jump up to 100%. If it doesn't, I'm just going to drop whatever I can in so far as the stack of the steel bars to help it out. Oh, that's so close. I think technically it's under 100%, but I think it's at like 98%. So I'm going to drop that in and just call it a day. And that should keep it running at near full capacity until we're done. Unfortunately, that is just going to take time. But that's one of the reasons why it's so good that exploration's good in this game. Because as you saw, we ran around, we got a bunch of hard drives. We did explore a lot of the map, but assuming the map is square, like... Oh, weird. I actually have what looks like an extra area of land up there. But this is clearly... Like, this is the north edge of the map. This appears to be the south edge of the map. That's the east edge of the map. But the map still has a lot more to go for it. Because I know there's an entire forested area here somewhere. Like almost rainforesty. I know there's an area that's kind of in between. Which I thought was this area down here. This area down here felt like the area I remember starting at, where that island is. But it looks way different, and it could just be that the map's been updated and they reworked that so I don't recognize it because of that. Oh, and I already got you. Alright. So in the meantime, we are still stuck waiting. So what I'm going to do is... How much longer do I have in this hard drive? 3 minutes. So we'll wait for the first hard drive to finish. And then I'm going to stick in the next hard drive and start it scanning. And then we're going to go and take a little bit more of a look around. And see what we can see. Because like I said, the factory, there's not a lot I can do to scale it up well. I could potentially run all the way to like somewhere else in the map and try and get some more steel production set up and then tether it all the way back here to try and get those versatile plates going a little bit faster. I don't think that's going to be worth my time. I think I'm going to be better served by running around, getting the hard drives to unlock more alternative prints, because that's where I'm going to be able to go in and say, okay, well, instead of producing steel using this recipe, I can use, you know, iron and like maybe 3 iron units per steel bar as opposed to 1 steel or 1 iron and 1 coal or whatever it is. Or instead of producing the steel girders or whatever, And doing, 3 or whatever steel bars for that, I can, mix some steel and some copper or whatever. And by doing that, I can reduce the steel burden and then put advantage a lot of copper and then scale that up there. And those are guesses. I don't actually know. Oh, you know what we can do? We've got that mail icon, and there's a little... Well, actually, how long do I have left on here? Is it about done? Yeah, well, we'll run down here. Inside our hub, there's a little computer that it is implied that there's email or whatever in there. But on top of that, there was a game on the computer. Oh. You have one of the lucky Fix-It employees given the opportunity to work on one of the esteemed package filing architects. Congratulations! As a package filling architect, your assignment is to send as many well-packaged packages as possible during the allotted time. Place the blocks on the game board to start filling the package. Each block you enter in the package will add to your package points. The number at the bottom right corner of each block is the number of points that block gives. 1 times fill bonus. The fuller the package is, the bigger your fill bonus grows. Your fill bonus is applied multiplier to the package points when you send the package. Sending the package. When you find you can't fit any more pieces in the package, press the send button in the bottom right corner. The package points will be multiplied by as many package points will be multiplied by the bonus. Your total points. Remember, you can send as many packages as you want during the allotted time frame. Occasionally, a bonus time will spawn in your package. Dropping the block on this tile before it disappears will give you 4 times the regular points. Okay, but before I do that, we have now read those instructions. That should be enough time for me to shove in the next hard drive, and then we'll pop back down there because I meant to check that game out, and then I forgot about it. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so we can get quick wire that uses copper and caterium. I'm not worried about that. We can make copper rotors. I don't know that we're going to actually make the copper rotors, but for right now, I've got 5 hard drives, and we're probably going to end up using lots of stuff on here. So I'm just going to shove these in, because there is a limited number of recipes in the game. I don't know how many. So it is one of those things that I believe eventually you do unlock every single one of them if you go and find all the hard drives. I don't think, like, if I skip one now, I don't think it'll, like, never come back. I could be wrong about that. But if I am, whatever. So let's try the package game. Okay, so we'll try like 1 round to just learn it. Those are weird. Oh, that closes it. That doesn't rotate the piece. Can I not rotate pieces? I actually don't see a thing that mentions rotating pieces. I shouldn't have assumed I could rotate pieces. I'm spending too long. This is awful. I don't have anything that fits there. Wait, I do. Okay, so we got like a dead space there. That's interesting. There's nothing I can put down there. I'm trying to use these really bizarre, weird-shaped pieces to get them out of the way. Oh, I almost got 3. Okay. Cool. So it's just a mini game where if you've been sitting here going, oh, I need to wait for the factory for a couple of minutes, you could go down there and play a mini game. I appreciate that. Because I want to say, I thought there was messages on that computer before. Did they... So you have customizer, blueprints, materials. I was trying to see... Is it mentions... Oh, there we go. Oh, onboarding, doing this. Oh, that's just all of the messages we get. So if you miss something like damaged hard drive, you go back and listen to it.
Damaged hard drive successfully acquired. All pioneers are contractually obliged to preserve and secure any recovered hard drives for analysis in the MAM, which may result in benefits to the Fix-It mission. Speculation as to why there are crashed freighters in your Fix-It designated zone is discouraged as specified in your contract.
Okay, I also need to top off my explosives and top off my my rebar. But yeah, so we're gonna go grab more hard drives while we eat, because I don't want to stand around for 30 minutes or almost a full hour, because that's how many we grabbed of the hard drives. So we can go around, grab some more power slugs, do all that. We're killing time. So you keep looking for hard drives in more places. So let's grab a stack of those. There we go. And then we have our explosives on the roof over there, so let's grab those. And then we're just going to go west. I'm going to try and find the west border of the map. We'll grab what we can along the way. I probably should grab those rare materials that we can't produce yet. That's actually not grab that many. There we go. I probably should grab those rare materials we can't produce yet, just in case we have a hard drive that we can unlock with it. It's worth doing. Because as far as using those materials to actually produce things, the likelihood I'll be able to do that is pretty low. So we can grab these here. I can produce the rest of those. You can now be stacked in there. And I still got some spaces left. I think that's fine. If I have to delete something, I'm not too worried. I can delete some of the quick wire and all that. I won't feel bad. Alright. Good enough. How are you doing in time? Am I almost ready to swap you again? Eh. Alright, so let's starting to try and head west and see what we can find. Because if we start going that way and we find a bunch of good stuff, that'll help out. Eventually I'm going to need to expand my, I don't remember what you're called. Ethereum, that's the one. Hey, Ethan, how's it going? Alright, so we've got some uranium there. Yep. I can't get near that without having a problem. I remember getting the lizard doggo and having the lizard doggo bring me uranium. And having to run away from the lizard doggo. I remember having that happen more than once. Oh, hey, we have a cave we can open up over here. Excuse me? You haven't seen the lizard doggo? There's a cute little lizard doggo that you can give berries and he will hang out with you and he will give you things from time to time. You're sold buying this game the next time you have money. Yeah, no, it's so adorable too. Like I'm not gonna spoil how you get it to be your buddy. But it's not as straightforward as just like, you know, walk up and pet it. You can do that. But you gotta befriend it. Oh yeah, purple power slug. Those are extremely rare. I didn't think you're gonna be able to cross there. Aw, you're trying. Not well, but you are trying. Alright. And I think that's everything in this cave. Got ourselves a sneaky hidden in the wall purple slug and one of the alien artifact things. And that cliff seems to end over there. Yeah, so I've got uranium on this side and that side. So running through there is gonna hurt like heck. I'm gonna see if I can't sneak by it. It hurts, I don't like it. Okay, that's not actually that bad. Okay, so we've got another purple slug. This one's actually behind one of the, the more dangerous things up here. Why am I taking radiation damage here? Ow, it hurts. Stop it. Ah, so there's more radiation over there. Alright, well, what I'm going to quickly do is, since that area is not good for my health, because it's all that radiation up there, there's more radiation down there, too. A lot of uranium nodes up there. But what we can do is we got the hard drive analyzed. Let's pop down here and swap them out again. Okay, we can get 6 extra inventory slots, just period. Just 6 inventory slots. Or to be able to make wire. Please, for the love of everything, give me the inventory slots. Why would I ever not accept that? Because that is hands down amazing. As you got so tempted when the Lumen update happened, but it didn't make it high in your shortlist then? Yeah, no, the lizard doggos have been here since, I think, almost, maybe not the very beginning, but pretty early on. But yeah, no, they're these cute, like, little lizard doggos that have, they have, like, the little derpy tongue stick out thing. And you become friends with them, and occasionally they run off, and then they bring back goodies. Sometimes uranium, and you go, oh god, little lizard doggo, get away from me, it hurts, please stop. And it just follows you around. It doesn't follow you forever, anything like that. It's gonna hurt just a little bit. We got more uranium over there. I see a shipwreck up there. There is so much more uranium than I remember. You chill? Do you get to live? You get to live. Good job. Wait, where? What is... Dear Lord, what is that? They have radioactive enemies now. I hate it. Thanks. Alright, we'll come back here when they have radiation protection. This whole mountain is radioactive. You can keep your secrets. You good? You friends? Okay. Let's see, if you put uranium in the crate, does it still harm you? Yes. It'll hurt you in your inventory, it'll hurt you in a crate. It gets especially nasty if you accidentally pick some up. Because it hurts you so much while it's in your pocket, that it's hard to get it out of your pocket before it kills you. And so then you end up in that weird situation where you want to pick up your inventory, but getting near your death crate hurts you a lot. And so you have to run up, try and grab the uranium out of your crate real fast, chuck it on the ground. And then, you know, run away.
Our instruments echo in the deep. Do they not pluck the shallow threads?
Can you hear me?
Crescendo, the effigy found the key. Sing more.
I was not created for artistic purposes. I am incapable of singing.
You sing.
Noted.
Okay, so Ada and the alien artifacts are now having sort of a conversation? Yeah, so taking the uranium from the lizard doggo is a real dangerous choice. The point is, if it gets uranium, you just get away from it. Eventually, you get stuff that makes it so you can be safe from radiation. So the main progression points in the game. And then it's not a problem. The odds of it bringing uranium, by the way, is pretty low. And you can get multiple of them. Alright, so let's get back to exploring this way. And these, I can now kill as well. Oh, did you not drop anything? They've got uranium all around the Mercer sphere, so I can't grab that. What makes me curious, that looks like a weird little geyser. It is a little geyser. I don't know what geysers do in this game, because that's new to me, but I'm glad it doesn't hurt me. Okay, so it's another one of the weird uranium dog things. I definitely need to not be up here with them. I see you, purple slug, and a wreck. Okay, so we can get the wreck, and then directly below there is... Ah, okay. You move fast. It's almost like, oh god, you hurt so much. You can keep it, it's yours. Alright, so I just... Even trying to stay a safe distance, it's not worth it. That thing took like 2/3 of my health in one go. Let me guess, you can be protected by one of those again as well. Yep, there it is. The same radioactive one. Alright, so I'm learning all these really high plateaus up here are covered with goodies and things that hurt like absolute hell. I don't want it. Go away. Can you stop existing, please? Okay, they're fluttering away. And they're coming back. I don't want to tangle with more of those if I don't have to. I've been down there. I recognize that. From a previous playthrough, I've been through this whole area. I remember there are a couple of ship bits down there too. Like not right in that spot, but like in this general area. And like I remember you'll find like one chunk of the ship down there, but like the rest of the ship will be up top on the plateau, so you have to like find your way up there. What are you hiding that? Okay. There's another one over there. Oh, is that another one of the bug things? It is. There's bug things along the edge there. I think those were supposed to be what's protecting them. Is there a use for the artifacts yet? Yes, but I don't know what it is. There's like a whole alien technology research tree now. Oh, that's the radiation again. And then we got poison down there. Yeah, man, uranium is everywhere compared to where it used to be now. Okay, there's a ship part up there. Like, we're seeing way more uranium just as almost a blocker to keep you from going places until, you know, you're a little bit farther along. Which I think is a good idea, because you can only do so much to get past it until you have the ability to make yourself immune to radiation. And it also prevents you from doing the cheeky strategy of just quickly popping over and, you know, using the Alright, so the MAM is done. That's fine. We'll start working our way back. Well, I'm actually not far from home. I thought I was way far in this, and there's my coal power plants. Ooh, is that actually running at speed? No, I mean, it's just barely gaining. It's just taking forever. Alright. So, we didn't get more hard drives. We did find a bunch of random stuff. We got heat sinks and some other parts that I haven't been able to produce yet, so that's good news. We did get ourselves some more power slugs. We explored a bit more of the map. We didn't get nearly as far in there as I wanted, though. What I'm thinking is, like, the other starting area is over here. But you're finding how impressive how many high-tier items are around the hard drive wrecks. You don't remember finding so much before. Yeah, no, I definitely remember finding a lot of the high-tier stuff. The thing is, the high-tier stuff doesn't help you that much to get early most of the time. Sometimes you'll get lucky and it'll be something that you needed like 20 of them for like a really good thing, and normally you'd have to wait. But a lot of the time, you end up needing a bunch. Did they add much to the endgame in 1.0 then? I don't know. I mean, I do know the game is winnable, beatable. There is an ending, however you want to say it now. And they didn't have that before. So they definitely done a bunch into that regards. But I didn't play like the last couple of major updates all the way through. Like, you know, viewership started to drop off of the game before I got that far. Which kind of prevented me from really seeing it through. But yeah, so for me, I could see continued play, but it is just one of those things that, it can be very hard to keep people interested in these kind of games that long. So that's another, ooh, that's barely not enough to hit stage 3. We'll be at like 960 or so. So we're almost there. Alright, so let's take a look. And we have a choice of alternative molded steel pipe, where it's steel and concrete, but it produces at a higher rate. And then we have the Caterium wire, which will let me make copper wire at a much higher rate, 120 per minute. I'll grab the Caterium wire. I don't know if we'll actually make it, but that's fine. Alright, and so in the meantime, I don't need those or these. Oh, we can drop off the merger spheres and that. We could drop off these things that I can't use yet. And the rest is all fine. We need to run over here to... Was there anything else I need to do with the power slugs? Not that I can do yet. Alright, so we got the power slugs, so we can go over here and give ourselves a ridiculous number of these. So yeah, so I can actually improve the output of a bunch of my machines, but honestly, for a lot of the input-output, I can't really do much to improve it. Like, that's the issue I have right now, is I could slap it into machines to improve their output, but then they're going to have a higher input, and the moment I do that, then the input's insufficient. And then I could try and fix the input, but the problem with most of the inputs is most of the things holding back the input is belts. That the belt themselves can't handle the capacity. Yeah, 974. Alright, so we are right there. I only need 24 more. So genuinely, by the time I get these hard drives scanned, we are in phase 3. Which is good. Because then we can refamiliarize ourselves with what's available in phase 3. And once I do that, that'll probably be around the time I wrap up. I'm going a little bit longer at the moment than I normally do, because I also started a little bit later, and you know, my wife traveled out today, and I've got a whole lot not a whole lot else to do right now, other than I have some calendar planning to do for TwitchCon. I need 10 more. That's all I need is 10 more. But yeah, so I've got some calendar planning for TwitchCon, and that's basically it. It is running at full capacity. It is officially running at full capacity. Finally. Alright. So, you are producing... Is that 2 in a minute? And, like, a little bit better than 2 in a minute. Actually, is that... Oh, you produce 2 at a time. They're producing 4 every minute. Oh yeah, so we only got a couple minutes left. And now, like, this will be done, I think, around or right before we finish scanning that hard drive. Because you got 18 and I need 24, and they spit out 4 every roughly 30 seconds. So, it should only be another minute or 2, and we'll be good. And boom. And then we can put all that in, we can send off the space elevator and watch it build whatever the thing is we're building above the planet. And then we get to see what we can unlock in the next tier. Because I know we get oil production, we do get nuclear power. I want to say we get another tier of conveyor belt. I want to say there's a tier 4 that you make lubricant or something like that as its requirement. And that goes kind of back to when we did the reinforced plates, that there is a pretty hard bottleneck on your oil, because you use oil for fuel, you use oil for power, you use oil for plastic, you use oil for that. Oil has byproducts that initially have no use. As far as you know, it's 3 max? Gotcha. I might be mixing it up with Factorio. Okay. But yeah, we'll see. The horror you didn't expect to be afraid of. Just Nightmare on Elm Street, but he's rolling in on parachute. He's just paratrooping in on you. You're catching up to you, by the way? Yeah. Like I said, unfortunately, I kind of screwed myself by delaying my steel and all that.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 2 project part shipment is now ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 2 will be completed and the construction dock will be constructed. After completion of Phase 2, the technologies of Tiers 5 and 6 will become available in the hub. These might feel intimidating after your previous experience, but rest assured that you would not be here if you were entirely incompetent. Highlights are oil production, railway transportation, the jetpack, and many more. Completing Phase 3 of Project Assembly is your next main objective. Just remember to focus on producing and delivering the project parts, and Fixit's faith in you will be strengthened.
Let's see. The horror that's always massively understated. Winged monkey from Oz. Yeah. Alright, so let's have a look at what it looks like when this builds itself more.
Phase 2 of Project Assembly completed. You have been performing more adequately under pressure and are closer than ever to saving the day. Perhaps you were the right choice for the job. Time will tell. You will now enter Phase 3 of Project Assembly. Continue as you are, and there should be no issue. For humanity. For Fixit.
Alright, so they've got way more built. There's like weird rotating bits on it now. So still don't know what it is, but we'll figure it out. Alright, so let's go to the hub.
Thank you Lorno for subscribing for 13 months. The corp brainwashing is real.
The corp brainwashing is real. Oh yeah, but thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. Alright, so we're at Tiers 5, and so yeah, so it looks like this. After we after we complete Tier 3, we will get here to Tier 4, and then that's the end. So we've got our jetpack, which gives us more inventory slots and that. I literally can probably plug that in right now and be done. We have the oil processing, which I could literally plug that in right now and be done. We have logistics 4. So there is a conveyor belt Mark 4. Just so you know, there is a conveyor belt 4. I thought there was. Because this is right around the area that we got. I think I had just finished this, and we had started in this is when we kind of let off. So yeah, the downside is it requires rubber, which means I need oil processing as a prereq for logistics 4. We have the fluid packaging, which is more on the oil processing, and we have petroleum power. At which point we will be able to finally scan for Caterium ore, which is interesting because I can already scan for Caterium ore. And then we've got 6, which is industrial manufacturing, which is what'll let us finally make the things I require 4. And that lets us make the modular engine and the adaptive control unit. So, unfortunately, it looks like our trains... Actually, we can build the train. Like, I can actually make the trains happen. The railway signaling, I cannot yet. The pipeline engineering, I can't yet. Okay, so interestingly enough, I can get the trains going without any of the other stuff from 5. Alright, so let's go in here. So we'll select the milestone. And like I said, I think I literally have what I need. There should be... So I need to grab cable. I should have a big giant amount of cable over here. So we are already producing our versatile stuff, which is the only one I have a huge quantity required. So good news is while we're up-teching everything else, we'll be good there. So you need 1,000, so that's 5 stacks. And I took 1 extra for me. And I'm trying to remember where my... I think my motors are being built in this tower. Yeah, no, you're all good, Luxray. Like I said, I was pretty sure that there was a tier 4, and I just remember the tier 4 were obnoxious to make. I thought it required lubricant, but it looks like it might be rubber. But I remember them being a bit obnoxious to build, but then, you know, they were heckin' fast. Yeah, but to transport liquids via trains, you need liquid handling. Yeah, I got lots of stuff. Alright, and here we've got the MAM again. Advanced alternate charcoal. So, I'm gonna rescan this one because I'm not gonna collect wood and turn into charcoal at any real frequency, I don't think. And the iron wire, I'm probably not gonna worry that much. Ooh, okay. So, this is likely to give me an improved output for my, my beams. So, select that reward. It may not be what I actually end up using. But that's fine. We got our hard drive to scan. And we've got all that going on. Okay. So if I go up here, I just need to grab a couple of stacks of iron plates. I should have tons of these just sitting around. And I believe I will probably have almost a full crate of motors. I don't remember if they're top here or they're top steel. I think they're top here. But, we'll have those. I really need to have my, my vacuum tubes for transporting me around the map faster. Yep, so I've got a stack of those right now. And so, boom, boom, and boom. Push the button.
Milestone reached. Fix-It has granted you the power of flight, provided you have a jetpack and the appropriate fuels. The jetpack refuels automatically while you are standing on a surface, and different fuel types will affect the jetpack's functionality. With this increased versatility, you will no doubt achieve efficiency levels previously unheard of.
Okay, so we've got all the copper I need. Because I can grab that, and then by the time it gets back down, immediately push the red button again. So that is one good thing, is that we did scale up a lot of our production versus focusing it entirely. So because the factory's been producing all of these things all along, now I can just run around and just unlock a lot of this tech real fast. So with you, I will need... We could drop that off, and then one more stack. So that's good there. I will need the sealed beams, which are over here. And that's all those I need. We've got the motors back over here. And honestly, I'm going to have this before it's back for me to push the button again. So that's really good news. We can also check what it's going to require to make me the jump pack. The thing with the jump pack is I believe it takes your same back slot. So you have to do the jump pack or the parachute. Ultimately, the jump pack ends up being way better. But it is just one of those things that you've got to get yourself more fuel. Like, we'll definitely be using the jump pack. And then once we unlock the oil, it'll be time for me to get that set up. Because that'll be the next thing I need to set up is the oil production. And I remember that being its own monster that is very costly on water. And unfortunately, I am entirely too fast, and I'm going to have to wait for another almost 3 minutes. So in the meantime, I can go ahead and process a bunch of these animal bits into DNA and stuff like that to clean out some inventory. I could probably honestly take those animal bits that I'm going to be turning into DNA and potentially use that to get the 100 fabric or whatever it was I needed for there was something I needed mycelium and all that to unlock the gas mask. I could probably get the gas mask done now while we're waiting. And that would be good. Not that I'll need it very much, because I usually just explode stuff. Oh, this game needs elevators to get elevators. That was entirely too long walk for a 5-second task. Oh no, so what you usually do is you can get what's called hyper tubes, and I have them unlocked, I haven't built them. But I can put a hyper tube down there on the bottom, touch the hyper tube, and it sucks you up and it throws you wherever you put it. So what I'll do on a really big building like this is I'll put I didn't mean to jump off. I'll put a line of like 5 or 6 hyper tubes where I have one hyper tube that goes to each floor. And then, you know, when I need to, I just run over, walk into the hyper tube, get spat out on that floor, do the thing. A lot of times I'll have like one place that's like my main traffic hub where I'll just have hyper tubes going out. And I haven't played like the super late game, but I have done a bunch of that. So we got 4 more minutes there. I've got 1 more minute on that. I'm gonna worry about the mycelium thing later, maybe? I still have more. I put the wrong way, didn't I? Okay. I've got you moved over, get you moved over. We should be good on all that. So we got 30 seconds, so we can drop down here. And in the mode of the lands, we're just going to shove all the stuff in the machine real fast and push the button again. And I'm going to try and unlock everything I can that doesn't require oil, because I should have all the materials to do that. So you require oil.
Crude oil
You require
can now be
oil.
extracted and
You
refined
require
to produce
oil.
various
You
industrially
require
beneficial
oil.
parts.
You
The
require
byproducts of these
not oil,
processes
but
will
other
require
things.
careful
You require
management,
oil.
but
You
a
require
capable
oil. This
pioneer
does
such
not.
as yourself surely understands that. To improve efficiency, pipelines can now be optimized with valves to limit and balance their throughput. These were initially left out because Fixit did not want to overwhelm pioneers with complex pipeline management, but they have since been re-added after my impassioned defense of your capabilities.
Okay. Do we actually think Ada was like, no, really? Give them the stuff. They can handle it. All right. So I can run up here now. And grab the motors. Ada 100% fought against it. So we need 5 stacks. Because they are not going to keep the trains away from me. So that means the next time we start stream, I'll have oil unlocked, I'll have trains unlocked, I'll have the jetpack unlocked. So we're not going to have a lot of standing around trying to, like, find hard drives and that out of desperation of getting things done here. Okay. So you over here are producing our encased stuff. So I need 500. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 500. And 1 extra for me. And we go over here, and that's the versatile frames, doing versatile frame things. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that's 1,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's 1,000. So I literally have everything I need to unlock the trains. Other than just waiting for them to finish. But yeah, so we're going to wrap up today by unlocking the last of this tech, and then choosing to set the thing for like whatever's next. And then when we play Satisfactory next, it will be getting our oil production online as our first priority. And that is going to end up being a lot of work, honestly. Because the oil production, you require the oil, you require water. I want to say some of the things you gotta, I can't remember what. There was some other material you have to import for some of the oil processes. And then it's one of those things that you do a thing where you split the oil and you get like this byproduct and that product, and then you split that and you get this byproduct and that product, and then you have to do that. Can you manually build your jetpack yet? Yes. We can actually check that. I'm gonna wait just a second to do that. Actually, no, I'm not. Because the only thing I need to do is grab 5 more motors. Okay, and we can drop you in the box. Okay. So we have alternate solid steel ingots. Alright, so this lets me make steel from iron ingots as opposed to straight iron. And that's 60 per minute. So, alright, so we get 2 iron ingots, 2 coal, and it gives us 3. So it's 60 per minute. I didn't mean to do that. It's what I did, but I didn't mean to. So I regret that. It's fine. It's too late. I can't take it back. I actually probably wanted that. I pushed the wrong button. I meant to unlock it. Instead, I re-rolled it. May or may not be a little salty on myself for being so focused on reading the details on the actual print that I didn't push the right button. So, you know. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I'm pretty sure there's more enough hard drives to get literally every pattern. But yeah, no, that would have helped us. We'll toss that over there. Yeah, no, I'm not super worried about it. I know I barely dented the number of hard drives on the map. Yeah, I'm using a jetpack. So I tried to just tap it to slow down, and it helped, but it wasn't enough. Alright, so we still have 4 minutes. Looking at the things we could build, let's see here. So production-wise, I've got the refinery. I've got the oil extractor. We don't have anything new for power. We've got the valve, which will help out with our pipelines, which I probably, very genuinely, I probably will not do hardly anything with those. We got our new foundations that I unlocked. I got the walls that I unlocked earlier. We got ladders. So if we were to look for crude oil, where's crude oil on the map relative to me? I have a feeling it'll be down here. And then maybe over here somewhere. Where? So we got a bunch over here. We got some down there. That's actually probably the easier to... So the pro and the con here is this is easy to get to. There's no water nearby. This, on the other hand, is a little harder to get to, but there's water right there. So I'll probably end up going there. You do like how much of a clicky analog and twisty ziplining tool is? Oh, yeah. But I'm not going to worry about that. So I still have that. So what we're going to do is the oil is right here. So I'm going to go here and put a little icon there. So our oil is like here and up here. And it'll have water down there. So this is where I think we're going to put our oil production, because then I could just pipe it over to the water and just build a giant oil refinery on the water. Because I do remember some of those processes are very water requiring. Because we can go here and build the refinery and look at what it takes. So yeah, so if we look at this, I've got this process which splits it down to plastic. So we put the oil in there, and I get plastic and the purple stuff. And then we can use the blue byproduct and water to create plastic. We can use the purple stuff to make rubber. That doesn't seem right. Let's read this. Versatile and easy to manufacture. This has wide range. By a byproduct of plastic and rubber production can be used to refine farther into fuel petroleum coke. Right, so it makes the purple stuff as a negative byproduct. Well, not negative, but as a byproduct. This one, like I said, it is one of the residuals and that to make more plastic. And then this makes rubber and the purple stuff as a byproduct. And this also takes the blue stuff and all that. So plastic and rubber have the same input. And we can make petroleum coke, which is effectively coal, using the byproduct. You also have fuel, which produces the blue stuff as a byproduct. And then we can use the purple stuff to make fuel. So basically, all these two primary productions create a byproduct of the purple stuff, and this creates a byproduct of the blue stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And then we can use the spare blue stuff from making our fuel to then make extra plastic or extra rubber. And then the petroleum coke is, like you can make the petroleum coke or the residual fuel. So there is a weird juggle you do with these, which is why they offer the valves as one of your things. So you could sit there and turn around and go, okay, well I wanna shunt some of the purple stuff here and some of the purple stuff there, but not just use like a splitter. I want it to be like, 25%, 75%, that kind of stuff. There's like all sorts of weird stuff you can do. I'm not going to do most of that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to jam a big pipe into it and say, it's purple. And it'll give me whatever it gives me. Because I'm not going to bother. It's just not what I'm going to spend my time doing. Because if I don't have enough of the purple stuff, I'll make more plastic. And if I have too much plastic, I'll make more rubber. And if I have too much of everything, that creates its own issue.
Milestone reached. Trains are excellent for efficiently moving vast quantities of parts. Train logistics can be made more precise and complex with tools found in the railway signaling milestone. I listen to all my pioneers, often when they're not even aware of it. So due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message. Choo-choo mother.
Yes, Ada. Choo-choo indeed. Much choo-choo. Very go. That's great. Oh, we don't have nearly as many of these frames as... Okay, that's fine. So we've hit our first bottleneck. Honestly, the best part of one is the voice lines they had. They had so many good voice lines. That was excellent. But with that, chat, it is getting to be about that time. That's not what I meant to do. I wanted to check to see that new thing we unlocked, what was required for it. because I'm curious, and I don't remember where it was under. What did we just... Oh, we unlocked the train. Yeah, so the electric train requires rubber. So even though we have unlocked the train, it requires rubber and plastic. So literally everything here, when we go to get back, is going to be dependent on me getting the oil set up. And as I mentioned before, we've got oil over here that I need to exploit. That's where I'm going to work. There was a bunch of oil down here in this area as well, but it's just the problem is there's just no water nearby. So it'd be that weird thing of setting up all the oil pumps and then like running the oil down here, and maybe it may not even be that bad, but like pumping them all the way down here to where I've got the water and then doing that. Probably best that I just do this over here, produce all my goods here, and then transport like one conveyor belt of plastic the whole way back, one conveyor belt of the other thing that I'm blanking on, rubber. One that's, you know, transporting the rubber back, and then probably make most of the rest of the byproduct into petroleum fuel to then power the oil production. That way I am draining all three resources. Okay, but with that said, it is that time that I should have probably gone to sleep about half an hour. Well, not sleep, gotten off stream about half an hour ago. So I'm going to save here. And if you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for all of you. But for those over watching here on Twitch, we're going to go find someone for us to raid and all that. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here.